drives a Mercedes that his daddy bought him by asking why none of us would dodge in our placement game so that his entitled team wouldn't have to deal with a mole rat as his support. I quickly understood that I would need to roam like a T-Mobile data plan if we were to have any chance at winning, and thanks to a little visit from Clash Day Amumu, I was committing homicides just about everywhere. But my solo queue teammates were still pointing their own jizz-ridden fingers at everyone but themselves. Mid was flaming, jungle bot was flaming bot, while repetitively informing us that Teemo was indeed alive at all times, which is more than you could say about anyone else. So the start of the season game when I have 5 kills while my team is losing 14-5, and I'm thinking, how am I mentally going to survive another season of this? And here is what I came up with. Duo Q. You see, the Rift is a cold, lonely place when you are trying to get picks in the enemy jungle with no vision, overcommitted and getting squashed like a turd in Joe Biden's diaper. But when you have a duo that's 8 feet over 1v2ing, it helps you think your dumb death was worth. Picture having a little wobbling band-aid to tank powers for you when no one else will. They always say there's no I in team, but solo queue players know there's 4 eyes in inting idiots, so removing 1 to queue with you and 4-man ult so that you can kill all kinds of mad guys is the key.
So.
Probably thinking that telling league players to get a friend is less feasible than making money off of a crypto zoo investment, but that's where Tapin.gg comes into play. Tapin.gg is a solo queue duo finder where you set up a simple profile and then can immediately look for players to queue with, whether it's just to make new friends or to push with skilled people to increase your odds of actually climbing by having one less random stupid shitter on your teams. It works on tons of games and lets you customize exactly what you are looking for in a butt buddy. It's a great tool to meet new friends
Ich habe gerade meinen PC runtergefahren und dann dabei habe ich eine Flasche umgeworfen und über den Laptop geleert.
Ein Geschäftslaptop.
Ja. Nee, er war noch an und alles. Ich habe jetzt Akku rausgemacht und lassen gerade wegen drainen.
Alright, so ranked game numero dos. Whoever calculates how many of my kills involve help from my duo gets a warm virtual hug from me, and I've been told my chest is nice to touch. As we see, I'm against Frostburn Butthole Mundo, but little does he know I have a little miscolored midget en route who just loves licking massive morons, which burns the big dude's flash, so I follow suit to make sure Rift Alexa announces my name as the lead suspect in his murder. Then J-Wub, my little wobbling duo dildo, is like the crying engage that could, as he sees a gang and hits them all with a reverse Uno card before positioning in a way where none of them can ignore his crying as the blind one pisses off, leaving just the 2 morons who queued bot thinking they will ever climb in that role to get ulted and slapped like a cheap bag of wine at a frat party. But naturally I get jealous about him giving attention to anyone's lane but my own, so I tell him to get his Clash Day gauze ass up here and park it in Riverbush until this slobbering ice cube does something stupid. But after wasting his time, we deem that those weeds must have had a camera in them only for their Lee Sin to think that pushing all of his buttons at the same time is the best way to enter the fight here. But luckily my handy dandy armless green-headed midget was still in the area, so 2 licks kick some dicks and he went lickety splits, leaving just frozen dinner Frankenstein left, to which the Band-Aid is running the buddy system, willing to sacrifice himself for the greater Fed top laner good. Then I decide to take this traveling circus act consisting of a love dove carrying around a butch cut chick by her neck fat that Riot calls Quinn on the road because I'm allergic to
Jetzt stream ich,
laning,
Philipp.
knowing that if I float around long enough I will attract the attention of some blind bimbo trying to do some uncoordinated kick combo on me, so I do some backflips off
Jetzt
his face,
stream ich,
fire
ne?
a double dart into his sightless eyes and wait for my duo to steal my hard-earned kill. So then he's filling out the adoption paperwork for Sally the swollen ass scuttle crab while I am zoning by beating up a murder whore basset hound, which prompted the following high IQ comms out of us.
Just smite it. You didn't have to.
Fucking couldn't, dude.
Why?
I wasn't paying attention.
A summoner has disconnected.
Which was a funny joke, except for when Riot servers didn't let him back in for 3 minutes, but it's all good because when that little sad shitter came back he may have been 3 levels behind other players, but nothing was gonna stop him from licking and headbutting this piece of split pushing shit popsicle until our team's Foxy Mama came in to throw magical things at him. I then of course heard the words fighting over no objective and my ears perked up, blood rushed to the tip of my little flaccid Quinn dick as I zoomed in to do a little sly parkour into kill steal on the kicker with the cataracts, and then we all put on our running shoes to chase floppy donkey dick Fizz, who had a gold opportunity to ride his little trident dildo over the wall to safety, but in my elo we greed and then we feed. I'm now full-blown Tom Cruise. White Sox would floor risky business killing the neighbor's dogs, knowing if that Jack slobbering popsicle comes I just keep showing him Belle Delphine OnlyFans pics, luring him further into danger, where my mid-laner has agreed to meet up with me and then proceed to whiff her shit. So I guess you could say my master plan didn't work like a charm, but not to fear, my depressed duo is here, and thankfully this friggin' Fizz still hasn't found any of his missing brain cells, so we collect our donation from the dumbass. And then you've probably heard the saying that Mundo goes where he pleases, so my current focus was making him pleased to go back to base as a dead bitch, which, no thanks to Ari, did work like a charm. Then we've been working hard, so we decided to take a field trip south, hoping to cause some fatalities as I tell my butt buddy to do his best traffic cone impersonation and zone them, and it turns out some people don't like traffic cones as they attack him, but I guess he couldn't see that I was right there. Ta-da. Bing, that was a blind joke cause Lee is blind, get it? Wonder why no one ever tries to cancel me for that, but the second I call this soon to be dead Lucian Obama, I will have a baker's dozen privileged white middle school girls in the comments saying they are offended. But it won't be racist when you are just using BBCs up your bunghole to spike your OnlyFans subs. One day will it, ladies? Side note for the advanced Quinn players, there's a combo that only the bravest of the bunch have successfully pulled off, and I was given the perfect opportunity to do so right here. And the duo dynamic has us treating the riff like it's Riley Reid on a casting couch, as we're taking advantage of every hole. I'm splitting while he's sobbing to a dragon, and then I'm splitting more while he is personally reminding morons who queues bot lane in season 13 that they are dumber than a doorknob for thinking that players in that lane are anything more than a decoration in the current state of solo queue, as I keep splitting like I'm a banana with chocolate syrup over ice cream. And I'm not exactly sure why I was just welcomed over to take a shit on the Nexus, but I wasn't complaining. Side note, a plant did waddle over asking for water, but I decided it was best to just let her die, and there you have it. This Fed performance was sponsored by Duo Queuing. As you can see that almost every kill I got was assisted by the baby band-aid, which continued through the next few games as well. Not to mention the good old times you make playing with your buds.
That was clean. Wait, you're gonna take tower, you doofus! You dumbass.
Rav out.
Yo, what's going on everyone? Another Craigslist video right here for you. I'm going to start things off by saying that I'm going to do my best from now on to hide personal information. If for whatever reason, for whatever stupid reason, you put your personal address, let's say, on a Craigslist post, and then I end up showcasing it on the channel, I'm just going to F12 it and then delete that element if I find it. I might not get everything, but I'm going to try my best to hide as much personal info as possible, even though I don't recommend you put anything like that on Craigslist to begin with. I don't think we're liable for anything like that. We've had people threaten to sue us and then nothing ever happens, because I'm pretty sure that there's nothing they can do on a Craigslist ad if they, willingly post public information on a public forum. But anyway, just to keep things simple, I don't want people to get angry at us just because we're showing these ads on our YouTube channel. I'm going to do my best to do stuff. So if you see something slip by, maybe a phone number, address, I'm sorry. I've tried my best though to get rid of most of those elements. So we're going to start things off with a terrible Craigslist ad. And this is one that, right away you can just take a quick look at the PC. You really don't even need to look at the specs to know that this asking price here of $3,000 is just a tad bit outrageous. So it's got listed here a Zotac GTX 1060, and then also from the same manufacturer a GTX 1070. And sure enough, in the picture he has two cards that look identical, but they are not from an architectural standpoint, so you cannot SLI these. That's why he has no SLI bridge here. He probably figured that out the hard way. So I would recommend, if you bought this PC for whatever stupid reason you did, to sell either of these cards, because you can't use them in tandem. He has an EVGA 750 watt bronze 80 plus power supply. Okay, that's not too bad. Intel Celeron G3930. This right here is a dual-core, dual-threaded processor. There's no hyper-threading on board. This is bare bones. This is pretty much as bare bones as it gets. And he wants $3 grand for it. I almost feel like he's trolling me. And then he has a Z270P, for whatever reason, an unlocked chipset board with a Celeron G3930. he's sure to include that price because that gets us way closer to $3,000. He's got a bunch of other frankly useless stuff here in the sense that it doesn't come anywhere close to $3 grand, so he's not really making a case for himself. He even contradicts himself down here. Do not contact me with unsolicited services, and then he clicks the button that says it's okay to contact this poster with services or other commercial interests. So I don't know. I feel like this is a troll, but either way, yeah, this should just raise so many red flags, even just by looking at the picture up front. Not worth $3 grand. Now I wanted to transition into something that's a bit more reasonable. So the prices you're going to see in the subsequent ads are actually pretty good. There is one misleading ad I'll get to in a second, but this one here to kick things off with the decently priced ads is an all-white build for the most part. I would personally paint that Gigabyte card myself just to make things a little more cohesive in there. But he's got a great color scheme going on. He's using, it looks like a Deep Cool Captain 240EX. It's a white AIO. It's got a white, almost looks like a MSI B350 board. What does he have? Yeah, a Ryzen 5 1600. So he's let's see, let's just break this down price wise. This is about $200. This is about $500. So let's say $700 there, $800, $900, $1,000. These right here probably make it $1,100. I wouldn't even price that. So $1,100, $1,200, you know, you get other things in here. Corsair M65 Pro mouse, mechanical keyboards. He's including a Steam library of apparently worth $200 in games. You could probably haggle with him just a little bit. He says it would cost you $1,700. I'm not even gonna bother clicking on that. I just kind of break it down in my head. This is not too bad, and I'm sure the reason why he says this will cost $1,700 is because he's got the 1080 in there priced at like $1,000. But prices are coming down a lot, and so I don't recommend buying, paying more than retail for a GTX 1080 at this point. Just be patient. You'll find something around MSRP, and that's much better than what you can find on sites like eBay and Craigslist for those scalpers trying to make a quick buck on a graphics card sale. But you can see he's pretty much got everything you want in a Craigslist ad, right? If he's trying to sell a PC, he's going to make sure that he takes pictures of everything he's trying to sell, and he does that here, albeit the pictures aren't that great of quality. It's got steel series. I can't even tell what that is, steel series. It might be a mouse pad or something. But he's got enough here, enough evidence to show you that this is PC, and these are the parts you're going to get for the price you're going to pay. $1,280 isn't too bad. I'd say that's around retail price, so you could probably haggle a little bit. If he's going to be really stubborn on that graphics card price, you might have to pay around $1,200 for it. But I would probably pitch him $1,000 and just see where his head's at. If he says no, not a chance, I'm keeping firm at $1,280, then you're probably going to overpay just a little bit for this because he's valuing that GTX 1080 above MSRP. Now this one at first caught me off guard. It looked really interesting in the pictures, and then I saw 6950X right here. This was a $1,500 retail processor when it first came out, and it's got a GTX 1080 in it, 16 gigs of RAM, basically the works, and he only wants $1,799 for it. And it looks like it was well built. It's got a really weird Zalman cooler, but I started digging because I wanted to see how much this was going for now. I'm sure it's depreciated a lot. So let's just do that. Let's do i7 6950X, and let's see what we can buy it for. So we have on eBay here about $850. You see everywhere else is basically MSRP, maybe a little above MSRP depending on where it's coming from. So let's just say $800, right? That's a good deal, I guess, according to what the market's telling me right now. Shopping sites like Google. So let's price it at $800, and then we have a Zalman cooler here. This is going to be, let's just say $100, right? $900. This is $200. That's $1,100. A 1080, let's price again at $500. That's $1,600 there already. Which is almost what he's asking for, and then you have to still work on other things, the motherboard and whatnot. So $1,600. We have a 240 gig SSD. Let's say another $60. So $1,660. Then a 2 terabyte hard drive. Let's say $1,720, $1,730. This ASRock X99 Extreme 3 is probably a couple $100. So there, we're already at the price he's asking. And then we of course have the case from the View 21. He doesn't have the power supply listed, but I'm pretty sure it's included. And then he gives you a little disclaimer down here. PC is a monster and will handle anything. Perfect video editing, 3D rendering, CAD, music production, blah blah blah. So it's not too bad. It comes with Windows 10 apparently, and he's got actually decent stuff here. It's a clean build. He's not asking too much for it. You can see the cooler's so big he can't put the graphics card in the uppermost PCI slot. But other than that, I mean, it's a pretty conventional, beefy system that I think is actually reasonably priced. You could probably pitch $1,600 for this, just assuming that these prices, you know, this one at $800 and this one at $500 are about on par with fair market value. I mean, it's already pretty competitive though, so I'm not too dissatisfied with this one. You know, being that the CPU is really expensive, or used to be really expensive, not bad. Now this one here is just a little misleading. Whenever you see these like fake pictures, or the pictures that are like just the, you know, the market pictures that look like they're ripped from Google Images, that's what I want you guys as BS radars to be synced to, right? If you see something like this, you need to be aware of it, and you need to be very cautious, because if you don't have actual pictures of the product that you're trying to buy, this might not go well. And if you don't pay attention, you could be very misled. So at first, this looks great, right? i7-7700, it's a non-K, mind you, 250 gig SSD, 16 gigs of RAM. I don't see a graphics card listed here, but I do see a price of $725. Looks pretty good, and check it out, the picture has what looks like an MSI graphics card. So let's assume it's got a back plate, looks pretty beefy. Let's say it's just a 1060. That still makes this a really great deal. But if you scroll down, you can see that his video card is not actually a video card at all. This isn't discrete graphics, this is integrated graphics. Intel HD Graphics 630, which is what you find in the 7700. So you get no graphics card here. So I see $725. I mean, if we go ahead and price it, you know, we can call this around $250. This is another $200, that's $450. We have an SSD here, let's say $500. I'm not gonna price a sound card. This is a really cheap power supply, maybe $550. He's actually asking a tad bit more than I would feel comfortable asking for this, because it doesn't come with a graphics card. So he probably sold the card, turned a pretty sweet profit, and is trying to break around even for the rest of the components. So I would not lowball him, but I would pitch definitely lower than what he's asking. And he doesn't have real pictures, so that would probably be the thing I ask him. Like, dude, send me real pictures.
Hat mich mein Vater auch noch angerufen. Was hast du denn die ganze Zeit geschüttelt?
For this amount of
Mein
money.
Salat.
Lastly, I want to end on
Ja, als ob du Salat isst,
current
Johannes.
market. You're still gonna find people like this,
Literally.
right, who are trying to flip these cards big time, unless he bought this card already at an inflated price, which I'm sure he didn't, because it looks like he's been using this for a while.
Und Salat,
This
ist das
will
eigentlich
be a huge profit
so
for him,
gekauft
probably
aus dem
around
Edeka oder so?
$200, $300 maybe. And
Vom
that's
Imbissbonne.
a lot of money. That's a huge profit. And if you're willing to pay that, fine, good for you. But I wouldn't. I would wait. This is a great card from Asus, but it's, in my opinion, it's not worth $900. Even if it's difficult to find these and you got to be really patient and diligent with where you're looking, this is still a little too much for me. So what I would do is wait a little more, do your due diligence, and look everywhere for the same card or a comparable card that's priced less. That would be your best bet. Buying one used, especially at this price, way above MSRP, is just, that's not my cup of tea. So with that, folks, I want to know what you guys think in the comments below. I would also like your suggestions for future Craigslist topics, maybe even
You know, you look just like Keira Knightley.
Really? You don't say.
Could you put your arms behind your back? You're like... Stop. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, what makes you laugh?
What makes me laugh?
Yeah, like dark humor.
Dark. Yeah, and look down and right for a second.
So.
Bodo-Mensch, ne du?
Rolle, du alter Schnacker, was machst du denn hier, du?
Ich wollte gerade Pappe wegbringen zu den Containern, ne?
Ach Gott, wie sieht das da aus?
Du, das ist immer noch so schlimm, das kannst du dir nicht ausmalen.
Das
ne?
ist auch echt eine Frechheit. Wer macht das denn immer?
Du, ich weiß genau, wer das ist.
Ja, sag mal, wer denn?
Du, das ist hier Haraldine, du, da kannst du einen drauf lassen.
Meinst du wirklich?
Natürlich ist sie das. Die ist so eine, die ihre Pappe da einfach nur hinfeuert. Der ist das egal, ob andere da ihren Müll auch noch reinkriegen. Hauptsache, sie kann ihren Kack da ungefaltet hinstellen.
Ja, stimmt, so ein bisschen wirkt die so, ne? Da hast du recht.
Du, die stellt ihre Mülltonne doch auch immer total falsch hin, wenn die abgeholt wird.
Ja, stimmt, auf jeden Fall. Das ist mir auch aufgefallen.
Jedes Mal das Gleiche, du, also ehrlich.
Du, ich habe ja auch schon erzählt, dass die Fahrer die immer drehen müssen. Das interessiert dich
Du,
gar
die
nicht.
kann froh sein, dass das immer noch abgeholt wird. Ich würde das nicht machen.
Normalerweise lassen sie die auch einfach stehen, ne? Das interessiert die gar
Ja, du,
nicht.
die alten Fahrer haben das ja immer noch gemacht, ne? Aber die neuen, du, keine Ahnung, ob die immer ein Bierchen in die Hand gedrückt kriegen oder was, ich weiß
Ja,
das nicht.
unverständlich. Man muss die auch ein bisschen erziehen dahin,
Du,
ne?
und dann lässt sie ihre Tonne auch immer noch so lange draußen stehen, ne?
Du, das ist mir auch aufgefallen.
Ja, du, teilweise noch ein paar Stunden, nachdem die abgeholt wurde, also.
Manchmal ja auch erst abends, ne? Also.
Ich meine, meine, wie sieht denn das aus hier in der Nachbarschaft?
Das versaut doch die ganze Nachbarschaft, wenn sie die Tonne als einzige draußen stehen lässt. Also, wie sieht denn das aus?
Du, und der Rasen bei den...
Hör auf,
Ja,
du!
du, ihr Mann Dietrich kriegt das ja auch nicht gebacken, oder macht sie
Ich
das?
glaube, sie macht das, ne? Oder macht er das? Ich bin mir da unsicher.
Das
du.
sieht ja teilweise aber auch aus so. Ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, dass sie das da gar nicht interessiert.
Dietrich ist sowieso eine faule Sau, der schmeckt mir.
Du,
da.
als die vor 2 Wochen im Urlaub waren, da hab ich schon Rasen gemäht. Ich konnte mir das nicht mehr mit angucken.
Ich
Ne?
verstehe aber auch nicht, dass die niemanden organisieren, der den Rasen mäht, wenn sie im Urlaub sind. Also,
Ja, faule Sau durch und durch. Du. Ich bin ja hier mit Lothar, mit seinem Chef befreundet, ne? Du, der meint auch, auf Arbeit ist das nichts anderes.
Ach,
Ne?
hat er erzählt oder was?
Ja, hier, der macht das nur mit dem halben Arsch und so. Ne? Ja, aber wenn wir uns mal zum Biertrinken treffen wollen, ne, dann ist er der Erste, der hier mitsappt.
Ja,
Ne?
dann ist er alles andere als faul, ne? Also,
Immer der Erste, der 3 Bier inhaliert hat. Ne?
ja, und selber bringt er ja auch nichts
das
mit.
finde ich auch immer so frech. Der gurgelt sich bei uns immer in den Hintern, aber wenn es mal darum geht, einzuladen, ne?
Hör auf, das macht er
Du, die
nicht.
streiten sich auch immer so laut. Ne? Das hörst du durchs halbe Dorf.
Du,
da.
das ist unangenehm, das muss ich dir auch sagen.
Ich
ne?
meine, das kriegen die beiden doch auch mit, dass man das im Dorf hört, oder
Oder
nicht?
ist den beiden das egal? Das glaube ich
Ich
nicht.
finde, es gibt so ein paar Grundregeln auf dem Dorf einfach.
Absolut, ja, ich bin da bei dir, du, vollkommen.
Und daran halten die sich einfach nicht.
Du, das machen die bewusst
ja,
nicht.
oder die wollen uns einen reinbringen. Das kann ich mir auch gut vorstellen.
Meinst du?
Ja, oder lässt man sonst sein Auto auf der halben Straße stehen, dass die anderen da so schlecht vorbeikommen, wie Dietrich vorgestern oder
Du,
was?
da meinte er ja, dass er Rasen mähen will auf dem Hof, ne, als Ausrede.
Das glaubst du doch wohl selber nicht, oder
Ja,
was?
so meinte er, aber ne, du, ich hab das nicht
Die
kontrolliert.
beiden müssen auf jeden Fall was ändern. So. Also das werde ich denen auch sagen, wenn ich die das nächste Mal treffe. Ne?
Oh,
Rolle, ich grüße euch. Ne? Ach, Dietrich, Mensch, ich grüße dich. Du, schönen Sonntag wünsche ich dir. Und euren Rasen, ne? Den habt ihr aber schick gemacht. Du. Ich grüße dich, du. Schönen Sonntag wünsche ich dir. Und euren Rasen, ne? Den habt ihr aber schick gemacht. Du. Ja, haben wir, aber deiner müsste auch mal wieder gemäht werden, ne? Das sieht ja richtig scheiße aus bei dir, da. Du, ich finde, es gibt so ein paar Grundregeln auf dem Dorf einfach, du.
So Leute, da wir uns über die Feiertage ja nicht gesehen haben, machen wir die Bescherung heute.
Ja, ich meine, ist ja schon der 15., aber macht ja
Ich
nichts.
meine, Geschenke sind immer gut.
Dann
ne?
wünsche ich euch auch ein frohes Neues an der Stelle, ne?
Das sagt man doch aber jetzt nicht mehr.
Wieso denn
Ich meine,
nicht?
guck mal auf die Wasserwaage, wir haben den 15. im neuen
Ja,
Jahr.
aber wir sehen uns doch heute das erste Mal im neuen
Ja,
Jahr.
trotzdem ist das aber zu spät, um sich noch ein frohes Neues zu wünschen.
Ja, aber wir geben uns doch heute auch noch Geschenke und heute ist der 15.
Ja, richtig, wir haben uns bis jetzt ja auch noch nicht gesehen.
Ja, und
ne?
deswegen holen wir das jetzt
Für
nach.
Geschenke ist also nicht zu spät, aber um sich ein frohes Neues zu wünschen schon, oder
Ja,
was?
das hast du richtig erfasst, ja.
Ist ja auch egal jetzt. Wie machen wir das nun mit den Geschenken?
Ja, in der
hier?
Regel gibt man sich die gegenseitig und dann packt man die aus, ne?
Ja, ich meine, so kenne ich das auch.
Mensch, das weiß ich auch,
und
aber...
wieso fragst du dann?
Ich meine, ob wir alle uns gegenseitig die Geschenke geben und dann parallel auspacken oder jeder einzeln?
Keine Ahnung, du kannst halten wie ein Dachdecker.
Ja, nur nicht zu hoch, ne?
Okay, dann lass uns einfach nacheinander machen. Günther, wir beide fangen
Da
an.
bin ich ja mal gespannt jetzt.
So, bitteschön.
Ihr dürft aber nicht zugucken jetzt, ne? Sonst ist mir das unangenehm.
Mensch, mach auf
Mensch,
jetzt.
was da wohl drin
Bist
ist?
du bekloppt oder was? Ein Karton? Den habe ich mir ja schon immer
Das
gewünscht.
ist aber ein astreiner Karton.
Leute, es geht doch darum, was drin ist. Das ist eine RTX 4090 Grafikkarte. Die habe ich durch meine Beziehung bekommen.
Okay, also hast du die gezeugt?
Mensch, die habe ich durch meine Beziehung zu Nvidia bekommen.
Also hast du die mit Nvidia gezeugt?
Mensch, Günther, das sag mal so, wenn man was über Umwege bekommt, bist du doof oder was? Ah, Günni, du bist doch Marvel-Fan, damit wird das Spider-Man Miles Morales, weil du gerade spielst, noch ein bisschen schicker und die Leistung wird um eine zweifache erhöht.
Okay, also habe ich dann 2 Spider-Mans oder
Ja, die
was?
hast du doch sowieso. Hier Miles und Peter.
Und Raytracing, was ist das?
Ja, Raytracing, das ist eine feine Sache. Damit hast du realistisches Licht und Schatten. Und Marvels New York, das sieht noch echter aus.
Du, jetzt würde ich das schon ganz gerne mal ausprobieren, ne?
Hier, guckt mal hier. Und Gönhalius, das sieht gut aus, ne?
Sieht gut, du. Wie richtiges New York, du.
Ja, und mit der SS3 hast du noch schnellere und noch flitzigere Bewegung.
Das ist ja der Wahnsinn. Aber wer ist denn er?
Der ist Spider-Man.
Kann ich auch Spider-Man sein? Ich danke dir, Jürgen. Sehr gutes Geschenk, muss ich sagen. Dann lass uns beide doch einfach mal weitermachen. Bitteschön.
Oha, da bin ich einmal gespannt, du. Das ist ja wie Weihnachten hier.
Du, ich sag dir, da wirst du dich drüber freuen, du.
Was da wohl drin ist?
Was ist das denn?
Ja, du hast doch letztens erzählt, dass du deine eine Socke vermisst, seitdem du alles aus dem Trockner genommen hast.
Ja?
Du, da habe ich dir jetzt einfach mal eine zweite besorgt. Jetzt hast du wieder ein vollständiges Paar.
Ist das ein Witz oder was?
Nee, das ist mein Ernie. Ich habe erst überlegt, ob ich dir irgendwas Nützliches schenke, so irgendwie ein Elektroniktablett oder so. Aber dann habe ich das gesehen und habe ich gedacht, das ist eine gute Idee.
Gut, ich danke dir.
Oh Mensch, hast du dir echt Gedanken gemacht, Günther, das muss man schon sagen. Komm, Werner Renski, wir machen einfach weiter.
Was da wohl drin ist?
Eventuell ist das ja eine Unterhose.
Was da wohl drin ist?
Autoschlüssel?
Da ist doch bestimmt so ein USB-Stick, der so aussieht wie so ein Autoschlüssel, ne?
Ach so, was ist das? Nee, das ist ein richtiger Autoschlüssel.
Was, ist das dein Ernst?
Ja, deine alte Karre hat doch keinen TÜV mehr bekommen. Da hab ich gedacht, ey, ich schenk dir einfach eine neue.
Ich weiß gar nicht, was ich sagen soll. Ich danke dir, wirklich.
Oh Mensch, ich tue euch doch gerne einen Gefallen.
Werner, komm, dann lass uns mal weitermachen.
Mensch, was da wohl drin ist,
Ich glaube, das wird dir gefallen, ne?
Sag mal, ist das eine Luxusuhr?
Ja, du bist ja der pünktlichste von uns und das soll ja auch so bleiben. Deswegen hast du noch mal eine Uhr gekriegt.
Das ist ja der Wahnsinn, Jürgen. Vielen Dank, du.
Na, aber gerne doch, Mensch.
Ja, Jürgen, lass uns doch direkt weitermachen.
Mensch, ich danke dir. Mal gucken, ne?
Was da wohl drin ist?
Ist das eine neue Auflaufform?
Nee, die ist nicht neu. Ich war doch vor 2 Jahren mal zum Grillen bei dir.
Ja, kann ich mich dran erinnern, ja.
Ja, und ich habe mir noch ein paar Reste von dir mitgenommen in der Auflaufform. Und dann habe ich die liegen gelassen bei mir im Garten und ich habe die letzte Woche auch gefunden dann. War natürlich ein bisschen vergammelt, aber ich habe die auch ausgespült, ne? Mit dem Gartenschlauch so ein bisschen. Da habe ich mir halt gedacht, dass du die jetzt bestimmt wieder haben willst. Ne? Die ist ja mittlerweile sozusagen in meinen Besitz übergegangen, ne?
Okay, danke schön.
Ja, Jürgen kann seine Freude, glaube ich, nicht so zeigen, denke
Ja,
ich.
doch kann ich, aber ich habe mir richtig Gedanken gemacht, um euch was Schönes zu schenken und ich krieg von euch eine Socke und eine Brotdose.
Eine Auflaufform, ne? Das ist nochmal ein bisschen hochwertiger.
Die ohnehin schon.
Ja gut, ich meine, nach 2 Jahren hattest du über 700 Tage Zeit, die zurückzuholen. Ne? So wichtig war dir das ja scheinbar nicht. Die gehörte schon Werner jetzt, muss ich sagen.
Wie kann es denn sein, dass ihr mir nur Mist schenkt und euch gegenseitig so teure Dinge?
Das kommt doch nicht auf den Wert an, sondern auf die Geste. Das ist doch ein feiner Zug von Werner.
Ja, mach weiter da jetzt.
Günther, wir beide fehlen noch. Bitteschön. Oha, Werner, danke dir. Du.
Was da wohl drin ist? Ja, ne, was da wohl drin
Mensch,
ist?
Werner, du hast hier eine 4-Raumwohnung in der Münchner Innenstadt gekauft. Das ist ja fantastisch.
Nee,
du.
also das muss ich mir echt nicht geben hier, ehrlich.
Ich glaube, Jürgen ist so ein richtiger Weihnachtsmuffel. Du.
Ich glaube, der muss die ganzen Geschenke einfach noch verarbeiten, dann freut er sich. Wie kann es denn sein, dass ihr mir nur Mist schenkt und euch gegenseitig so teure Dinge?
Port. What do you think? Yeah, let's do it. Windows 8.1 reached end of support on Tuesday, January 10th. This sucks. I actually still have an active Windows 8.1 right now. It's not like normal Windows 8.1, it's Windows 9. That sort of stripped down 8.1 embedded or whatever it was called, that we made a video about. I looked at that thing, I was like, man, it's fucking snappy. This is amazing. And so I immediately set it up on a VM that to this day I still use. So I'm gonna have to like update that thing. That sucks. Cause like that's my sketchy VM that I've just used for like, oh, this is like a weird program. Okay, let's disconnect it from the rest of the network and see what it does. Like, and it's so, because it's so bare bones, it's really easy to tell if anything is there that's not supposed to be there. And like, man, I love that VM. It's been through a lot with me. Anyway, technical support, software updates, and security fixes will no longer be provided. You're not going to say anything. And Microsoft is recommending that customers move to a more current version of Windows. They are not offering a free upgrade path from Windows 8.1 to Windows 10 or 11. And unlike what happened with Windows 7, Microsoft will not be offering an extended security update program for Windows 8.1, probably because nobody would even want it. The ESU program for a number of older products actually also came to an end on Tuesday, including Windows 7 Professional and Enterprise versions and Windows Server 2008 R2. Fun fact, I was actually using Windows Vista earlier this week. And Windows 8.1 is not going to be as bad as that. But I can tell you, using an outdated version of Windows, it gets pretty rough after a while. So it was good up until I think it was about 2 years ago. We got our hands on the Dell XPS M2010, I think it's called. It's a wild laptop. I can't imagine they made more than like hundreds of these, if even that. Like I can't even imagine who would buy this thing. But we got our hands on it, and that thing shipped with Windows Vista. And apparently it was pretty good up until just a couple of years ago when support for, when Chromium stopped supporting Vista. So effectively, you couldn't do anything in a browser. I think Valve pulled support for Vista in Steam around that time as well. Don't quote me on that. I could have the timing a little bit off. But man, you try to do anything on Vista today, and it's bad. Even ignoring the security issues, let me tell you. I tried to load up I tried to load up RottenTomatoes.com, okay, so that I could check reviews for a Blu-ray to determine if I was willing to risk losing it in the pop-up motorized optical drive on the top of this laptop. Guys, do not miss that video. I was like, do I care about this Blu-ray? And then I could manually calculate the percentage of thumbs up and thumbs down reviews because I could see how many there were, but the actual images weren't loading. It was pretty rough.
What's this? Tyler One Flames Riot Games and Rage quits the stream. I didn't see this.
Well, thankfully it was a pretty fast game, so we can queue one more. Alright, so let's see. I've now queued jungle, and I got mid, and I queued bot lane, and I got mid, and they were both 2-minute queues. So, maybe if I queue top lane, I'll get mid as well, right? Because apparently I can't get the role IQ on top of every other thing in this degenerate 0 IQ game. Maybe they can at least give me the role I want to play. Maybe, you think? Maybe I can get the role I would like to play, right? If you're gonna me and give me these terrible drafts, if you're gonna make jungle this strong, if you're gonna make all the casted and all these champs broken, can I at least get the role I would like to play while I'm getting fisted? Please, Riot. Let's see. Queue's mid as secondary though? Oh, well, guess what? Unfortunately, you're not allowed to queue for one role. Unfortunately. So even despite you only wanting to play one role, there's no checkbox to make sure you get that role. You're forced to queue a second role. Dumbass. Because Riot Games. Top as secondary. Do I want to play top? Do I want to play mid? Do I want to play AD carry? Do I want to play support? Or do I want to play my primary role? You tell me. Did I queue jungle? Did I put jungle as primary because I wanted to play mid? No. Did I put bot as primary because I wanted to play mid? No. I want to play the jungle role. That is why I've selected it. Terrible company. Horrible. Disgusting. But it's okay because they got two months off of paid leave for a preseason. You guys earned that, by the way. You guys earned it. But dude, I want Jesse longer queue times so you can roll. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. I don't get it because both these mid games were 2-minute queue pops. Yo, Riot, I will wait longer than 2 minutes if it means I get my role. Bro, I actually start making a notepad and just like writing down all the disgusting things in this game. Because so far today, I've bitched about like 8 different things. I only want my primary role. I understand that queue times can be longer. Check mark. Boom. My role. And look, I got mid lane again. So, okay, so I'm gonna stop stream here because I'm gonna punch my fucking monitor if I play another one. So I'm just gonna dodge, and that's it to stream. I gotta watch the Cowboys game. I'm not gonna bother. So I have now queued 3 games in a row, right? 3 games. I queue bot lane, I queue jungle, I queue jungle. And they have given me my secondary role every single time. Do you think if I'm an average-ass person and I don't play this stupid game, I'm not a streamer for a job, if I'm an average casual player, let's say, I come home from a long day of sweat, grueling work or school, I'm like, I really want to play jungle today. Can't wait to play my favorite game, jungle. Can't wait to play. I queue up. I don't have time for many games. Boom. I get mid lane. I didn't really want mid. Crap. I'm not that good at mid. It is what it is. I queue up. I lose because I'm not that good at mid. All right, I got a bit more time before bed. I got to work early in the morning. I press queue up again. I have to get my ass kicked. Mid lane. I'm like, it's okay. Now I'm going to get mid. Now I'm going to get jungle. I go to queue up. I wait. I wait about 5-6 minutes. It's okay. I'm going to get jungle. Queue up. Boom. Mid lane again. Oh, it's okay. I'll play mid. I'm probably going to lose. I'm not the best at mid. This is what it is. I didn't really want to play mid, but you know what? Dodge down for the day. I'm going to play mid. Oh, okay. You get your ass kicked again. You go again for a 3rd time. I can only play 3 games a night. I got to work. I got school at 6 a.m. Damn. This is my last game. Come on. I really want to play my favorite character, Ivern, in the jungle. Come on. Come on. You queue up. 7 minutes passed. That's okay. I've got my secondary role 2 times in a row. No way I get it 3 in a row, right? Tick, tick, tick. Ready, check a pops. Boom. Yes, jungle, finally. Yes. I can play Ivern. Me, click it. Ooh, it's loading. Boom. Top loads in. Bot loads in. Mid loads in. I'm not auto-filled. Boom. You see that you get support. If you're an average player, would you do would that keep the player coming back? Disgusting paycheck thieves at Riot. No! Jesus Christ, it's not hard! You're not doing anything, they're not doing anything else! You did nothing during preseason! You got paid to sit on a couch for 2 months! And you just like laughed at in Twitch chats, liking shit on Twitter. I seen half of them retweeting Hassan. So this is what we're doing, bro. We're not balancing the game. We're not fixing matchmaking. We're not fixing the balance. We're not fixing the fill. We're not fixing jungle. We're not making 80 carries under level. We're just doing nothing. It's disgusting. Anyway, that's my last game. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm sure everything will be better.
That's funny, man. That's hilarious. He said they're paycheck thieves. They sat on a couch for 2 months.
Every stream, I'm gonna have a...
What is this, an 18-minute video? Tyler one complains to Riot and goes, this is today.
I'm gonna open a notepad, a fresh notepad. I'm gonna start the stream fresh, right? And every single time an issue I have a problem with arises, I'm writing it down in the notepad. And I promise, bro, by the end of it, by the end of all this, I'm gonna have like 40 notepads open. So let's start today fresh. Bro, and it's, I swear to God, all the problems I have are legitimate problems. It's not like you silver players,
He went from having an int list for solo queue players to like an int list on Riot mistakes.
Who are bad at the game. Like, Master Yi's so strong! Alright, this was first thing. I already have 2 things to write down on the notepad, or 1 thing. Anonymous champ select and first timing characters and rankings. Maybe this guy plays Belvis support. Maybe he's a Belvis support one trick. Let's see, actually. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt real quick. Looks like he plays it jungle or support. But you know what? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But I will say, I'm still adding to the list anonymous champ select. Nili's gonna hop the dragon wall. We're lucky I don't have a ward. So I couldn't ward that bush, and she didn't ward it herself. He has no brain. Oh, let's get that added on the list as well. So what do we got? Anonymous champ select, jungle. That's 2 things already added to the list.
He just said jungle.
It's okay. It's okay.
Jungle.
It's okay. It's fine. I mean, it's really weak this patch, and it's been weak forever. Thank you, Reject Games. Thank you, Riot. It's fine though, because if I queue for jungle, I get mid lane 3 times in a row. So unfortunately, I'm not allowed to even queue for jungle myself. It sucks. That kind of sucks. So I guess I got to queue support. Because that's the only way I can actually take smite and get my roll. I mean, it's fine. Hey, jungle is in fact. Okay, just gotta farm up. I go to bed praying for the downfall every night. No, excuse me, not the community team, cinematic team, only the game loop team, balancing team, and the client team. Not all of them. Honestly, I don't think the balance team's even terrible. Like, they just don't change anything or fix problems that are problems with. It's this game loop team that needs put in jail for the rest of their pathetic lives. That's the team I'm pissed off at. Balance team, like, I don't think it's individual champ balance is completely the problem. It's just that they have no idea what to do with these roles. What's the next patch, by the way? I mean, I say that, but the patch, like, it's not like a patch problem, because they refuse to do anything about jungle role for years. But 80 carries getting buffed! That's the problem, I think. 80 carry getting buffed. Okay, well, 80 carries can still have fun when the jungler's coming bot level 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So true.
Good luck, 80 carries. It'll still be better jungle wins. It's okay if 80 carries are a little bit, get an IE on the second item. Woohoo! Good luck getting the second item when the jungle's...
But honestly, I think jungle camps need to be tankier, but deal less damage. So junglers are forced to stay in the jungle more to kill those fucking camps. Actually, no, maybe that'll just get them not even do the jungle, just gank more. Never mind. But they need to just be locked in a cage. Like, actually, there need to be a timer on when you kill a buff, you are no longer allowed to leave the fucking jungle. Like, there needs to be something. There needs to be a way to incentivize them from not ganking. Like, they need to be just stuck at Raptor camp. You kill Raptor camp, you can't exit the camp until they respawn or something. Then you can't kill that camp until you kill another camp. That way you can actually play the fucking game.
Masturbating all over your lane. I mean, I wish I could queue jungle, man. Unfortunately, I think I have to queue support and then go jungle. I mean, it sucks that I have to do that, because I would gladly just queue the role of primary. But apparently, it's just so popular now, because it's broken, that you can't even get it. And I can't even get jungle. Tarzan said Drill can't carry MGS because Tarzan refuses to play incorrectly. Tarzan will never do anything that gets him free LP. He'll try and full clear every single game. He refuses to adapt. Yes, in his mind, okay, his bot lane should just be safe. While he has top and 3 stacks a wave into a dive. Unfortunately, that's not League of Legends nowadays, bro. Not nowadays. It's do the stupidest possible in the jungle to appear bot lane. That's it. Just go bot. First one to go bot wins. Any level. Doesn't matter. Level 1, 2, 3, they go bot. It's probably to the point where junglers don't even do their first camp. They sit AFK in bot bush and gank. And they would still get a level lead doing that. Alright, let's try Q in jungle. I tried to Q jungle, so wait, okay, so because Riot doesn't tell you what's the best thing possible I can Q nowadays and get jungle or get my primary role. Because I tried queuing jungle mid yesterday and I got mid every single time. I queued jungle top, jungle support, jungle bot. What is it? I still think it's mid, but I got mid 3 times in a row, so I'm not really sure what to do. Jungle top, I would try jungle top, tried all day. Alright, where's the notepad? Okay, so what do we have that game? Dash, what do we have? So we have Anonymous, Anon. Oh wow, fast one. Okay, so this is a 12-second queue. Surely I get jungle, right? 12 seconds.
Please tell me you got top lane or filmed. Oh, you got jungle.
Ah, thank you, Riot. Non-select, horrible. What else we got? First time in champs? What else do we have that game? Jungle having bot? Or I'm just gonna type jungle, actually, just jungle. Bullshit. 4-1, good look. 4-1. FF. I mean, I don't gotta be more specific about that, surely. I'm adding voice comms. I'm doing it base by game. What level? You said you would have won level 1 with voice comms? True, actually. So it would have been down there. I mean, jungle being as broken as it is actually crazy to think about. Oh, what other lane can go, like, see 2 lanes fighting at level 1? Be like, oh, I can go to level 2 and win that fight for him. Like, you can't do that on any other role. You can't leave mid at level 1, go to top. You can't, or bot. You can't leave bot level 1 and go there. You can't go top, leave bot. You can't do that. Crazy to think about. Crazy. Really being able to ruin someone's lane 30 seconds into the game? I mean, it's even lower than 30 seconds, though, nowadays. Which isn't that correctly? It's 20 seconds, 25 seconds. If the enemy doesn't have to leave. If you leave, you have 15 seconds to play. That's what I was going to wait. Add that to notepad. I forgot that being able to see ally runes in champ select. This has been a problem. I mean, it shouldn't be hard to implement because remember one time I played with Glacial Vein, which is like so unplayable. It's all good, bro. Don't sweat it. It happens. Oh, it's all good, bro. You apologize, so it makes it better. Careful, don't get level 2 now. Careful, you don't get level 2. Told you, dumbass. My fault. I mean, that's actually my fault, though, because I didn't start red buff into bot. Like, a little bit, I kind of forgot what the path was. So if I smite red and I run straight bot lane, it's a kill. Actually, my bad. Crazy world we live in. Sorry, I gotta improve. A little bit rusty. Just odd on the Tristan. What? Oh, another day praying on Riot Games' downfall. It's gonna be a long one. I don't know how, dude. Like, it's to the point where it's not even like, obviously these don't play the game, but they do not consume any League of Legends content. I think like they can't even talk about the game. They don't watch it. They don't play it. They don't see what's happening. Just disgusting. I have to level 2 bot. I have to smack my red and go bot. That's all. That's literally it. So unfortunately, the enemy locked in a character that's just better than Ivern, so he can level 2 bot quicker at more HP than a champion that doesn't even auto attack. So unfortunately, I'd have been like 1 HP or like half HP, but you have to go bot. Question as a back D3 jungler, why level 2 bot there? Because if you don't level 2 bot, the enemy jungle's gonna level 2 bot. Okay, because we're back into another anonymous champ select where I have no idea who's on my team. How dumb is it that I could right now like lock in Katarina jungle? But bro, is it not dumb that I could intentionally queue mid lane, lock, hover Katarina, my entire team would for sure think I'm a Katarina one-shot, and the game goes through. Like, is it not? Game twice there in 3 minutes? Yep, we're just having my bot lane. Bot lane just got game at 1 minute. 7 seconds. Well, I was trying to tap my yeah. Very well played. Dude, honestly, about that, bro, I swear to God, that is why support Ivern works. I need to queue it again. I swear that's why. Because if you're not even bot lane level 1, 80 carry won't even walk up, so the jungle has nothing to gain. So the jungle can only level 3 Ivern. That's it. If you're back bot side, you didn't get zoned, you're at least level 2, why'd you stop? Because they would ban Ivern, and I don't really want to play supporter. You're waiting till last second to dodge? Facts, bro. Let's add that to the list. You're fat dodging. See, but the thing about dodging is a, what is it, a symptom of the actual problem. Like, people dodge for a reason, whether they're off-roll, auto-filled, somebody's trolling. I think the only reason not to actually dodge.
Was kommt jetzt? Hast du jetzt krasse Decks gebaut, oder was?
Ich hab ein Deck gebaut, ja.
That's a bad dodge in my eyes. all the other dodges are good. Like, are like a wide dodge, which can all be fixed. So that dodge just
Timo Deck.
timer, champ select time, select time, and then also ready champ.
Jetzt wird geteamert.
Those are going to all be reduced. Explain the list. What?
Einfach ein frecher Mistkerl. Hast du gestern noch gesagt, ich sehe nicht bei Timo, ne? Wir kamen so, nee.
Not necessarily jungle characters, it's just that the way the jungle works. Maybe chance for worth more XP, bonus per game, some XP, because that means that
Wieder ein Zaubermann da wieder auf.
so that still makes it jungle good. I mean, I'm being serious. My twisted streamline idea is actually so fun.
Es wird geteamert.
If they ever try to
Erst so Rakan hätte ich spielen sollen, ne?
What I think about, it's too hard to explain, bro. But long story short, junglers are on Twisted Treeline Jungle. You add some objectives so they fight or they don't fight. So that way they pick a fighter or a scaler. It's not punished. Twisted Treeline after expires at 7 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes.
Alter
Junglers
Schwede.
are now in Summoner's Rift.
Der beschwert er sich und hat das Meter-Deck schlechthin oder wie gebaut. Da drüben, du.
Imagine Riot created like a separate fucking Mordekaiser full
Das finde ich also gerade, der
junglers to play that map alone for the first 7 minutes.
Ja, okay, okay.
I would do anything.
Wait a minute, this
for
guy
that.
countered the strategy with Nunu. That's gotta be a list.
Das ist
I didn't
schön.
add that to this. Oh, thankfully, I forgot I have
Jesus.
AT&T and Spectrum. I have 2 internet providers. My AT&T internet
Jetzt
went out.
geht's hier richtig runter.
Now I had to hook up
Was ist
Spectrum.
das? Ein Hofi.
And my ping increased by 20. Beautiful, bro. Beautiful. And now I'm playing this strategy, and I didn't get level 1. Great, bro. So now what do? I'm just gonna go.
Ach nee, direkt dann geht's nur bei dem, was nicht der angreift, ne?
So we have this
Ah!
this garbage, this
Hey! Stop it! Gib mir
Juggler
keine
being the
Pilze.
broken role of the game,
Gib mir
one-shotting
Pilze.
every single game. I mean, it's to be honest, at this point, they would have to do is like a durability size patch to fix that. They're never gonna do that. It's
Ja, weißt du, was dagegen hilft?
there's
Nochmal
so
Pilz.
much wrong with this disgusting game. So I mean, it is. I mean, it is what it is.
Oh, this is a 10
Bro, I
loss
literally
streak
can't even
today.
play this game anymore because I'm gonna lose my mind every time I
Ich brauche alle
All I can,
Autos.
literally all I can think
Das
about
würde
is
gegen Geschütztermilieren gesamt bis zu meinem Leben Monat. Das versuche ich jetzt.
like, it's to the point where I'm like going insane.
Oh, einen riesigen Turm
I
hat er
have
gekriegt.
named everyone in lobby jungle camps because the game revolves around the jungler. True, bro.
Holy moly.
True.
Ein OP-Scheiß da drüben.
Ey! Was hat Damage gemacht? Was soll das?
Hm.
And he had a bounty. That is crazy. Why did he have a This game is so like it's such a shitty game.
Kommt jetzt schon wieder Urteil.
It's just yes, the level 10 Twitch was who was inting the entire game
Block
as a
hat
bounty.
gedamaged.
The level 13, it's just a terrible
was
game.
passiert?
Like it's so, bro. I mean, dude, it's to the point where it's so.
Warum?
Ich hoffe aber, du hast keine Buffs.
I swear to God, they have to do a massive
Nee.
scale. Game's so true.
Das ist sehr gut.
Not it, like again.
Ich weiß ja nicht,
none
was
of
das
these
jetzt so soll.
problems, by the way, existed. This
Gut, du hast schon noch ganz schön viele Pilze, ich will es nicht.
Achso, wir Pilze sind es noch gar nicht, also.
for the worst, so that we have something to do.
Was für Karten, Alter? Eine ganze Bildschirm mit Purple.
Well played again. Game so unbelievably cringe to watch you do this. So what? Ability haze. Oh, I'll put Seraph's Rod Seraph's combo is disgusting. Breaking the game on purpose. They have a job
Ey, ich hab
but that's
Karte
actually
nicht.
what they do. But it doesn't
Ich
make
meine,
sense.
wie steht aber 6 Spell, oder?
Ja, nee, das hab ich schon verstanden. Karte nicht, die ich da hab.
Like none, like so what? Like this ability haze.
Was hast du denn genommen?
Nee, weil die anderen auch gar nicht waren, aber...
Like jungle being this broken was not a problem before.
Alter.
Yes, it's really not this level. Like I guess even ability haze DX is what they made that changed it. This stupid Cassidon Rise, Cassiopeia, Rod of Ages, Seraphs. Oh, disgusting. Like for that was not a problem before this. I don't know how people prefer this support meta, for instance, over.
Ach, da kann ich konzentriert am Lesen.
Das ist halt die Karte so dumm geschrieben, ich hab's grad nicht gerafft.
Ey, machst du grad Damage in mein Gesicht?
Please, flashbang. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Hallo!
Where's Jungler? Is he gonna be here?
Lest dir doch mal die Karte durch, die ist doch richtig dumm geschrieben, oder?
What? Why did that
Ja,
not
das ist
aggro
besser an den Gegner
Draven?
oder den gegnerischen Nexus an einem anderen.
Just be aggro instantly right
Also,
here.
du musst 3 Damage anzeigen.
Why would
What?
you
Ja, aber...
Why did that not aggro
Das
Draven?
ist richtig dämlich für mich.
Wait, that's a
Lesen
bug!
kann nicht, ja.
What
Ja,
the
das ist
fuck?
Scheiße.
Oh, you
Ey, jetzt hör auf!
dumbasses at
Nee.
the company! Bro, I think it's because something happened with Heimer red buff. God damn it, man! Oh, they make it so
Mach doch nicht
hard!
sowas.
Imbeciles!
Yeah, the good news is we added like 9 things to our list.
More
Steht
fuck
fett in
man.
deinem Pilzen. Ha?
More fuck man. No, I agree. There's too many broken champions. We need like 2 bands.
We got one.
Ich habe gesagt, das wollte ich nicht denken.
Good for us.
Was?
Live
Nur ein
again.
Damage?
Tomorrow,
Oh,
tomorrow will be
Gott sei
early.
Dank.
Actually, I don't have anything planned tomorrow, so tomorrow will be earlier. Alright, peace.
Und nicht Chase, es macht Chase explodiert schon mal ein ganzes Board oder so. Was macht der krasses? Wenn du in dieser Runde das erste Mal in so einer 6 Mann Gruppe auf das selbe ziehen. Okay, du kannst kein Zauber mit 6 Mann spielen, sehr gut. Boah, das ist ziemlich viel Damage, ne? Ah, ist der auch unangreifbar, oder? Ah ne, du bist noch an der Reihe. Boah, das ist ziemlich viel Damage, ne?
Darauf erstmal verpilzen.
There's no request you'll grant for the benefit of your orbiters, or no demand that you will hear because it benefits your orbiters. Then, like, there's no point in discussing this. But if you're saying there's no meritless demand, you'll capitulate to. Well, like, of course you want. Like, I'm not expecting you to do it because just because I'm saying
What
it.
damage?
I think you should do it because it's like right.
Gotcha.
Well, does gotcha mean you retract your argument that it's not right to ever make a demand about someone else's moderation style?
Sure. If you think my earlier argument was that there was no possible argument
Fliegt
that could
mir
ever
nicht
be
so
made
viel,
by an
als
external
das
party to
steht.
change my moderation, then sure, I'll retract that. If that's what you really thought I was saying, then I'll retract that.
Ist richtig.
That is what I think you were really saying. Yeah.
Okay. Then I retract that. There are indeed arguments that can be made externally that would change the way that I would moderate my community.
Okay, so then we can dispense with any discussion about the appropriateness of making a demand
Du musst ja eh tot, oder?
strictly to the merits of the demand itself.
Sure.
Okay. I've made my case for why I think it benefits you.
I don't think you did it very well.
Das ist das so dreckige Scheiß.
Unless you're implying that, like, yeah, go ahead.
No, I know you
Please.
don't agree with it.
Oh,
but I think
das ist
I think
nicht
that's
so
it. I
interessant
think that a lot of
gewesen.
your orbiter
Ich
relationships
auch
are dull, and even the existing ones
sind
would probably
Ziel,
become
halbst du die
interesting
auch
if
noch, oder
people
was?
felt.
Was ist das für ein Kack?
Do you think that watching me get dogpiled ruthlessly, in hearing you basically just say you don't care,
Bitte, sie sind gut aus.
do you agree that is kind of happening? That I'm getting dogpiled ruthlessly, and you're kind of saying you don't care. You don't care enough to protect.
Gehen
me.
wir mal so, ja.
Yeah, I'd say so, probably. I bet,
Was ist
yeah.
das?
Okay. Do you think that has a chilling effect?
Oh
on
mein Gott.
other things
Warner.
like it has a chilling effect on your orbiter's
Hello there.
willingness to go against the grain?
It could have a chilling
It's a
effect on some
dick,
behavior, but I
man.
mean, the point of moderation, of course, is to have chilling effects on some behavior, right? You're trying to discourage some behavior.
Do you think
Nehmt
there's a chilling
keine
effect
Benzin,
on
hörst du auf!
orbiter's willingness to go against the grain with you on stream?
No, I don't think so.
Nee.
Okay.
Oh,
I
zwei
think
nur,
it does,
okay.
but we may have to just
Und
agree
gar
to
nichts.
disagree there.
So, Pille, wir sind ganz
I think the
sicher,
prospect
da
of
hab
being
ich
thrown to the wolves is
Ah.
probably
So was
Okay.
Dummes einfach.
on people's minds.
Sound
But
muted.
we can move on.
I think if you're looking for some give here, like I do think that like excessively shitting on people is a bad thing to have in the sub for no matter who it is. But then like I've said before, like that's something that we've like tried explicitly to moderate with a couple different rules because nobody likes it when there's like it's post after post after post of like shitting on a person and it's a little bit insane. So I mean that happens.
I don't think that really works though. That gets to the good cop bad cop thing that I was talking about before, where you get to be the good guy who comes in and stops a dog pile, but you are setting the conditions up for the dog pile.
The conditions are always there in every single community. The conditions are always going to be there for a dog pile. You said it yourself that you accidentally set off a dog pile on Brittany in a community that wasn't even your own. I don't think you intended to. I don't even know how much you felt like that comment was a serious comment, but it did. So I mean, I think the conditions are always going to be there by virtue of who we are. Yeah.
But you created those conditions, and it happened in your community.
But the conditions are such that you have a large community. That's the only condition. And then dog piles are always possible in that context. It's just
okay. Are you saying that dog piles happen across large communities?
I didn't say dog piles happen equally. I said that the conditions for a dog pile to happen are basically just have a large community. Because you're implied that I created special conditions for like really bad dog piles to happen, when the reality is any large community dog piles everything. That's just how it goes.
Okay, so you're not interested in the special conditions that I think that you're creating because all large communities have the ability to dogpile, and therefore it's not worth talking about anything that you are doing that insidiously.
No, if you think there's a special thing I've done that's gone above and beyond creating dogpile, it's always worth discussing, of course.
I think there's a lot of things you're doing that create dogpile.
Okay, well, jump into them.
Well, one is by banning people who disagree with you or criticize you in a way that you don't like in high conflict times in a subreddit. That probably has a chilling effect on nonconformity.
It probably has a chilling effect in terms of criticisms, but I think that's one of my favorite forms of moderation. I think I've done exceedingly well in terms of that. Like, I look at the effects of that type of moderation, and I think for the most part, it's gone pretty well.
Do you think that it has a chilling effect on nonconformity?
I think it has a chilling effect on certain types of nonconformity, which are the types I don't want in my community.
Do you agree that nonconformity is a key ingredient to inhibiting a dog pile? Or stopping a dog pile? Or slowing a dog pile?
No. You could probably have spaces that have maximum conformity that don't dogpile. It's probably possible. Like a church.
Do you think the conformity...
Sorry, good.
Okay, well that doesn't refute my claim. Do you think that conformity is a requirement for a dogpile?
No, I don't know if conformity... I mean, some types of conformity probably play into dog piles. Some types of non-conformity probably play into dog piles, but I don't think that... If I was looking to stop or start dog piles, I don't think I would be like, we need to conform or not conform. I don't think that would be like a thing I would focus on.
So if you wanted to build a community that was a weapon that dogpiled people when you snapped your fingers, you don't think conformity would be a good asset?
I mean, not necessarily, but it could be. I guess conformity is like really broad and vague. I don't know what I mean by conformity, I guess.
Well, conformity in this case means people going along with what the group is doing. Even perhaps against their own morals or beliefs.
I understand what you're saying, but like at some point, like if we really want to have this conversation, I think we have to like start to iron out percentages, because we're talking about like everything here is like falling on like, you don't ban criticisms, you just ban certain criticisms that you don't like, and that's really vague. And you're not looking for maximum conformity or maximum disconformity, but you're looking for some amount of conformity to cause some types of dogpiles to happen. Like at some point, I don't actually even know what we're talking about anymore, because like you could have been talking about like 5% here or 95% here or 5%. I'm not sure like where we're, because there's like, yeah, well, I think so. We should back up and start doing this conversation again, and then we need to start like nailing down some percentages on how much we feel like these things are important about. Yeah.
Okay, I don't agree with that. I think that I'm trying to make a point, and you're trying to disintegrate the conversation, so I can't make it.
I think the conversation right now is meaningless. Like, is some level of conformity required to
I think you have derailed the conversation.
Okay, I know you hate examples, but I'm going to give examples where I think you're wrong. I think that there are some places or some groups that can be very non-conformist that can conform due to some things. 9/11 in the United States is a great example. It's a hugely disparate country, lots of different opinions and ideas, and we all came together to dogpile Iraq and Afghanistan after that. incredibly huge amounts of disconformity throughout the entire country. So I don't think that conformity was required there. There are other places where you've got like maximum conformity.
Well, I disagree with that.
Okay, what's the disagreement?
Well, I think you're poisoning the well by
I don't think anything I said was objectionable, but tell me what you think the disagreement is.
Do you agree that you're priming the audience to think that I am about to say something stupid and worthless?
I just want to know what okay, I'm sorry for having an emotional response. I don't expect you to protect my emotions. My bad. Let me take it back. Okay. My statement was that in 9/11, you had a group of hugely nonconformist people, tons of different ideas, beliefs, ideologies, but an external threat motivated them to come together to work on something. So in that example, you didn't really need conformity. An external exogenous threat motivated them all to work together. That would be like one example of a...
okay.
Yeah.
So in an environment where there's a terrorist attack, a certain type of conformity is generated by that happening, and it also reveals a certain type of conformity. So you can have different layers of conformity where, yeah, I'm an atheist, you're a Christian, I'm a Republican, you're a Democrat, whatever, we disagree about all these things. But there's certain things, like it's not like, North Korea or China where you're expected to, toe the line. But there actually is a certain degree to which you're expected to
okay, but then at this level, now we
walk the party line in the United States. So when a terrorist attack happens, that brings out, it does bring out a certain conformity. Like, it would be very scary if you were the opinion of like, well, fuck, who cares? It's 3,000 people, who gives a shit? That would be very unpopular, and probably conformity played a part in people not expressing that at the time, whereas now, people are a little more free about their opinions about 9/11, and they're a little more mixed.
Sure, but now it sounds like conformity is anything can be conformity. A community of people that aren't conforming at all of a sudden are conforming, so now it's conformity. I don't know now. I don't know what conformity even means now. I'm not sure.
Well, conformity, I'll remind you. Conformity means the willingness of people to go along with the crowd, even against their own beliefs and values. That's conformity.
Okay. Gotcha.
A pressure to go along with the crowd.
Okay.
So on certain topics, there is conformity. On certain topics, there isn't. It's all like pedophilia, for example. You'll see people who disagree with a lot of stuff. Suddenly, they all start saying and doing the same thing, not necessarily because they believe it or feel it, but because they have to. So anyway, I don't really think the 9/11 example is a good counterexample. However, I do agree there are certain situations where everybody can be doing and saying the same thing, and it is not because of conformity. I just don't think the 9/11 example is one. But that still doesn't really address what I'm saying. I'm not saying that conformity is, I guess I think a dog pile necessarily includes some element of conformity.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll just agree with you.
Well, when you say I'll just agree with you, it sounds like you're saying you don't agree with me, but you're rolling your eyes.
I don't know if I would, but I kind of want to move on to the next part of the conversation. I don't know if we're like agreeing or disagreeing on what conformity means, but I don't want to get like hung up on.
Well, the reason we're on this side tangent is because you wouldn't bite the bullet that conformity increases dogpiling behavior. And so now we've been talking about what conformity is for 10 minutes for no reason.
Well, I mean, it's just because I think that conformity is going to be a proxy for something else. Like, what if in Max's community, what if our ideals were that we do not dogpile on people? In that case, maximum conformity to your rule set would decrease dogpiling. That's why I don't think...
That's true.
So I just don't like the conformity thing. And there are types of conformities that could probably lead to dogpiling, and there are types of conformities that could probably lead to less dogpiling. It just depends on what's being talked about. Yeah.
All right, so I think we should stop arguing. I think if you want to hear me out about what the effect of... certainly how I think that you're increasing conformity, chilling nonconformity, and how this hurts the mental health and careers of the people who work with you and your friends, then I can lay that out for you. If
go for it. Just lay it all out. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. I believe that conformity increases dogpiling behavior. So you can have a dogpile where everybody in the group happens to actually agree that the person is horrible. And then you start slipping away from that when you add the upvote system, because everybody in the group has two reasons to say things now. They're saying things because they believe it, but they're also saying things just because they want the points. They want the attention. There's a flood of enjoyment when you get like 500 upvotes on a post. think we can all relate to that. That increases dogpiling behavior. And then in turn increases conformity. Then when you start adding other pressures to increase conformity, like banning people who go against the grain, and the grain is usually in your favor along with you, so banning people who go against you in certain ways are too hard, but not banning people who go against me in certain ways or go too hard. This systematically creates more and more conformity. You then increase conformity further by with the unban process. So you overban impulsively or otherwise, you ban too many people, and then you're very lenient about letting them back in, but then your community now becomes, all the people who don't want to put up with that are filtered out. So again, increasing conformity, people who are willing to jump through hoops, and people who are willing to have their speech suppressed, people who are willing to make alternate accounts to rejoin a community that doesn't even want them there in the first place, so they can pretend to be somebody else. All of these things increase conformity. Then you start chilling non-conformity and say anybody who goes against the grain too much could be, not will be, but could be banned. I believe that this is just one of the elements I was thinking of when I said that you set people up for dog piles. That when you're saying the really harsh things you say about people and painting the pictures of people that you do, that combined with a hive mind, it's not a real hive mind, but the appearance of one, or a cultish atmosphere of high conformity, I think that increases dogpile, and it increases the viciousness of dogpiles too.
Okay, it's possible, but okay. I mean, I guess I want to encourage some level of conformity around certain thoughts or ideas that I have. So I don't necessarily see this as a negative. I would have to see it playing out in ways where I'm like, oh, I don't know if I really like this, so we're going to change this particular behavior. So one example might be that I'm trying to cut down on misogyny. So I'm personally trying not to make any jokes about it, and then I'm trying to ban people in the sub or moderate people in the sub that are making too many jokes about it. So that would be like an example of, oh, well, here's something that's happening in a way that I don't like it happening, so we're going to change this particular thing, or try to.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. The moderating away from misogyny, I don't think I would do it, but I think it makes sense. And
wait, why would you not do it? What does that mean? I think
So that you don't feel ambushed, I'm going to ask you, like, because it feels like all the chilling effects, you just talked about, I would say would apply to women, and that's why I'm moderating away from it. But it sounds like you're going to say you shouldn't. So I'm just curious what your argument's going to be there. But that's what I'm going to say next, so I'm not trying to trap you.
My goal with misogyny is to try to own it, rather than hide it. I would be worried about suppressing expressions of misogyny because it sends a message of like, look, we all know we fucking hate women. We're just not going to talk about it, all right? I would be concerned about that. I'm not saying that that's like the literal truth or that's the only way to look at it. I think also my community is smaller than yours and probably is more on the same like wavelength as me in terms of how I'm thinking about this, because they all just, like, 90% of my community just got banned from your community for defending me. So this may change as like I grow, but no, I don't think my community will ever. I think we would rather just get banned from Reddit than ban misogyny. But my approach to addressing that kind of hate would be more for me to be vulnerable about my own. Like I would start interviewing. Like if my community dogpiled a woman, and I wanted to stop misogyny, I would interview her about it. I would say, well, how do these posts make you feel? Let's go through this. How did this affect you? And then I would post that video in my subreddit. So I would try to change the course of how people are talking about it without banning the topic. But I agree with you that banning misogyny from your subreddit is not going to increase dogpiling behavior, even though it is pushing for conformity around a certain topic.
Okay.
It could increase a dogpile against someone the community then later perceives as misogynistic, but I don't have an issue with your ban on misogyny.
Gotcha.
I think my issue is around moderating decisions focused on people, rather than ideas. So banning me and banning fans of me just for being fans of me definitely feels like it's setting the stage further for a dogpile beyond the other, you know, factors I've already talked about.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
What, do you have anything to say about that?
I don't know if you were expecting me to say something.
I expect nothing.
Well, it's gonna go back to the kind of what we just said, is that like I just need to feel like the moderation style is in my best interest, otherwise I'm just not gonna yield much, I don't think.
Okay. Well, all empathy and care about other people is ultimately self-interest. At the end of the day.
Yeah, and but that can be really roundabout gotten to sometimes, just depends on.
Yeah. So, is it in your best interest to create an environment that is intolerable to me and that hurts me?
It depends on what tolerating you looks like. If that includes like some level of what I would consider like detrimental anti-jerking in my community, then I'd say, well, it's probably not worth it.
Yeah, well, it sounds like that's where we're heading.
I mean, maybe
not to draw the conclusion for you, but it seems like that's the way you're leaning, especially since I've been banned for a week or so now.
Well, that's because everything keeps going on. The temperature hasn't cooled off at all. Because if I unban and then everybody comes back and immediately starts shitting on everything again, then it's like, okay, well, fuck. Now nobody's gonna want. Now it's gonna be even worse. And it's like there's never everything is fucked at that point.
So much more to see.
I'm just kind of like waiting for things to chill. But this has been like a hot topic news item for like over a week now, I think.
Well, I can't chill.
Okay, that's probably not good. Because
Well,
it
the only thing
reinforces
worse-
in everybody's mind, like, oh, well, this is the reason why they were banned, and it was probably good that we did it.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as you unban me, I'm gonna write an essay about what fucking assholes you guys all are. 100%. It's gonna be the best thing I've ever written.
Okay, that just makes it sound like... But then everybody's gonna be like, okay, well, this was a mistake, and now you're back to square zero.
Yeah, okay, so maybe it's a sunk... do you regret banning me?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I technically forethought did it, but I'm not sure now. After seeing how everything is played out, now it's like, holy fuck, maybe something needed to happen, I don't know.
Okay, well, this is evidence of what I'm saying when I say I don't think it's intentional. I don't think you're plotting or scheming against me. I just think that these things are happening systemically. I think that the nature of your content is shitting on people. Often. You watch things, react to people, mock people, attack people. That's just like kind of part of what you do. And so your community is obviously going to mimic you shitting on people, and I think that also increases.
Yeah, to some extent. That's why I've tried to like chill a bit over long periods of time, because yeah.
Well, I'm a very delicate, sensitive person, and I make content and talk about things in ways that are really easy to misunderstand and really easy to dogpile, and I really hate being dogpiled. I think part of what made me form such a strong emotional attachment to you was your willingness to see through that. You actually lifted me out of a dog pile, a way bigger dog pile, and a way worse dog pile. I was buried, and you pulled me out, and I will be forever grateful to you for that. But it is upsetting to have that, and then hear tales of Vosh and Hassan and other people, and people see whispers of people saying, oh, we'll see when the bridge burns, we'll see when you turn into the bad guy, you'll see what's going to happen, and me saying, well, no, it's not going to happen, and then slowly see the lava around me rising and slowly understanding of like, oh, okay.
Yeah, this is true, but like, so here's something that's interesting to me. Your hated foe Brittany said this, and it's something that I've thought about a lot. I don't understand why people are so keen to give up so much agency over themselves. Like, it feels like right now you're screaming at me, begging me to pull you out of the water, and you're drowning in a puddle that's 1 foot deep. You're like rolling around in it, like, help me. And then you're throwing your face back down and it's like, please just pick me up. And I'm like, just chill for like 3 days and it'll all go away. Like, so much of it is like self-invited, like just chill. And it's like, and most of it will clear out. It even almost kind of sort of was, because I think even after you declared war, you had your no jumper thing. And I think there was like a 500 comment thread there, so it was like overwhelmingly positive.
Yeah.
It was like, just, yeah, like one more interview or funny interaction like that, and almost after that, and then everybody would have probably been like, oh yeah, everything's chill. Then the subreddit would have been like, why is Max still banned? It's actually really lame that like that would be the whole subreddit. Like, it's kind of cringe that you guys banned. I'm like, why do you blah 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 blah? That would have been the whole sub. And then if I would have started banning people at that point, my sub would have revolted. They'd be like, what the fuck? This is bullshit. But when you guys keep upping the ante over and over and over and over again, especially with everything that's gone on the past 2 or 3 or 4 days. That's why you said, like, do you regret banning me? Now my community is like in unison, is like, no, these people are fucking horrible, blah, blah, because of like, and I understand how when you guys, when the pressure is up, you guys are motivated to act in a certain way. But it's like, people just like chill, then it's like, boom, then you're like, good, everything would go away and everything would be, like, people have done this before, you just chill and it's like, oh, okay, cool, now everything's fine, and you're done.
I think that you're asking me to be resigned to the extreme highs and extreme lows, roller coaster, addictive nature of your community.
Yes, I am, because I am resigned to the exact same ebb and flow of my community and external communities. That's just always how I go. I literally joke about my stuff. There are times when there are things that I do, and I'm like, you know what? Taking a 2-day break from the sub because it's gonna be brutal. I'm gonna be talking about NFTs all fucking 2 days, or there's gonna be some combo they hit it, and that happens. Sometimes I just fuck it. I just disconnect my sub. I don't check it for a day or two. I'm like, yeah, fuck it. I know they're gonna be this way, and then you just But then you have a funny debate. You do a funny thing, and they feel like, oh, cool, he's cool again. And then that's always like the ebb and flow of large communities. It is what it is. There's no escaping that ever. I don't think there's any controlling that flow.
Well, I don't think that's true, or else you wouldn't be banning all of my fans and banning me. You're banning me to control the flow.
Not the flow, just certain types of things. There's things like the ebb and flow is always going to be there, but there's types of persistent toxicities that you can moderate against.
You're banning me to change the atmosphere.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you can have a little bit.
Changes. Okay,
but I'm not. But your implications are always.
I feel like it's a little disingenuous to have your finger on the button and then say like, oh, it's just the weather, when it's not just the weather. You are trying to control the weather and successfully doing so. I'm now universally hated on your sub. You banned me, banned all my fans, told everybody that I'm a gaslighting, narcissistic, whatever, and now that's what they think. I've been rewritten. That's who I am now.
But it's not though. None of these things are permanent. These things can like kind of change.
I know it's not. Oh, I know it's not permanent. I know.
But you're making it permanent. You are making it permanent.
Yeah, because I don't want to do it anymore.
But like,
I don't want to do it.
Here's what
I can handle the natural, inevitable ebb and flow, but you making it worse. No, you making it worse for me to make it better for yourself, and in the moment. No, I don't want to do that. You should have to ride it the same fucking way I do, or else I don't want to be part of the community.
I don't have to ride it the same way because it's my community. Much the same that you have the right to moderate your community how you want.
If you want me to be in it, you do.
Okay, that's fair.
Because it's not.
But then we're back at the thing that you said wasn't happening.
Sustainable.
Sure, but then we're back at the thing that we said at the very beginning, which is you explicitly said this isn't you just making one argument about yourself; it's the merits of the argument. But now we're back at what I said. I thought it was in the beginning, which is like you have to do this, or like I'm not going to be okay with it. So it sounds like that is what's on the table.
Well, that's one of my arguments is that certain of your orbiters can't tolerate the way that they're treated.
Yeah, and for those people, I would say don't. Just don't.
Okay. Well, if that's how it is, then I won't. Yeah, maybe one day we can do like a movie review, or if I have a panel, I'll invite you on. But like the like, am I gonna come on to talk about my fight with Shaylin and whether or not I'm abusive? These like, I'm very vulnerable with you. I'm very vulnerable with your stream. I've exposed a lot and opened myself up to a lot of criticism in ways that, like, I think that's one of the things you like about me, is that I'm willing to do that.
Yeah, but when you're willing to take positions like that, I think you have to be willing to like deal with, like, I take very edgy positions on some things as well, and I know that it's going to invite certain like blowback, unless it is what it is.
And I can deal with that, but what I can't deal with is you, my friend, colleague. I said in some ways my boss. I don't think that's as true for me anymore. But you know, you're the one with the more power, certainly in your community, but I think also in our professional relationship, for sure. With you making it worse on me to make it better for yourself. That's what I can't deal with. I can deal with the dog pile, but I can't deal with you encouraging it.
Okay. So then we do agree then that what I said at the beginning was that this is about you making a particular demand just on the merits of you wanting to feel better about the moderation. That's what this was,
I think,
always about.
I don't think it's about one thing or the other. That is one of my arguments, is that I think more sensitive people who are more vulnerable are not going to want to put up with this. I also think that people who want to push back on you against more things and who disagree with you and argue with you about more stuff, or maybe people who are more egotistical and also are just not going to want to put up with it. People don't. So only.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think I'm not going to want to change my community to acquiesce to those personality
Okay,
types.
you don't
right?
have to. I'm just pushing back against your characterization that my only point in argument here has just been that I don't like what you're doing. That's one of them.
Well, but that is. You're saying there are some people that are too egotistical to deal with your moderation style. I don't
Yeah,
think that's a
that's one of
compelling.
them. That's
But that's
just
not a
one-
compelling argument for me to change my moderation style.
Okay, I think it is. I don't think it is on its own, but I think it's worth considering. The types of people who you're going to push away, including me, and the types of people.
Okay,
that
so
you're
then
going
this
to
is, so
attract.
then I know you didn't want to do this before, but this would be a really good spot to like, okay, give me some examples. Because there are certain types of people, it's like, fuck, I can't believe I lost this person in my community because this happened, or I can't believe that I lost this person in my community, this happened. Like, if that was happening over and over again, I'd be like, okay, this probably needs to change. So, like, two things that I think needed to change are, there is a lot of dogpile on my subreddit, and that's something I tried. We did that with the 3-day rule. No more posting for weeks about people. I might even cut that back even more, because like the posting incessantly is like really annoying. No more of the Coomer posting. A lot of women don't like, a long time ago, it's funny because somebody brought this up recently on my subreddit, that harem is bad or blah, blah, blah. I actually banned all references of harem anything, because that type of humor and these types of jokes made it so women never wanted to come on stream. That's one of the reasons why the misogyny ban is in effect. I have women that I would like to come on stream and talk, but they're like, I don't know, like there's some stuff that goes on, it's a little bit weird. It's like, okay, I understand that, but then I want to change my community. So if you can demonstrate, like, oh, well, here's people that you've lost, and the examples you pointed out are ones that you're not fully aware of, so you point out like Hassan and Vosh that had nothing to do with this, but if there were like people that I've lost, I was like, oh fuck, I could keep these people around, then I would probably, then there are things that I'd probably reconsider.
You
And
don't
don't
think
say,
facing
okay, go ahead.
You don't think?
It sounded like you were about to say, you're gonna lose me. That's what I thought you were gonna say. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I think you're. I know you're being funny, but you're also just making fun of me for being upset.
Just curious what your answer will be. Go ahead. Oh,
You don't
X skills me was another example. Sorry, go ahead.
You don't think facing vitriol from your community had anything to do with your falling out with Vosh or Hassan?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I think that you got the cause and effect wrong. Most of my community there was actually against me. And then I made a choice that I was like, I don't think I want communists and socialists in my community. And then I said, if you're a communist socialist, like fucking leave. And then I axed out all the like commies and socialists in my community. But it wasn't because I didn't get upset at like Hassan and Vosh because like, or they didn't get mad at me because my community was like vitriolic towards them. They might say that because they're like, if they pick out like any, Hassan might say that, Vosh I don't think would. Hassan might say that, but like when Hassan was posting in my subreddit, I'm pretty sure he was generally getting a lot of support almost all the time, except for like one or two particular things. He was almost always getting a lot of support.
Me too.
Well, wait, then what? Hold on, then where are we even at? I just lost the whole conversation.
You said that getting vitriol from your community has nothing to do with what the falling outs with Vosh and Hassan, and I'm saying it seems like it has to be a factor. And if like you and I are like questioning or renegotiating our professional relationship, I get a lot of support in your subreddit.
Okay, wait, then
And
what
yet I'm being
exactly, what even
talked
is what is your problem then? Hold on, I'm not actually even sure then. Or I lost the whole conversation. I thought. So you're saying they get a lot of support in my community, but they still have a lot of vitriol they have to deal with.
Yeah, because you eventually ban all the supporters and then have a falling out with the creator. That's the same. That's the same thing you're doing right now. You're like, I don't want these people in my subreddit. Fuck off. And then it just feels like really bad to the person you're doing it to. And then
Sure. Okay. Yeah. But it wasn't. They did. I'm just saying that these people didn't leave because the subreddit was vitriolic towards them.
Okay. I understand.
It's because I started to have disagreements with them. I haven't had any disagreements with you where it's like I need to kick Max out because I super disagree with him.
You just feel like it.
Well, Forethought did.
And you felt like allowing him to.
Well, he is allowed to. He's my moderator. Yeah.
Okay. So you won't, even a week later, you won't own the ban.
I mean, I'll own it. Yeah, he's my moderator. He's like, he does what he does.
Okay,
I mean,
so
it's
can we just say that you banned me and stop talking about Forethought? I don't hate Forethought. He's just an
if that makes you
of
sure. If that makes you feel better, then yes, I banned you.
Forethought is a tentacle that's coming out of your body.
Gotcha. True.
It may have a mind of its own, but
Maybe. We don't even know.
Ultimately, you control it. Okay. So yeah, I don't know if these things were different. I don't know what would have happened with those friendships. I don't know them, and I don't know your relationship with them that well. It's not the kind of thing that is like just or provable. Like I don't think we're gonna see somebody saying like, I would really love to stream with Destiny, but his community is so toxic. There's people thinking that. I mean, I don't know. We don't know who would be in your community or who would be willing to talk to you if this were different. I don't know. I think that there's something about your content and things you're doing that are attracting misogyny, or that attract dogpiling, and so you're.
But the reason why I push back against this before is I think every single online community of a certain size dogpiles. It's like that's just a nature of online. Like, can you think of a single large community that doesn't?
I don't know. I don't know large community.
Because I feel like that's everybody. But go ahead.
But you're telling me you're not going to do the things I'm suggesting, or you're seems like you're not going to do the things I'm suggesting that I think would curb some of it. So what my point is that even if you do things to address misogyny, dogpiling, like the 3-day rule, you're not really addressing the core issues. Again, you just come off like you're like the good guy who's like, hey, I'm protecting women and I'm protecting people from getting dogpiled.
Well,
which is like
when you imply that I'm just being the good guy, you're implying I'm not trying to take an actual serious step to change anything.
I think you're taking a surface level step to change things that makes you look like you're trying to change it, and in some cases kind of does change it, but you're not really addressing the core structural issues that are causing misogyny and dogpiling behavior in your subreddit.
And those core structural issues are what? Banning people that disagree with me too much?
Yeah, that's one. So that if 51% of people in your subreddit are misogynistic, if you ban people, if you increase conformity, you're necessarily going to end up increasing misogyny as a side effect. If you make a misogynistic joke, and your subreddit is full of people who just parrot whatever you say, you call Lav a dumb bitch, they parrot whatever you say, then all of a sudden we have this explosion of misogyny that if there was encouraged to have people in your subreddit who were like, dude, you're really sexist, like you're misogynistic all the time, you're constantly misogynistic, what's your problem, man? If that was like sentiment that was encouraged for people to have, then maybe somebody wouldn't get dogpiled if you call them a dumb bitch. So I'm not gonna be able to draw like a perfect through line.
Yeah, no, I know, but I don't think, like I said earlier, I think every single online community is prone to dogpiling just because they're large online communities. Like, full stop.
Okay, well, I mean, okay, so that sounds like you're not interested. I feel like we're back to then you don't think it's worth hearing what I think you're doing to contribute to dogpiling.
What were the things that I was doing that contributed to dogpiling?
Making your content, you mocking people and talking shit about them.
So now you want me to
That's one
change.
thing.
So now you want me to change my content. That's the main complaint, or one of the big complaints.
I don't have a main complaint. You keep trying to boil. This is a complex situation with a lot of nuanced points I'm trying to make. You keep trying to boil everything I say down to one stupid argument that I'm not making. I'm just pointing out that when you say, well, I do everything to curb misogyny, and I'm doing stuff to curb misogyny in my community, and I'm like, well, you haven't really, whenever it's brought up that you screamed at Lav that she's a dumb bitch, you just defend it. So yeah, you can outlaw.
No, hold on. Okay, yeah. If anything associated with Lab was increased misogyny, it was having her on my stream. I wasn't calling her dumb bitch one time. I know that's like the narrative that you guys have like super like enjoyed like running into, but that is absolutely not the case.
Am I allowed to? Okay, can I finish a thought?
Yeah, go for it. But you brought this up like 3 times. I know you keep trying to edge it in there, but go ahead.
Okay. Bringing Lav on my stream increases misogyny. Do you see how this is in itself a anti-woman misogynistic statement?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So you have just made a misogynistic statement in a conversation about how you decrease misogyny. Do you
saying
see
that
how
calling somebody a dumb bitch increases misogyny is also a misogynistic statement? You should be able to call somebody a dumb bitch without increasing misogyny. Right?
I don't agree with that.
So
but I would.
would you
again,
never
can I
call
finish-
a woman?
Can I finish? Can I finish?
My bad. I'm sorry.
Can I
Okay.
finish a thought?
You finished.
I would never call a woman a dumb bitch and then argue that I didn't increase misogyny in my audience after doing it. No. Like when I screamed at Lav to shut the fuck up over and over again, that was me increasing misogyny in my argument in my audience, for sure.
Okay.
Okay. So, now that we've dealt with your hypocrisy claim, I would like to finish what I'm fucking saying, which was bringing Lav on increases misogyny in itself is actually a more vicious, underhanded, misogynistic statement than calling her a dumb bitch. It is actually more misogynistic to say just Lav's presence on the stream at all, regardless of anything I do, will make people hate women. That is a extremely misogynistic thing to say.
Okay.
Okay. So while you can say you can brag that you've banned misogyny from your subreddit.
Hold on. You have to stop framing the world through like you're trying. I'm not trying to brag that I'm banning misogyny. I don't care about
Can I
good boy
finish?
point.
Can I finish?
Okay.
You can put. You just
Okay, go ahead.
just push back on it afterward.
Gotcha.
Okay. You can defensively announce in an argument about how you run your subreddit that you have banned misogyny from your subreddit. But then, 5 minutes later, you are making a deeply misogynistic statement. This speaks to what I'm talking about overall. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. I'm saying it's not really a sufficient pushback if I say there are underlying structural and systemic issues that are causing problems downstream that are making people's lives, including mine, shitty. And I want to address those. And then you come back with surface level responses and you say, well, no, we addressed that. We banned criticism after 3 days. The dog piles only allowed to last 3 days. That doesn't really address what I'm saying. It's like you have a closet full of toxic waste, and then you're like, we've increased our like mopping schedule for the hallway outside the closet. Doesn't really address the problem that I'm talking about. But it appears to. But it doesn't.
Okay. I've never claimed that I'm addressing the specific problems that you're talking about, because I don't know if I am saying that I believe that there is a specific problem about what you're talking about. I'm just saying that if I do think there are problems, I do take steps to fix them. I've given examples of that. None of the examples I gave were supposed to remedy the problems you're bringing me, because I don't know if I agree that those are problems. Okay, go ahead.
I thought one of the problems I brought up was dogpiling, and I thought you said dogpiling posts, drama posts, have to stop after 3 days.
Yeah.
I thought that was in part to curb dogpiling.
Yes.
Okay, so that is an example of a problem I'm bringing up and a surface level solution that makes you appear to be addressing the problem, but there's all these other things you're doing that
it
are
is addressing the
setting-
problem.
Well, I don't think it is. I think
You
it
don't
is
think
addressing
the
it in a
3
very-
day thing does anything?
I do. I think.
Okay, so then it
mopping up
is addressing the
toxic waste-
problem. Hold on, because you use these.
So,
I don't know.
okay.
Wait, hold on. No,
When I
stop,
say
wait,
that- when I say
hold on,
you-
wait. You just talked so much. Let me just finish my one thought. Okay, you use a lot of underhanded language to imply that there is some level of like malevolence or cold indifference. You're pretending to fix this, or you are getting points for trying. That's not what's happening. It is, by what you just said, it is doing something about it. It might not be enough, but it is doing something. Stop saying that you're like trying to be the good guy. I'm not trying to be, I don't give a fuck about being the good guy, obviously, right? These are just things that I'm doing because they're promising. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Your problem with that is that it implies malevolent. Is it also that it's not true?
That what's not true?
That by saying, I've banned misogyny from my sub, you get to appear as somebody who is fighting misogyny in their subreddit.
I don't care about appearing as somebody who's fighting misogyny in my subreddit. I don't give a fuck about that.
Even if you don't care about that, do you see why I'm saying it makes you appear that way?
I don't want it brought up in a conversation because it makes it feel like I'm fighting like a weirdo. I don't know what I'm. No, it's not relevant to what we're talking about. You're loading the conversation in an incredibly strange way to make it sound like I'm going for good boy points in my moderation style. Like if you want to do that, I can.
Okay, I think you're going for good boy points in your moderation style.
Okay, for who? And if that's the case, this whole conversation then is a waste of time because then I've already demonstrated that I'm willing to lie because I'm completely not being forthcoming about my moderation choices, and I'm totally just bending to the whims of my community for what I think they want to hear, and most of them seem okay with you being banned now. On what planet?
I think it's more complicated than that.
This is not complicated whatsoever. If somebody's doing something,
yes, you often do this. You are trying to
take contrary positions to me. These types of people on. If you guys,
professor in South Carolina.
No, pass.
From the subreddit, right? Like the This comment was too much. Can't stand either of them. I've literally never heard them contribute anything that wasn't either stupid as fuck, boring, / an opinion Destiny's already given 100 times. Aaron is just an edgy contrarian, and Destiny keeps her around because he likes flirting with her. I mean, all the power to him, but I hate his massive cope that he keeps her around for any reason around that. Like, it's so funny that you guys will call this a cope. Like, this video got almost 1 million fucking views, and I'm pretty sure she's half of it. And you guys are saying that I'm the ones coping. Like, who's on the cope here? Like, you have these whole alternative realities invented in your heads. Like, oh no, like this person's horrible, man, I know it, and it's just because Destiny wants to fuck this person, blah 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 blah. No, bro, like the numbers don't fucking lie. It was the same thing with the Mr. Girl in Live shit. With like, and it's funny because you can almost get like a consensus opinion of a post where like, oh no, they're horrible content, like nobody likes listening to blah 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 blah. And anytime either of them are on the stream, 12,000 viewers, 14,000 viewers, 15,000 viewers. Like a lot of the Live shit literally fed us into like the Annalicia arc, which literally fed us into me being able to argue with 3 black men about black women in the fucking black divester community. Like all of it, like you guys just want like the most boring fucking, no offense, I'm not trying to be mean to anybody, but like I can drag on academics and like talk about like, what do you think about this thing and what do you think, but like there has to be like a mixture of stuff. But I can only have edgy edgy people that will take contrary positions to me, these types of people on. If you guys can control yourselves, like it's fun to like hate on people, and that's cool, and you can even be mean to people, and that's cool, but it can't be in the form of like a post, days and days and days of posts with hundreds of comments. Like if you
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again. So today we are going to provide a pretty big update on Ukraine and what's happening there and the developments. And we're going to talk about tanks. You know, in a recent video about the Bradley, the one with all the jokes that fell flat, I mentioned how once those were underway, we would end up talking about the Abrams. So today we are going to talk about the Abrams. One of the interesting things about the developments over there is that we get a really good look at that international poker game where everybody's cheating. Because it's playing out, the sliding of cards and the deals that are being made. And it's semi-public. So we'll kind of go through with it. Remember that tanks are, there's a diplomatic hesitation to provide them to Ukraine. There's a lot of reservations about it. That's why it was so important that the Bradley wasn't a tank, even though it looks like one. So, who started us off? Who started us off as far as that this next hand? The United Kingdom. The United Kingdom was like, hey, we'll give up some Challengers. Give them to Ukraine. Those are their modern tanks. Okay. Then Poland and Finland were like, hey, we've got some Leopards. And Leopards are their modern tanks. And probably out of all of them, those would probably be the best for use in Ukraine. But this is where the poker game starts. Even though they are Polish or Finnish tanks, they're of German production. And Germany gets kind of like veto power on export. So Poland and Finland can really only give them to Ukraine if Germany says it's okay. And Germany has kind of looked over at the United States and basically said, yeah, we're all playing this hand. Because again, providing tanks there's a lot of reservation. So the reporting suggests that Germany is willing to say, yeah, let's do it. But the U.S. has to send Abrams. Now, do these tanks matter? Yeah. There's a lot of chatter about the possibility of Russia basically trying to get a do-over and kind of restart the invasion. They realize that they've kind of hit a wall, and they're looking to basically re-energize the invasion. When they do that, they'd be using a lot of tanks, assuming they have some. Now, one of the things we have learned throughout this conflict is that the Russian tanks aren't that great. The tanks that would be sent, they're really good. So it would provide Ukraine an edge. Now, as far as the hand, where does the United States sit? The Pentagon's policy advisor here says, I just don't think we're there yet. The Abrams tank is a very complicated piece of equipment. It's expensive. It's hard to train on. It has a jet engine. All the stuff I said in that last video. That's where they're at. I don't know that that's going to hold, because I don't think Germany is looking for like a huge commitment. I think this is really more of, this is a line. Providing this kind of equipment is a big deal. We're all holding hands and crossing the street together. And I would imagine that a platoon would actually satisfy Germany's requirement, what the condition that they want fulfilled. I don't know what the U.S. is going to do, but this is one of those things that has multiple schools of thought with it, because there are some people who are incredibly worried, not just about the effectiveness of an Abrams there and the logistical train that has to follow, but also what happens if things go poorly for Ukraine. Then Russia may end up with their hands all over, the better stuff. The flip side to that, the competing argument, is that at that poker game, this is kind of like NATO saying, okay, well, we're going to raise by $50, knowing that Russia only has 20. Russia doesn't really have anything that can compete with this stuff, and they know it. I would imagine that inside the Kremlin, there has been a desire to basically wait out Western resolve as far as assisting Ukraine, and just wait until the West gets tired of it. if this type of equipment is committed, it kind of sends a signal that that's not going to happen. So there's definitely a debate that is occurring right now. Which side wins? Which side is right? I don't really know. Now, the only other concern, particularly for Americans, is the logistics train. The Abrams is complicated. This is one of those things that might require ongoing logistical support. And that's one of those things that the Biden administration probably wants to avoid, because that's a real quick step to having people there, which is something the administration has made it clear that they don't want to take that step. So there's all of that. That is what is going on with the tanks. Now, there have been some other developments. One is the chatter about the offensive. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out. It's worth noting that a lot of the equipment that is being sent will be there before this is supposed to happen by the rumor mill. Now, another piece of this is we recently talked about the leadership changes there. And there's some concern dealing with a new order that has come down from the new Russian leadership, which is to shave. Now, there are two logical reasons to give this order. The first is, maintaining a professional appearance in a war zone, the K patent. And the other is you need to be able to seal your mask. Now, of course, because sensationalism drives clicks, you are hearing a whole lot more about the possibility of them needing to use masks and the use of chemicals or something like that. Based on some of the other orders, my gut tells me it's the other thing. It's a desire to have a professional-looking military in a combat zone, which, if that's the case, don't interrupt them. No inspection-ready unit has ever made it through combat. No combat-ready unit ever makes it through inspection. So I'm fairly certain that that's the way it would go. I don't think that they're readying for anything involving chemicals, mainly because we've seen their equipment. Their masks, they're like GP, they're really old gas masks. I wouldn't trust them. A lot of the equipment that they have that's supposed to be sealed, it's not. It wasn't maintained. I don't know that they're up for it. At the same time, I'm a little concerned about thinking that, because the times I have been wrong in my assessments in this conflict are because I thought Russia was too smart to do something. So it's a concern, but I don't think that's where it's headed. We'll have to wait and see. There will be intelligence about newer equipment moving forward. So that's kind of the whole lay of the land right now. Now, Ukraine is probably also preparing for a newer offensive to renew things. But we're going to have to wait, see what equipment is coming in. We should find out probably end of this week, early next, and that'll shape their plans. So we have a lot of developments, but there's not a lot of final reports on this yet. So we'll hear more about it next week. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day. Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again. So, today we are going to talk about my shirts and separating the art from the artist. And we're going to talk about Hunter S. Thompson and Rick and Morty and Harry Potter. We're going to do all of this primarily for the Republicans who watch this channel. Especially those who are concerned about cancel culture. And hopefully by the end of it, you'll understand how it works and why it's not what you think it is. So, there is a show. There's a TV show called Rick and Morty. I have worn shirts from this show on this channel a lot. It's a sci-fi show, and I wear them when I'm talking about science, particularly if it's something very, very futuristic or, you know, really out there, because it fits. Recently, one of the key players in the show, well, some allegations surfaced, and they're wild. And there's, beyond what's being reported in the news, there's a whole flood of other rumor and innuendo and all kinds of other stuff. What's true and what's not, I don't really know. Okay? But the allegations are there. And I made a comment saying that, well, I will be taking those shirts out of, you know, the lineup. You're not going to see me wearing those anymore. And somebody said something to the effect of, what about separating the art from the artist? Which is something I totally agree with. You should do that. In most cases. In most cases, you should do that. If you went through and removed every movie, TV show, song, book that was written by somebody that had something problematic, you wouldn't have a whole lot left. You have to separate the art from the artist. However, there are some times that just because you make that distinction, it doesn't mean that the art is still a good fit. I wear Hunter S. Thompson shirts a lot as well. He was a journalist, if you don't know. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is where most people would recognize it. It wouldn't be a good fit if this channel routinely raised money for AA or NA, right? That would be a really weird pairing. It wouldn't make sense. It would be very counterintuitive, and it would seem really off. This channel raises money routinely for domestic violence shelters. Rick and Morty has to go. It's that simple. Based on that. Recently, I saw this shirt, and it was perfect because I had been getting all of those questions about we have to stop talking about Trump and all of that stuff. And it was a shirt, you know, talking about He Who Shall Not Be Named from the Harry Potter series. Would have been perfect because I knew I was going to be making those videos. But there's no way I can wear a Harry Potter shirt on this channel. Separating the art from the artist in that case becomes really hard because the artist used the platform that the art gave her to attack people that, well, this channel is very supportive of.
No,
why? Can't be here. It's not a good fit. Even if you do separate the art from the artist. In fact, the only person I know from that demographic that gets attacked by her, that has commented on this, that I've seen, was like super forgiving about it and was like, well, you know, if you still enjoy them, you know, maybe still watch them, enjoy that, have that fun. Maybe just don't promote it, you know, very lukewarm, much better person than I am about the whole thing. But it still, it just doesn't sit well. And it goes back to what we were talking about when we were talking about brand safe content on Twitter. When you're talking about cancel culture, we can finally stop talking about my shirts now that you see a little example of how it works and how these decisions get made. When you're talking about these major multi-billion-dollar corporations, what kind of safeguards do you think they have in place to protect their assets from being associated with something that might upset one of their key demographics? They're pretty substantial. That's where cancel culture is coming from. That's how it is actually impacting Republicans and conservatives. They're not being canceled because they're Republican or because they're conservative. They're being canceled because of the imagery and rhetoric they use and how it others and marginalizes and attacks demographics that the major companies view as their own. Because of that, even if somebody on the board agrees with whatever is being said, well, they're not a good fit. That's how cancel culture works. It isn't some plot to go after conservatives. It's the rhetoric and imagery that they use being reprehensible to large segments of the American society. So large that major companies who try to cater to as many people as possible can't associate with those figures. That's how it works. Cancel culture is literally capitalism in action. It is removing things that might upset demographics that might use that product. The shirts, it's kind of the same thing. I mean, not really, but the same mechanism is there. These things aren't a good fit on the channel because of their association, because of how they would make the channel look. It's the same thing. Just because you separate the art from the artist, that doesn't mean that the art is still going to be welcomed everywhere. Just because you separate the rhetoric from the person, that doesn't mean that person's going to be welcome everywhere. It's not about being a conservative. It's about the ideas that are so regressive that they're causing active harm to the communities that these companies are catering to. And this is why, well, while go woke, go broke sounded cute, the reality is, and people are learning it, go fash, no cash. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
Evolutionarily, if we see a lion running at us, we didn't have time to sort of calculate the lion's kinetic energy and, is it optimal to go this way or that way? You just reacted. And physically, our bodies are well attuned to actually make right decisions. But when you're playing a game like poker, this is not something that you ever, evolved to do. And yet you're in that same flight or fight response. And so that's a really important skill to be able to develop, to basically learn how to meditate in the moment and calm yourself so that you can think clearly.
The following is a conversation with Liv Bourrie, formerly one of the best poker players in the world, trained as an astrophysicist, and is now a philanthropist and an educator on topics of game theory, physics, complexity, and life. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Liv Burry. What role do you think luck plays in poker and in life? You can pick whichever one you want, poker or life, and or life.
The longer you play, the less influence luck has. You know, like with all things, the bigger your sample size, the more the quality of your decisions or your strategies matter. So to answer that question, yeah, in poker, it really depends. If you and I sat and played 10 hands right now, I might only win 52% of the time, 53% maybe. But if we played 10,000 hands, then I'll probably win like over 98, 99% of the time. So it's a question of sample sizes.
And what are you figuring out over time? The betting strategy that this individual does, or literally it doesn't matter against any individual over time?
Against any individual over time, the better player, because they're making better decisions. So what does that mean to make a better decision? Well, to get into the real nitty-gritty already, basically, poker is a game of math. There are these strategies, familiar with like Nash equilibria, that term, right? So there are these game theory optimal strategies that you can adopt. And the closer you play to them, the less exploitable you are. So because I've studied the game a bunch, although admittedly not for a few years, but back in, when I was playing it all the time, I would study these game theory optimal solutions and try and then adopt those strategies when I go and play. So I'd play against you and I would do that. And because the objective when you're playing game theory optimal, it's a loss minimization thing that you're trying to do. Your best bet is to try and play a sort of similar style. You also need to try and adopt this loss minimization. But because I've been playing much longer than you, I'll be better at that. So first of all, you're not taking advantage of my mistakes. But then on top of that, I'll be better at recognizing when you are playing suboptimally and then deviating from this game theory optimal strategy to exploit your bad plays.
Can you define game theory and Nash equilibria? Can we try to sneak up to it in a bunch of ways? Like, what's the game theory framework of analyzing poker, analyzing any kind of situation?
So game theory is just basically the study of decisions within a competitive situation. It's technically a branch of economics, but it also applies to like wider decision theory. And usually when you see it, it's these like little payoff matrices and so on. That's how it's depicted. But it's essentially just like study of strategies under different competitive situations. And as it happens, certain games, in fact, many, many games, have these things called Nash equilibria. And what that means is when you're in a Nash equilibrium, basically, there is no strategy that you can take that would be more beneficial than the one you're currently taking, assuming your opponent is also doing the same thing. So it would be a bad idea, if we're both playing in a game theory optimal strategy, if either of us deviate from that, now we're putting ourselves at a disadvantage. Rock, paper, scissors is actually a really great example of this. Like if we were to start playing rock, paper, you know nothing about me, and we're going to play for all our money, let's play 10 rounds of it. What would your sort of optimal strategy be, do you think? What would you do?
Let's see. I would probably try to be as random as possible.
Exactly. You want to, because you don't know anything about me, you don't want to give anything away about yourself, so ideally you'd have like a little dice or somewhat, a perfect randomizer that makes you randomize 33% of the time each of the 3 different things. And in response to that, well, actually, I can kind of do anything, but I would probably just randomize back too. But actually, it wouldn't matter because I know that you're playing randomly. So that would be us in a Nash equilibrium, where we're both playing this like unexploitable strategy. However, if after a while you then notice that I'm playing rock a little bit,
I'm 34, 35 years old. Okay, this is 5, 6, 7 years ago, and at that point, I found success in my life. Like, what? By the way, what age would you say you found success?
I keep moving the goalpost. How do you define
Okay.
it?
For me, at least my markers, I was 35, 36 years old. I had $1 million in the bank. I was in, had a relationship, serious relationship.
If you've watched for the last decade, you know that I've always made it clear that we here at Mug Club are in the business of...
Jesus. Do you think she's weird that she was mad at the girl and not the boy? No, that always happens in these situations for some reason. People like hate the person. They don't hate their partner. They hate the person they cheat on with. I don't know why.
Big con. So, stopbigcon.com now exists. To begin with. It's been a while. Either this has to stop, or I'm going to have to stop. Either this, what I'm about to discuss, has to stop, or I don't know. This may just not be for me anymore. So let me explain. Give me a few minutes of your time because context matters here. I ask that you don't skip ahead. Won't take very long. This has been a long time coming.
Okay.
This is a conversation that I've actively avoided.
Okay.
Sidestepped.
Okay.
And I've hoped and prayed that it not be necessary behind the scenes for a long while.
And it is necessary.
But that's no longer possible.
Oh, shit.
If you've watched for the last decade, you know that I've always made it clear that we here at Mug Club are in the business of serving you, the viewer, you watching, listening right now. I've also made it clear that I wouldn't be in the business of attacking other conservatives, regardless of disagreements or personal issues. And I've always explained my logic was relatively simple. I believe that the world was better with more voices out there rather than less, regardless of minute differences, considering the magnitude of the battle that we are genuinely fighting for our country right now.
The culture war.
But for the first time, I have to say that I believe many of those in charge in the right-leaning media...
Wait, is he like crying? Am I mishearing?
...magnitude of the battle that we are genuinely fighting for our country right now. But for the first time, I have to say that I believe many of those in charge in the right-leaning media are actually at odds with what's best for you, the viewer, the customer, and more importantly, the country. We here at Mug Club, we thought that we were all in this together, that we were fighting the media, entertainment, industrial complex. We thought that we were all genuinely taking it to big tech. But too many of those in charge of the big conservative platforms are verifiably in bed with them. Big tech is in bed with big con. The people you thought, the people I thought were fighting for you, a lot of it has been a big con. Now, I'm specifically avoiding naming names or going after individuals in this video,
but
because I genuinely hope that those I'm addressing, and you know who you are, have a change of heart. It's never too late to do the right thing. Guys, this is a genuine plea. We can all do better. We can all do better. It doesn't have to be this way, and please.
In case you guys didn't know the context, he's talking about me. He's so upset that I did that Change My Mind video that he's lost it, okay? He's lost it.
Don't make me have to provide receipts.
Ooh!
To the others out there who have now been able to verify have been locked into exploitative contracts that I have the luxury of not having to sign, which is why I'm doing this. Those of you out there who've been locked into this and you know what I'm talking about.
You know.
Stay tuned. I've got something for you before this video is done.
Oh.
So there are a few points to address. Now, many, but not all of the suits running the business of big conservative, big con, at best don't share your values and at worst are taking advantage of your good graces.
Jesus.
And as I've experienced it behind the scenes, I've watched our country be harmed as a result. So, Mug Club. Professionally, it's meant everything to us here. Personally, too, but professionally, you are the entire reason for our ability, your ability, to create this kind of content truly independently for the last 6 years. When I started doing, right-leaning, like comedy entertainment videos in 2009, maybe it was 2008, I really didn't have a plan. I didn't know the blueprint because there was no blueprint.
Okay.
I didn't know the ceiling because no one with this kind of content had ever really even tried it.
Okay.
It was you, Mug Club, you watching, supporting, who created the ceiling, and you made it clear that all of you were going to keep raising it. All I knew back then was that I was a conservative, I was a Christian, and there was nothing out there for someone like me. Not on cable, not on radio, certainly not on YouTube. And back then, that was really the only video platform. Live streaming wasn't really even a thing. All I wanted to do was to set out to create the kind of content
that I wanted
the kind of show that I always wished had existed when I was growing up. And I hope that there would be enough of you out there like me. Here's the thing. I was told that there weren't. I was told by the powers that be that you didn't exist. I was told that the only way to make a living in this business was to cater to older conservative generations, and that comedy, that entertainment, that edgy, quote-unquote, content didn't work on the right side of the spectrum. An entertainment show would never work. You, all of you, are the only reason that we here were even remotely vindicated. And Mug Club sealed it. I remember exactly where I was when I thought up.
Wait, what the fuck is Mug Club? Is that just his merch, or is that like referring to something deeper, or?
The idea of Mug Club. I remember who I was with. I remember what I was eating. I remember why. I could see the writing on the wall back then, the big tech censorship on the horizon, the diminishing advertising revenue day by day, and I knew full well that demonetization from these platforms, it was inevitable.
Website and subscription service. Okay.
But I wasn't really sure that this would work. At that point in time, getting anyone to subscribe to anything was pretty much impossible. Everything on the internet was basically free except for pornography. Even, Netflix, the only player in the space at the time between shipping DVDs of Poltergeist 3, they were struggling with online streaming. But I found a great partnership back then, a partnership with a company called CRTV, which later purchased The Blaze and used that name going forward. And on election night, 2016, so many of you signed up that the back end of our site crashed. We couldn't handle it. And it only grew from there. Now, I want to be clear about something. This video here, it's not about The Blaze. When they were purchased by CRTV, the company's goals, their vision, simply grew further apart from mine, from ours here. It just wasn't the right fit. Yeah, I wasn't thrilled about some things and the handling of Mug Club leaving, and that's why we launched mugclubforever.com, where you can sign up just to be able to reach you. This really isn't about that, so I want to create some separation here. Business relationships end all the time, that's business. But I was in a period to field offers from other people, other key players in this movement. They flooded in.
Okay.
Now, before you guess who it is, before you start trying to do some Sherlock Holmes work, there are far more people beneath the tip of the iceberg than you know about who are trying to get into this space.
Ooh.
There are more than you would probably assume. So I went into free agency. I looked over the offers. And I saw the clause come out. And I don't just mean unreasonable demands for control, but what I would argue
is exploitative,
are immoral terms that actually punish conservative content creators on behalf of big tech.
Damn.
And that's something that I just couldn't unsee. And
Unbelievable.
It's not the exception. It's the rule. Kids out there coming up. We need to build a bench here in this movement. it's almost impossible, don't sign these contracts. I now know what you are signing out there. I have the luxury of not having to. I don't have to be here. I don't have to say this. Please, don't sign this. Certainly not without professional legal counsel representation. Do not sign something that includes, let me go through this.
Yeah, tell us. Merch rights will remain the exclusive right to create and sell Crowder and Crowder content branded merchandise. All remuneration for the blank and exploitation of these rights is included in the fee. Blank. Email list. Blank will maintain the exclusive right to manage, grow, monetize all Crowder email lists during the term. Oh, blank is the not the client, but the person selling the contract. Okay, I'll explain what each of these means. Holy shit. Okay, so I think this is about the Daily Wire, right? We'll just say Company X, okay? So this is saying that Company X is going to maintain the exclusive right to create and sell Crowder and Crowder content branded merchandise. All remuneration for that merchandise, I guess, and exploitation of these rights is included in the fee. So this is saying whatever company he was going to sign for they would be the only ones that would be allowed to sell his merchandise. Now, I don't know what these terms are for, like how many years or whatever. So this might be good, it might be bad, I'm not sure. Email list. So the Company X is going to have the exclusive right to manage, grow, and monetize that email list. This means that Crowder wouldn't be able to sell his own merch anymore. Crowder wouldn't be able to manage his own email list anymore. And then social media management. Blank will have the exclusive right to manage, curate, and monetize Crowder's official Facebook, YouTube, Apple Podcast, Spotify, Snapchat, Rumble, and other social media accounts, excluding Crowder's existing personal Twitter and Instagram accounts during the term. Additionally, Blank will have the perpetual and exclusive right to create, own, manage, curate, and monetize any and all social media accounts or any social media accounts on the Crowder content or shows. All remuneration for the exploitation of these rights, including the fee. Interesting. So this would give them the exclusive rights to. They would be the only ones monitoring and managing, like the YouTube account, the Facebook account, et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
Effectively, full ownership of all your social media platforms, channels, in perpetuity, the rights to your content, name, image, likeness, even the ones that you've built. Don't sign contracts out there that include multi-million-dollar penalties for different. Let me read you an example of what I mean. And this would be if it was me. If Crowder fails to deliver a monthly content in any month or any of the quarterly content in the corner, including any and all ad reads, and by the way, all these contracts came with 3, 4, 5 ad reads per show, which would fundamentally change what this show is. Got to get those dollar bills. If I failed to do that, it would be
a $100,000 reduction in the fee per instance. That's their monthly content or any of the quarterly content. $250,000 reduction in the fee per instance. Crowder fails to deliver annual content in any year, including any and all ad reads. $1 million reduction in the fee per instance. Jesus.
A $250,000 reduction in fee per quarter. If, let's say, we did do everything per quarter, but annually maybe missed something, like let's say we went and did a Change My Mind instead of a daily show, which of course requires a lot more work, there'd be a separate $1 million penalty for that if you miss a single piece of
What's
content.
his fee, though?
And the amount
Everyone
of
is saying
content
50 million, but he hasn't gone over it yet.
Frankly, it's worse than Disney. It's worse than ABC. It's worse than NBC. It's worse than CBS. This is ownership of you and everything that you do. But here's, just to drive it home, don't sign something that has another $100,000 daily penalty if it's not signed off on beforehand. You get hit by a car, you have a sick day, you could lose $100,000 a day.
To be fair, it said in that contract it was without written approval. My guess, we don't really know if these terms are unfair or not, but my guess is going to be that if you have a very large fee meaning you're being paid a dollar amount for a contract, irrespective of the viewership you get or any deliverables or whatever. You're just getting a flat fee. There's probably going to be some pretty heavy stipulations on that because they're going to want to make sure that you're working, right? Like, imagine if it is the case that the Daily Wire offered him $50 million, like, yeah, if you start missing episodes or if you start missing big annual events, of course we're gonna dock that initial fee that we had, right? I mean, I don't think that's that
unreasonable. Anyone wonder why there's
right?
burnout in this? Anyone wonder why you have kids come up and they leave, and never to come back? You think if you had that kind of a penalty, you think if someone said, "Hey, we're going to penalize you $10,000
Sure.
every day you miss coming into work," you think you'd be stressed? This is worse than the left frames their contracts. Again, of course I didn't sign any of these things. But I now know what other kids are signing out there. And here's the worst part. Yeah, that's terrible. I think it's, I just think that's wrong to treat people that way. But this is where, in going through this, and I need to take some time because, look, I've always tried to be a happy warrior, and I want to go back to that. I haven't been happy for a while. To be really, I haven't been happy for a while because when you know what goes on behind these scenes,
yeah,
and you see how many people are complicit, it creates an air of hopelessness. It really does. Where you think the people who are supposed to be linking arms and fighting with you, fighting for you, want to punish you. So here's the worst part. Do not, kids, under any circumstances, sign a contract with people who claim to be conservative, but will penalize you 25% for any demonetization or sponsor boycott. Look, let me read this to you. If any of the major platforms, oh no, sorry, that's the second one. Let me go back to the first one. There's another 20%, it's 45% if you get a content strike. Let's start with the demonetization. If blank is boycotted or dropped by more than 50% of the advertising partners, the company is not able to replace them within 90 days, the fee will be reduced by 25%.
Jesus.
That's a sponsorship boycott. So that's saying, hey, liberals, boycotts work. They work on our guys. We'll punish them for you. Let me go on. Specifically, YouTube demonetization. If any of the major platforms issues a content strike such that Crowder cannot be monetized on such platform, and the company is not able to resolve the issue within 90 days, the fee will be reduced by 25% moving forward. Now, I thought this was a mistake because, you know, these people maybe didn't know who I am, that we've been demonetized for 3 years. No, it was made very clear to me in no uncertain terms. This is what's sent out to everybody. And then if you get a strike, meaning a suspension, another 20% reduction. And then another 20% of it happens on Apple. And then another 10% of it happens on Facebook. And then another 10% of it happens on Spotify.
Damn.
Imagine you're deplatformed, as we've seen in the past, where all of the major entities decide to remove you in one day. Rather than having a conservative alternative, you would now be down to 5 to 15% of the revenue of your contract. Think about this for a second. Those in charge, big conservatives, and it really is the biggest con going on. They're making it known in their contract that they will force the guidelines of big tech and punish conservatives on their behalf. Don't worry, Wojcicki. Trust me, these conservatives will stay in line. If they get demonetized, we take away 25% of their operating budget. Take another 20% away if they get a hard strike. Hey, don't worry, Zuckerberg. We got your back. Hope to see you at the UFC Apex. Can you imagine if this show not only was never permitted to take risks for a contract as it relates to big tech guidelines, like content guidelines, right? There's content guidelines and there's advertising. Can you imagine, just imagine a world where this show could never take risks in relation to those guidelines. On, say, things like mRNA injections, election integrity, take your pick. But one step further, if this show had to be advertiser-friendly on YouTube, those guidelines pretty much read, don't say anything.
The thing is I don't understand. I don't understand any of this. Like I'm taking politics more seriously. If I start doing more political work and a company came up to me and said, hey, you want to like work pay a lot of money? My first question is going to be like, okay, well, I can say probably say a little bit, but not really. Probably. I don't know how that's not obvious that if you're going to if you're going to if you're gonna sign a contract where you get paid money for being more like I'm not gonna buy you. I'm not gonna buy shit from you, and then all your shit gets banned, and then I'm still gonna pay you. That's not how it's gonna work. So I don't understand what Crowder is complaining about. It just seems really weird. You're signing with a company, of course. And every single contract ever that you will ever sign in your entire life, for the few of you that are ever in like fucking entertainment positions, always clauses that they're gonna have termination clauses. They're gonna have like liability clauses. They're gonna have the ability to receive damages with delegated arbitration if you are doing shit that makes their company look bad or puts them in a bad light. Like this is standard in every contract. And probably in the tech world that you sign. There's always going to be clauses on it. And there's yeah, it's not even, yeah, of course. I wouldn't even standard business practice. I don't understand why you would be so surprised or shocked or upset about this.
Offensive ever. What's offensive? Whatever consumer legit to be bothered. Those at the top in big conservative. Granted, yeah, a lot of them wanted to do better, but they don't. That's why I'm afraid. Like I said, I have the luxury of not signing this. I don't need it. We monetized for years. We've adapted here precisely because of Mug Club. You know, the free content only exists because of those who subscribe. I promise you we won't do more than one sponsorship spot per show. I will keep my word on that until this show ends. Why? Because it's designed for you. It's not designed for the sponsors. If it's 4, 5, 6, 7 sponsors, they're no longer the product, yours product.
That's fine. That's why I have. I don't think I can get change my brand. Destiny is way off on this? Wait, what do you think I'm way off on? What are you talking about? About doing business honestly and loyally. It's about choosing smaller, more niche sponsors. Like, I'm not even. I'm just. This is me. I'm not even like thinking about people. I need. Does he have any like? Right. There's probably gonna be other people that have quite a bit to gain from being on Crowder's platform, rather than like A-list, like top tier fucking. And no offense, and that's fine. That model works well for me. That's typically depends as much as I would probably look for. There's nothing wrong with it. But
But the kids out there coming up who don't have that luxury, please don't sign me. You can do better. We can all do better. And the only reason at this point to continue doing what I've been doing is to make sure that we all do. That we all do. So to everyone out there who refuses to sign or is under the cloud of these maybe not entirely enforceable contracts, look, here's your signal. Water's warm here. I'll produce your show. We'll produce your show. If there are enough of you out there, I will transition Mug Club.
but no, you won't. You would give the exact same terms. You would give the exact same terms. If somebody was coming to you, you're gonna have clauses in your thing that says these are your deliverables for the term of the contract. We expect you to do X, Y, Z number of shows. If you do this, if you end up getting canceled, if you end up making our brand look bad, if you end up crazy and shit, and everyone looks like us, you're gonna have your fee is gonna be reduced, whatever fee is agreed upon. There might even be fines or penalties. Beyond that, they're gonna have arbitration clauses. Like, look, Senator, you want to do the same thing. I know you will, because you're not. Well, I don't think you're a fucking idiot. I think Crowder is like.
These are full-scale network of independent content creators who don't want to be locked into slave contracts. Look, I understand that business relationships sometimes fall through. People don't see eye to eye. I get that. But there is a for these contracts and a network. There's a world in which contracts and a network exists where everyone benefits. Some semblance of fairness.
You know what the payment structure it is?
Here's the only thing I would suggest, and I don't know.
But I feel like if you wrote these things as bonuses rather than as, I think that people would be less. So like there should have been a like it should have been like if you hit like every episode or something. Rather than they probably read that favorably. Rather than like the penalties, like people get like really mad reading them. That'd be like. But here's my guess, and my guess is that they probably tried to negotiate. They wanted to get rid of some of the projects, but then the wireless will do it, but they're going to cut down probably right? Because technically, Crowder doesn't hate the individual terms of the contract. He might say he does, but he doesn't. What he hates is because there is a number. If the Daily Wire was going to write them a $500 million contract, this motherfucker is gonna limp out of his car crash and he's gonna go to work that day. He'll do it, right? If the fee is right, terms are A-okay. The problem is they just couldn't negotiate on a fee that was agreeable to him with the terms of the contract. By the way, not that there's wrong with that either side. Daily Wire is perfectly within their right to listen. We're gonna give you $50 million fucking dollars. You better be hitting all your shows and don't get fucking demonetized. Don't get shit fucked up. Don't fuck our shit. Even Crowder's totally within his right to listen. I bring a lot of fucking value to your platform. I'm probably more positive than every fucker here except for Ben Shapiro. You're gonna pay me a lot of fucking money if you want me to like. You're gonna penalize me for missing fucking episode. I'll $60 million. They're both within their right to listen.
Enemy quadra kill.
Parents, there's no need to be enslaved like this. If you're out there right now and you're making content work, on whatever scale that may be, there are levels to this game, I understand that. And you'd like to have some backup, you'd like to have some brothers, sisters, Z's and arms, some security without losing your shirt, send your email to creators@BioWareCrowder.com. You want a partnership? Great. You can probably work something out. You want the security of being an employee? We'll probably make that work too. And you know what? If Mudbug or whatever network that you can, if this isn't the right home for you, we have lawyers and representation who will negotiate your contract for you with anyone else out there at half the market rate.
He's purchasing me so hard. This is like that shit where people say they're gonna give you shit and it lasts. Well, maybe there's a reason why. Oh my god. Ooh. I'm sorry, I just gotta cringe shiver. Ooh, I just gotta yuck. Oh god, I just read some. Oh fuck. I've just filled in my visitation form. Besides my lawyer, I'm allowed 5 visitors, 4 of my family members.
An ally has been slain.
Should we go too? We need to unite and spread the word about the injustice happening to Andrew, Kristen, and Georgiana. Let us know in the comments. More powder. Hold on, I got this first.
Why? Because I don't like this, and I'm going to end this. We all need to end this together. I have plenty of friends I could use, a few enemies. There is strength in numbers. And if you walk in right now, if you want a network that you can truly email makes you a signature. It's a statement that you want, not just Mudbug, but you want a network that does that. So it's either time for Mudbug to go big, or it's time for me to go home.
Oh my god, you're not
taking this all by myself. I really can't. And frankly, swimming upstream with just this one tool, it's a futile endeavor. So either Mudbug grows, and you start setting a standard for this movement, we right this ship, or you know what, I'll go back to doing maybe occasional videos, stand-up. I don't need to do this. It's that simple. My life would be less complicated. I just want you to think about this for a second. There's a reason that if you felt this way, let me put it this way, and I've heard feedback from you.
Okay.
If you feel in your gut that a lot of conservative content out there feels homogenous, feels sanitized.
What does that mean?
Feels like they're missing some key points. There's a reason for that. There's a reason that you often find yourself asking, hey, I wonder why X won't talk about Y. And I now know. Any contract that I would have signed would have turned this into yet another softer radio show on video, littered with live reads for every sponsor that could be crammed into every single episode possible, devoid of the sketches, the change my mind type segments, the spontaneity, the levity that's made this show exactly what it is. Oh, and by the way, I was told would never work by the same powers that be.
Ooh.
And the real reason the stakes are so high for us here, but me specifically, look, either I'm a break glass in case of emergency candidate here to start a network and to actually start helping people out there who don't enjoy the same luxuries that we do of being independent. either that's my role moving forward, or this isn't for me. And here's the thing. All at once, it kind of hit me.
Yeah.
And I had to take some time, I hope you understand, to really pray and contemplate this. And it hit me. After all of these years, even after all this time, after all of you have voted with your dollar and your viewership and your support, you've shown what's possible in supporting this, the largest show in the conservative movement, bar none, just to be clear. And I don't often advertise that.
Yeah, he might be bigger than Shapiro, maybe.
I want the content to speak for
I
itself.
don't think so, but maybe.
But I also realize that you need to understand you're a part of something bigger than maybe you realize. It's the biggest show in the movement, bar none. The last election night on Rumble, bigger numbers than any mainstream show on YouTube. That's significant. That's you. And while I'm grateful and humble, false humility it does you a disservice.
Because Shapiro is like even syndicated
on. But even after all
on
this time, after all of you
radio
voted
too,
with
right?
your dollar, with your viewership, with your support, after you've set records, it wasn't, and it's not, I should say in the present tense, it's not that the suits in charge of these places, Big Con, and these sites, these media companies, it's not that they still believe that this show can't work. It's not that they any longer believe that you don't exist. Those at the top, those pulling the strings in Big Con, are bothered precisely by the fact that you do.
Wow.
They don't want a group of rebellious rabble-rousers who want to learn, fight like hell, and laugh together. You're of no value if you can't all be kept in line to some degree. I don't mean some master plan to eliminate you. Just subdue you a little bit. Just soften your edges a little bit. Just play ball a little more so we can keep our content all monetized and keep having cocktails with those in charge of big tech. They want you to do that, and they're forcing many of the people you watch to do that.
Wow.
I can't do that.
That's cringe, bro.
I can't do that. And I'm willing to bet that most of you watching right now can't do that. But okay, you know what? No. Let me rephrase.
We won't
Of course
do that.
I could.
But we won't.
Of course I could do that.
We're not going to.
I won't. I won't do that. And I'm willing to bet that most of you won't either. Let me know just how many of you won't. Enter in your email at stopbigcon.com. Now,
Make sure to buy a mug.
I just need some time to figure out how to do this. The requirement for infrastructure is light years beyond what we would need for just this show. Some time to solve this puzzle as to how I can best and most efficiently accommodate you, and hopefully some time to restore my faith in a movement which frankly has been shaken by some, not all. There are a lot of good people in this movement, but some really bad actors among us. And rather than throw anyone under the bus or continue this long, drawn-out drama playing out in the public square, I'd rather focus on how to serve you, the only people who truly matter in this movement and to this company, and I would say to the future of this country, you, the average American who's watching, not the person who's creating the content and framing the contracts, you, right now, at home, in your car, in your truck, wherever you are. Hands on the wheel. So in the interim, as I figure this out, pardon my dust, I'll still be on my social media pages. The silence is over now. I know I've been sort of gone to radio silence. I'll still be doing stand-up shows that you can always check out at louderwithcrowder.com/tour. I'll actually probably do some more of those. I think I'm in Kentucky February 10th. You can go and check it out. I may even upload the occasional video. I don't know. Also, you know, I don't really do a lot of press. The last time I did it was, I think, the Vox Apocalypse, because I just do this show. And for the first time in a while, I'll make myself available. I'll talk about this. So anyone who wants to learn more, anyone who has the balls to talk about this, isn't afraid from the backlash of maybe not getting the guests from the people who want to try and pinch us, you can send an email to media@louderwithcrowder.com and send in your inquiries here. I'll make myself available to talk about this. Now, if we are going to keep doing this, we need to do it right, and I need to do this in a way that does right by you, because you are the future of this country. You are the catalyst for change, not some major media company, not some guy in a boardroom figuring out ways to sell you more reverse mortgages, gold, or fucking pocket catheters. It's you. It's always been you. Those in Big Con would do well to not lose sight of that. Okay. So I want to be clear. make no mistake, the liberals out there foaming at the mouth, this is not me turning against conservatism or an incident of friendly fire at all.
This is me defending conservatism.
Everything that I've ever stood for, I'm standing for now. It's precisely because I believe what I say that I'm doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, too many of these people aren't our friends.
True.
So this is the last call.
For alcohol.
To those conservative businesses in on the big con. You have a chance. Join me in making this right. You know you've lost your way. It's never too late to correct the course. We can all work together and fix this. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. There's no reason that it is this way. I don't know why. I've tried to get an answer. I don't understand it. It doesn't have to be this way. Let's all reset and do it right. And if not, hey, I'll do it without you. And Mug Club is coming for all of it. The viewers and the talent.
Wow.
Now, to
so
everyone
fucking
else,
beautiful.
Everyone who's watched, listened, paid attention in any way, either right now or throughout the years, I just ask that you join me in letting them know that there are far more of us, far more of you than of them. Demand change, demand better, be a signatory. That's what this is. It's not just entering in your email. It's letting these people know at Big Con that you want something different, that you require better. Because you know what? I am going to march into these people's offices, these nameless, faceless people's offices, with your declaration and the number of you who exist. Those in Big Con are personally going to know just how many of you are equally pissed. You and the number of you out there are officially going to be their report card. Not a handful of old money billionaires, not career, political, and nonprofit lobbyists. You.
Thank you.
You're a signatory. This is their report card. And all of you are the reckoning. And if enough of you draft me,
the reckoning.
Fine.
That's what
I'll be your
the fuck
instrument.
I want to hear.
Otherwise, what are we doing here?
Hell yes.
StopBigCon.com. Please enter in your email. Comment below. Hit the like, all of that, because it helps the algorithm. And you make sure that they see this. And stay tuned. Probably going to be a little bit of a bumpy ride.
Bumpy ride, bro. I'm fucking hype. Okay, apparently the Daily Wire responded. Uh-oh.
All right. Our friend Steven Crowder has launched a new initiative called Stop Big Con. And in the video announcing the launch of the project, he talked about leaving the blaze and all the different offers that he fielded from other conservative organizations and what he thought were the real problems with those offers. And that's led a lot of people to speculate about whether or not the Daily Wire is one of the people who made him an offer. In particular, are we the ones who made the offer that he put up on the screen and talked about at length? And the answer is yes, that offer did come from the Daily Wire. I'm not trying to hide that fact. I'm not ashamed of that fact. In fact, I think it's a very good offer. But I think there's a lot of sort of misconceptions about the nature of the offer, the nature of the points. I think Stephen misunderstood a lot of the points. And so the way we do here at the Daily Wire, we're just gonna be incredibly transparent. You know that we like to have our members be a part of the journey. We live stream all of our company town halls, for example. We just find that sunlight sometimes is the best disinfectant. And so with that in mind, I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about how we came to be in conversations with Stephen, how those conversations ended, and walk you just line by line through what the actual document that we sent over to him, a non-binding term sheet, what it actually said and why.
Okay.
First thing you should know is that I'm really miserable to be making this video. Stephen's been my friend for 10 years. I think he's maybe the most talented person working in the conservative media space. He's one of the top entertainers in the country, politics notwithstanding, a great comic voice. And I find it really tragic that we're having this kind of a conversation. But it's also very important, I think, that we talk about it, in particular because I know a lot of people who are fans of the Daily Wire were really offended by the things that Stephen said in the video, and they're concerned that maybe we're doing the wrong thing. And I think that by the time we finish this video, you'll understand what we were thinking with our term sheet and how we operate as a business a little bit better.
Tell us.
I've wanted to be in business with Steven since the day that I met him. Ben and I tried to do some even movie deals with Steven before there was CRTV and before there was a Daily Wire. For that entire time, we've talked at length at various times about getting together and doing things. Of course, for most of that time, he's been under contract, first at CRTV and then at the Blaze. So we weren't able to. And from time to time during the years, we would get together and daydream a little bit about would there be a future for us to work together at the other end of that deal. We got word that Steven was finishing up his time at the Blaze and was interested in having a conversation with us. And so we reached out to his agent.
Okay.
And we said, listen, we'd love to have a conversation. It's not every day that a monster talent like Steven comes on the market. We'd be bad businessmen if we didn't engage in a conversation with him. We weren't sure at that time if there was a deal to be had. I mean, for one thing, we're friends with Glenn, we're friends with Tyler, we're friends with all the guys at the Blaze. We weren't sure that we wanted to commit to making an offer to Steven. And Steven's an expensive talent. I mean, he's been in the business a long time. He has an enormous fan base, and we knew that it would take a lot of doing to get him over to the Daily Wire. This at the same time that we're investing very heavily in kids entertainment content and making real television content, streaming scripted fiction like the Pendragon Cycle and Atlas Shrugged and other projects that we've taken on. Would we have the resources? We weren't sure. But again, you have to have the conversation. And we were happy to have it. So we reach out to the agent and we say that. We say, we'd like to have a conversation with Steven, kind of get into the details of what's he looking for? What's he looking for financially? What's he looking for in terms of structure? What would make his life better? What would make him happy? He's got this opportunity now to have a next chapter. What's he want that next chapter to be?
Okay.
And Steven's agent candidly just wasn't interested in any aspect of that conversation. He only wanted to know about the money. He said, we're not going to have a conversation. We're not going to have some abstract talk. We're going to send us an offer. Tell us how much money you're willing to pay. And he gave us an indication of what the minimum number would have to be in order to even have a discussion with Steven. And it's a big number.
Damn.
So we talked about it internally, and we decided, yeah, we should do that. We should send over an opening offer, a non-binding term sheet that takes a stab at what we think that minimum number is going to be to get the conversation started so that we can sit down with Steven so that we can see if there's a deal that'd be good for him and good for us. And that's what we did. We put together the term sheet, we sent it over, and we asked if we could get on the phone and have a conversation with Steven. I'm going to walk you through that document, what it says, what it doesn't say, some of how Steven represented it. I'm sure he feels like he was being accurate, but some of the things that he said are simply not true based on the text. And Steven's a very passionate guy. I think that he's doing his level best to stand against what he sees as an injustice, but there is no injustice in this document, as I think you'll see. And then I'll tell you what happened right after we sent the document when I finally did get on the phone with Steven. So first, here's the document, the non-binding confidential term sheet. I'm just going to walk you through it. Full transparency. This non-binding term sheet sets forth the basic deal points of a proposed content production and distribution agreement between the Daily Wire, LLC, the Texas Limited Liability Company, and Steven Crowder via his loan out, so that if and when the parties elect to move forward with a long-form agreement, they can move quickly in preparing a definitive and binding agreement. That's just legalese. That means this is just a conversation starter, and we're obviously going to have a negotiation if we move forward, and a lot of these points are going to get beat up. And for those of you who've never been through a contract negotiation, well, that's how it works. When you send someone an offer, you don't send them everything that you're willing to say yes to, because there is going to be a negotiation, because agents...
Wait, you're not telling me that for the Crowder shit, they sent him over the very first, boilerplate fucking offer, and he didn't counter offer at all, right? That can't possibly be what happened, because that would be incredibly fucking stupid. There's no way that happened, right?
Going to get involved, because you can't read their mind. You don't know everything that will be important to them and everything that they'll want. You don't know even, some of their sort of non-negotiable points. And so you send over a loose offer, and then they're going to beat it up a little bit. They're going to say, well, this should be higher and this should be lower. And you're going to come back and say, no, we're going to stand firm here, but we're willing to compromise there. And over time, you either get to a deal or you don't get to a deal. But that's how a good faith negotiation always works. 100% of every interaction I've ever had with any talent, that's the process. And so here we go. Here was our offer. A 4-year initial term with 2-year renewal at DW's sole discretion. That just means Steven's going to work for DW for 4 years. And if it's going really well, DW can retain him for an additional 2 years. 2, the fee. Remember, this is the minimum number that we thought would get the conversation started with Stephen. $50 million for the initial term, plus $25 million for the renewal term, if extended, paid in monthly installments. Like I say, a pretty big number, but we thought for a talent like Stephen, this is probably the minimum number that's going to get us in the door so that we can sit down and talk to you. 3, production costs. This is important. We've never made a deal quite like the offer that we put in front of Stephen, because Stephen, very independent guy. I mean, all of our talent have very independent voices. Obviously, we can't tell them what to say. You know, Candace says what she wants, and Jordan Peterson says what he wants, Ben, Michael. But Stephen has always built in this protection for himself that he wants to actually produce his content. He doesn't want, you know, most of our guys, they come to the studio and we turn on the cameras. We point the cameras, we point the lights. Stephen likes to do that with his own team to just make doubly sure that no one's interfering with his content, not that we would. And so we anticipated that, and we said, Crowder will bear the burden of production, including all costs associated therewith, on all the content contemplated herein, except on the quarterly and annual content contemplated below. We'll get to that part a little bit later. It's kind of a novel concept. The quality of the production will be as good as or better than is currently existing content. This just, again, Stephen's going to produce his own content. It has to be as good as the stuff that Stephen's audience has come to expect from him, and that'll come out of the $50 million. So it's not like all of that $50 million goes right in Stephen's pocket. He's going to use some of it to pay for producers and studio space and camera equipment and operators and lights, just like we're going to use some of the money that we make to pay for the infrastructure and the technology and the marketing and the legal and all the other parts that go into making a successful business. Revenue collection, that says we'll have the exclusive right to realize revenue in connection with all of his content and brand. We're paying you this guaranteed significant amount of money, $50 million. And for that, one of the things we're buying is the content, but we're also buying the right to monetize the content so that we can have a chance of making some money and not just spending money. What is the content? First, we broke this into daily, monthly, quarterly, and annual content. The daily content is going to be very obvious to you. He'll deliver a 1.5-hour Louder with Crowder audio-video show of a quality and kind consistent with the shows that he's currently producing, 4 days a week. That's 192 original episodes a year if you factor in 4 weeks of vacation, including all ad reads and promotions as requested by us. So he's going to continue to produce his show, his Louder with Crowder show, 4 days a week, 192 times a year. And that'll include us being able to put ads in it, promotions in it. They'll be filmed in studio daily, Monday through Thursday. At least 1 hour of them will be outside the paywall. That's much how Stephen already operates. That's the part that goes out on podcasting. It's the part that goes out on YouTube. It's the part that goes out on Rumble. And at least 30 minutes inside the DW Plus paywall. So in the same way that right now he has his Piss Off YouTube segment that has historically been at Blaze, well, he would still do that same kind of concept. 30 minutes of the show would now be behind our paywall. Crowder can bank or pre-record a limited number of episodes upon our approval and reasonable discretion. Days without new original episodes will be scheduled in advance, subject to our reasonable approval. What's this about? Well, a guy like Crowder, in addition to his 4 weeks of vacation, there's just also going to be times where he, for whatever reason, maybe he's got a speech, maybe he's got a stand-up comedy gig somewhere around the country. If he were to come to us and say, hey, I can't really shoot a show on Thursday because I'm going to be doing this stand-up gig, that's fine. Let's shoot 2 episodes on Tuesday and we'll roll one of them out on Thursday. It's just giving us all the maximum flexibility to still make the episodes, but for Stephen to be able to live the other important parts of his life. 192 episodes. Obviously, there are 260 work days in a year. Most Americans work 260 days a year minus 10. That's 2 weeks of vacation, so they work about 250 work days a year, and we're telling Stephen, you've got to produce 192. So already, even to say 4 weeks of vacation, that is probably above average, but it doesn't really capture the reality of this, which is there are going to be, 60 days basically of the year where Fridays, we call them, where Stephen basically doesn't have to produce a show. And you may say, well, that's still a lot. And I know Stephen says that's more than even, network TV would ask for. Yeah, these are points that can be negotiated. I still think most people feel like, if you're only working 4 days a week and you get 4 weeks off every year and you can pre-schedule even additional time to be traveling by banking episodes.
If you take a
you
contract
would
with the Daily Wire, it depends how much money they'd offer me.
at least say, you may think, well, he needed to negotiate that and get it down to 170 or something. Sure, I thought he would, but it's certainly not unfair to expect someone that is making $50 million over the next 4 years to, work 192 days a year. That brings us to monthly content. What is monthly content? Well, at Daily Wire, our members are entitled to an all-access once a month with most of our talent. And that's where our members get to interact with them, sort of one-on-one, ask them questions. So we're saying once a month he would have to do a 90-minute all-access and any promotions and ad reads that would go in that. Right now, there are no ad reads in all-access. But again, you're giving yourself, it's a 4, possibly 6-year deal. You're giving yourself a little latitude for things to change. Quarterly content. We asked that Stephen would produce one major promo video and photo shoot coordinated by us for his content at the company. We would want him to 4 times a year come in and make a very well-produced promo, that gives us marketing assets to be able to go out and sell subscriptions, sell Mug Club, sell any merch that we were doing with him, sell the entire idea of DW+, and one backstage episode a quarter or other major live event and VIP experience. So, and annual content. This was a new concept. We said that Stephen would do one feature-length entertainment special. That's like a stand-up comedy special. And that Stephen would do one feature-length political special. And that's like a documentary, like What is a Woman? This
Like
is something
that
we're
Matt
doing
Walsh
with
thing,
all of
yeah.
our talent now. You saw it first with What is a Woman with Matt. Then in addition to his daily show, he brought us this amazing documentary. You saw it with Candace with Greatest Lie Ever Sold. And we've got a lot more projects like that in the work with our other talent now. It's really become an important part of our business model. Here's the key, though. He doesn't have to pay for that out of his $50 million over the next 4 years. We would pay an additional amount every year for that. In the case of the political documentary, we'd give another $1.25 million of production costs. In the case of the entertainment, depends on how it breaks down, but we'd give between $500,000 and $2.5 million more dollars. So, you're talking about just this is more than 8 figures over the 4 years, in addition to the 50 over the next 4 years. And then E, additional Crowder content. What is this? I don't know, but presumably over the next 4 to 6 years, we might come up with other things that either he wants to do or we want to do. So we built a sort of catch-all bucket. If we and Crowder mutually agree to create additional content not currently contemplated, then we'd pay him $15,000 a day for that shoot. And again, a lot of that would be days he was already shooting, so that's just a little extra money in his pocket if we do something extra. Item 6, the back catalog. Crowder will license his entire back catalog, including without limitation every past episode of Louder with Crowder, to us during the term. That just means that all the episodes that already exist would also be behind our paywall during the term. At the end of the term, all of that content that we didn't actually pay for would revert to Crowder at the end of the term. But we would have it in the meantime. 7, ad reads and promo reads. DW will have the exclusive right to sell ads on the Crowder content on all platforms, channels, websites, apps, widgets, pages, and lists owned, branded, or controlled by us, and on any Crowder-owned or controlled social channels, email lists, websites, etc., including louderwithcrowder.com. And it says remuneration for that is included in the fee. So what does this mean? Well, this is just how are we going to make, first, that at least bare minimum $50 million, and if you count the other things we were talking about, 60+ million, plus we knew he was going to negotiate, so you're probably talking about 70, 75 million, plus infrastructure, plus marketing.
Was this all negotiable by Crowder? Yeah, it sounds like he couldn't have negotiated this. He just looked at the first offer and got mad, I guess. I don't understand why. I don't know why he got so triggered by the first offer. I truly don't understand.
At least $100 million we would have ended up spending over the next 4 years. Well, how are we going to pay for all of that? Well, one way is we're going to sell ads on all this content. And this is how we handle all of our shows. He has to, item B, Crowder will read the ad copy and promos as requested by us, though he'll have certain rights to disapprove of some ad sponsors for various reasons, right? He can disapprove of like 10% of the ones we bring him. He can disapprove if he owns equity in a direct competitor of one of the advertisers that we bring him. But point D, if he doesn't read the requested ads within that framework, then the content that he made won't be counted as delivered under the contract, because it's all fine and good that he made a piece of content, but if we can't make any money off of it, then we're just paying him so that he can make a show. We're not paying him so that we can participate in any of the success of that show. 8, ownership. This is a very important point. Daily Wire will own all of the content created herein and will own all of the DW created channels and brands created by us during the term. And to be clear, we can exploit those channels, brands, and content in perpetuity at our sole discretion. What does this mean? Well, it means just like all of the back catalog that Crowder would have been bringing over, we would have a license to have that all over at Daily Wire Plus during the 4 to 6 years that Crowder was here. But at the end of that 4 to 6 years, he would take all that content with him. A little bit different with the content that we're paying, tens of millions of dollars for during the course of that content would always stay with us. We would have a sort of perpetual right to monetize that content even after Crowder would leave. And if Matt Walsh were to leave the Daily Wire, presumably at some date in the future, well, what as a woman would stay here? Because we paid for that. We paid for the marketing of it, the production of it. We paid him for the time in which he created it. And so this contemplates something very similar. We would still have the right to the things that we make. As far as channels and brands, I'll get to that in just a minute because it's addressed more deeply as we go. Adaptation rights. All this says is that anything that Crowder says on any of this content, we can adapt it down into written content and put it up at dailywire.com. So, we already do a lot of this. You transcribe something that Ben says, you transcribe something that Michael Knowles says, and we can put that out as an article. They don't actually have to do the work of rewriting their thoughts. 10, additional DW rights, merch rights. It says DW will maintain the exclusive right to create and sell Crowder and Crowder content branded merchandise, and the remuneration for that's already included in the fee. So one of the ways that we can make money, put ads in a show. One of the ways that we can make money, sell subscriptions around his content. One of the ways that we can make money is be responsible for his merch. Now, that would mean that we have to pay for the creation of the merch, pay for the marketing of the merch, but we would own the upside. Email list. DW will maintain the exclusive right to manage, grow, and monetize all Crowder email lists during the term. We have an enormous team here at the Daily Wire, and some of them full-time think about email. So that's a burden that we would take off of Stephen, having to manage his own email list, just like we manage and pay the expenses on the merch, but we'll get the upside of that. Remember, we're trying to fill that 50, 60, 70, $100 million hole and to make profit. And the profit gets poured back in so that we can pay for all the infrastructure, all the technology, and all the other ways that we're fighting the fight. Social media management. This one was something that Stephen seemed particularly aggravated by in his video, although I don't understand why. It says DW will have the exclusive right to manage, curate, and monetize his official Facebook, YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Snapchat, Rumble, and other social media accounts, excluding his existing personal Twitter and Instagram accounts. So why would we exclude some but not exclude others? Well, we're saying that during the term, we have, of course, he puts his podcast on Apple Podcast. We're the ones monetizing the Apple Podcast. So this is just making clear that, yes, we're selling ads in his podcast. The podcast goes out on Apple Podcast. That revenue comes back to us. We put something up on Facebook. Same thing. We bring in ad revenue off of that Facebook piece of content. But we're going to own that during the term. Obviously, at the end of the term, he's going to get his official Facebook account back. He's going to get his official YouTube account back. He's going to get his official Apple Podcast channel back. But during the term, again, all those people behind us, we've got experts in every one of these platforms, how to optimize it, how to make sure that you're getting the most out of it, and we'll manage that and we'll collect the revenue. But not as Twitter and Instagram, because those are very personal channels. You can't manage someone's Twitter. I can't speak for Candace Owens. I can't speak for Ben Shapiro. If only I could, I would like what they say a lot more. I mean, as you know about Daily Wire, we have a lot of disagreements sometimes between our hosts. Presumably, if I could control everything that they say, there'd never be any disagreements. They would just all be right all the time like I am.
True.
But that's not the case. We're saying,
how I
of
feel
course,
about
he
my
needs to
orbiters,
control his own
guys.
Twitter voice. Of course, he needs to include his own Instagram account. We get this a lot where people are like, Jordan's Twitter has changed since he joined Daily Wire Plus. I have nothing to do with Jordan Peterson's Twitter account. I don't have login credentials for his Twitter account. I've never asked him to tweet anything or not tweet anything. That'd be way outside of the bounds of what's acceptable, because that's a very personal medium, Twitter, very personal medium, Instagram. It also says that we will have the perpetual and exclusive right to create, own, manage, curate, and monetize any and all social media accounts that we create based on Crowder's content or shows. What's that about? Well, Crowder already has enormous social channels. He got like 6 million YouTube followers or something. I mean, he's one of the biggest voices in the movement. But what happens if we create a documentary like What is a Woman? Well, sure, you've got Matt's Facebook and Matt's YouTube that are promoting What is a Woman. But we may also want to build a Twitter account, that is @WhatIsAWoman, or a YouTube account that's just for clips from What is a Woman. Well, that wouldn't belong to Matt. That would belong to us because What is a Woman belongs to us. And that's what this was meant to say, that all of the stuff that Crowder brings over, that's his, Louder with Crowder and all, his Louder with Crowder accounts, all of that. Well, that's his. We're going to manage it for him during the term. We're going to monetize it during the term. At the end of the term, all of that's going to go back to him. He said that was not what it says in his video that he released, but you can read right here. That's exactly, he gets all of, it's only during the term that we control that. But the things that we make based on the content that we make, well, that belongs to us because the content belongs to us. So those channels have to belong to us. Those would never match anything like the magnitude of the channels he's created for himself, obviously. 11, exclusivity. Should go without saying, if you're going to pay somebody $50 million, you're going to have exclusivity. They can't go make content for people who compete with you. You don't pay someone to go work for the competition. But there's carve-outs. Of course, he can go do non-regular guest appearances if Tucker wants to have him on, if Fox and Friends wants to have him on, if he wants to go do a hit with Glenn Beck or something, he can go do that. He should use good faith efforts to coordinate them with us. And this is important. See, he won't have the right to run any personal subscription or donation effort. He can't have a Patreon or a Locals or any sort of paid fan club while Mug Club is part of DW+, right? We're the ones who are going to own subscription revenue during the term. So I think all this is
pretty standard,
very fair and very obvious to anyone. You wouldn't pay somebody $50 million to then compete with, have them work for your competitor, and you wouldn't pay them $50 million to have them compete directly against you. Now here's this section that I know Stephen was very offended by, and I think he misunderstood and therefore misrepresented. Fee reductions. There's a different fee reduction for all those kinds of contents we created. Daily content. If he fails for any reason to deliver 192 episodes of The Daily Show, or if he fails to include the ads that we agreed to or the promotions that we agreed to in those episodes, then we'll give a $100,000 reduction every time. What's that about? Well, again, you can't pay someone any amount of money, but you certainly can't pay them
$100 million.
Unimaginably huge amount of money for their show and then not get the show. So what this is saying is you don't have to produce a show every day. You don't have to produce 260 or 250 or 240 or 230 or 220 or 210 episodes a year. You got to produce 192 episodes a year. You can film some of them in advance. You can stack them up. All of that's contemplated in there. You could shoot on a Friday so that you can take 2 days off next week. But if you don't give us 192 episodes, we can't pay you the same amount of money as if you did give us 192 episodes. So this is just, you give us 192 times 4 minus.
If you had similar numbers, views/subs, would you take this deal? I would have to know what Crowder's breakdown. I mean, would I take this deal? Almost certainly not, because this is their first offer. Of course not. I'm going to counteroffer. They're not going to send you something that they're most favorable to in their first offer, of course. But I don't know what Crowder's cost breakdown is or the structure of his business and everything. So I don't even know if this is remotely good or not. This might be a really good deal for him. It might be a really shit deal for him. I actually reading the full contract now and then knowing at the beginning that he didn't make any counteroffers. I think Crowder's just. I don't know if grift is the right word, but Crowder's hamming this up for his audience. He's trying to drive subs. He's probably getting fucking 5,000-10,000 more Mug Club members today, like trying to complain about this shit 100% by going to war like this. But nothing I've heard so far is like ridiculous in terms of contract. Like, yeah. Someone in YouTube chat said, basically, we will pay you $50 million if you let us make $900 million off of you. Okay, you're exaggerating, but yeah, that's how contracts work. You only hire people that you can make money off of. That's called capitalism. Are you surprised by that? You're not going to pay somebody $50 million so you can make $30 million off of them.
Then out of your $50 million, we're hitting minus 100,000. Steven said that this was unfair, that if he had a sick day or got in a car wreck, we'd dock him
But
$100,000.
there was an illness clause, so
I think that's just totally inaccurate for two reasons. One, presumably if he was sick this Tuesday, he could just shoot an episode next Friday, and you'd be completely even. He's got an awful lot of extra time in the year to shoot these additional, to shoot any episodes to make up. And second of all, it's actually contemplated a little bit later what happens if there's a disability. In fact, we'll just skip right to it. It's item E. In the event of temporary disability or serious illness that prevents Crowder from performing, the fee will be reduced on a pro rata basis, not subject to the fee reduction mentioned above. What does that mean? Well, instead of a sort of punitive fee because he's choosing not to do the right thing, in that situation, you'll just reduce it by dividing the total amount of money contemplated by the number of episodes, just subtract that, which I think is, again, incredibly fair. If you're being paid $1 for every box you deliver 10 boxes, you get $10. If you deliver 9 boxes, you get $9. That's a different concept than if you just choose not to deliver it, in which case we're going to subtract a little bit extra. And again, you pay somebody $50 million, you should get the work. Monthly and quarterly content. Well, this is...
I just noticed that this guy sounds exactly like Ben Shapiro. He has like the same like cadence and manner of talking. I didn't notice that before, and now I'm noticing.
More valuable content, and there's less of it, so the fee is high, $250,000 if he misses that kind of content. Annual content. Well, this is the most important, most expensive content. If you were supposed to have done a complete documentary this year and you didn't deliver it, well, we're going to subtract $1 million because that's one of the most important high-value pieces of content that we asked you to make that year. And then D just says reset. The fee reduces each calendar year. So, every year you kind of start over. You start over fresh. That brings us to 13, reduction of fee from lost revenue or boycotts. Again, this is one of the points that Stephen really focused on. He says we're enforcers for big tech, that we're doing big tech's bidding, that we're punishing content creators if they run afoul of big tech. And first of all, that's just personally incredibly offensive. It's incredibly offensive to have your friend and ally.
Incredibly offensive, right? His voice doesn't sound anything like Ben Shapiro, but the word choice, the diction, the cadence, he speaks very similarly. I can hear, like, if the voice was different, this would be Ben Shapiro. This could be a Ben Shapiro script.
In 10 years of fighting this fight alongside one another, coming up together, say that you're not sufficiently conservative, say that you're I think he said in the video that we're worse than the left, that we're doing harm to the conservative audience and harm to the country, that we're not sufficiently at odds with big tech. Obviously that's ridiculous. You'll see that it's ridiculous as we go through this and I explain it. It should be, it's absurd on its face. We get content strikes all the time. We get demonetized all the time. We get shadow banned all the time, just like all conservatives do. We're investing tens of millions of dollars every year into technology to try to create alternative. Every box you deliver 10 boxes, you get $10. If you deliver 9 boxes, you get $9. That's a different concept than if you just choose not to deliver it, in which case we're going to subtract a little bit extra. And again, you pay somebody $50 million, you should get the work. Monthly and quarterly content. Well, this is more valuable content and there's less of it, so the fee is higher, $250,000 if he misses that kind of content. Annual content. Well, this is the most important, most expensive content. If you were supposed to have done a complete documentary this year and you didn't deliver it, well, we're going to subtract $1 million because that's one of the most important high-value pieces of content that we asked you to make that year. And then D just says reset. The fee reduces each calendar year. So, every year you kind of start over. You start over fresh. That brings us to 13, reduction of fee from lost revenue or boycotts. Again, this is one of the points that Stephen really focused on. He says we're enforcers for big tech, that we're doing big tech's bidding, that we're punishing content creators if they...
Listen, it sounds like I'm trusting.
Obviously that's ridiculous. You'll see that it's ridiculous as we go through this and I explain it. It should be... It's absurd on its face. We get content strikes all the time. We get demonetized all the time. We get shadow banned all the time, just like all conservatives do. We're investing tens of millions of dollars every year into technology to try to create alternatives. That's a long-term project. No one has built anything. Rumble is not a true competitor to YouTube yet. I hope that they become one. But right now, YouTube has many billions of people use YouTube, and many millions of people use Rumble. It's a long-term investment to build these alternatives, and Daily Wire Plus is an alternative platform. But right now, we all still are dependent for getting our message out to have access to big tech and to monetize our content. We have to have access to big tech. That's where the audience is, and it's where the money is. It's also where Steven Crowder has made his entire name. He's the biggest conservative YouTube star of all time. You know, he put out his video criticizing us in this contract as not being sufficiently conservative. The number one place people will view it is on YouTube. And that's not wrong. That's where people are. Of course they're going to watch it on YouTube. Of course he's going to put it out on YouTube. That's where the audience is. Now, Steven might respond by saying, yes, but I don't make any money off of YouTube. I have been demonetized.
But that's a driver on
and
other
that's
platforms.
a point that we'll talk about here.
Right.
Nevertheless, obviously, you and I and everyone else, when we go to YouTube to watch Steven Crowder may be demonetized and he may not make any money. YouTube, though, still makes money off of us. And so in that way, Steven is still driving.
Oh, that's
He's still driving success for YouTube. It's unfortunate that YouTube has chosen to cut him out of participating in that success. In fact, I think YouTube is utterly wrong. The only time I've ever talked to the CEO of YouTube, it was to criticize her for her treatment of Steven Crowder. I didn't even talk to her about the Daily Wire. I had nothing to say at that moment about Daily Wire. But at that time, they had demonetized Steven. And I used my one audience with one of the most powerful CEOs in the world to tell her that what she was doing to Steven Crowder was absolutely unethical and wrong. So what were we trying to accomplish with this section? Well, let's go through it. The reduction of fee from lost revenue, from boycotts, content strikes, or bans from major social media platforms. Ad drop. If Crowder is boycotted or dropped by more than 50% of his then extant advertising partners, that is, if 50% of the money that he's making from advertisers is suddenly gone, and we're not able to replace that revenue within 90 days, then his fee will be reduced by 25% until such time as the ad revenue has been restored for a period of 90 days, and then it would all reset. Steven says, all the left does is boycott our advertisers, so this just says to the left, your boycotts work and we'll enforce it for you. We will punish the content creator for you. But this isn't about punishing the content creator. This is about if the Daily Wire is going to leverage, I can't stress this, probably $100 million by the time you have marketing and infrastructure costs, by the time you pay for all the legal compliance, all the technology that it takes to support Steven's show and Steven's show, even at the price that we offered for it, which he would have wanted much more, at least $100 million. Obviously, if the show makes dramatically less money, well, then Steven has to make less money because we're making less money. And I brought this up to Steven on the phone.
Yeah, what do you say?
And I said, Steven, if your show, if we guarantee you $1,
yeah,
$1 for your show, and the show makes $1 in ad revenue and $1 in subscription revenue, then how does the money work? Well, it works that $2 come in, you get your guaranteed $1, we get $1. What do we do? What do you do with your $1? Well, you produce your show and you pay yourself. What do we do with our $1? Well, we market your show, provide all the back-end infrastructure, pay for the 250 plus humans who work to make all of this continue to grow. By the way, we don't pay for one single person more than we need. There's no charity jobs. We're not giving our money away. If anything, we're understaffed by 50%. We ask more of our employees than any other company probably in America today. We drive people incredibly hard because our resources are limited, because we're trying to accomplish so much for our values, for our movement. So we pay for that out of our $1, and then we pay ourselves. What
were the studio? What studio was I in? Oh, it was the PragerU people. They're not related to Daily Wire or anything, right?
That's how it works. I said, if the next day, one of the dollars, the ad dollar, goes away, now what happens? Should it be that you said something on your show that caused that $1 to go away? Now, you keep your $1 and we make $0? I said, that wouldn't make any sense. Obviously, you would have to lose a little and we would have to lose a little. I said, we're trying to sort of emulate the idea of a joint venture. And Steven said, no, you should lose all the money. It's your business. And I said, well, Steven, how would we have a business? Why would we be in business? And how would we stay in business? And Steven, this is a very important point. Steven, again, I think the most entertaining, talented person in the conservative movement. I think one of the most entertaining and talented people in entertainment generally in the country today, has created a very successful content generation company, a very successful production company. But Steven's never had to create the company that actually distributes, markets, and monetizes all of that content. You know, he talks in his video about being one of the only true independent conservative voices. And I find that incredibly offensive. You know, Stephen, the whole time I've known him, has worked for someone else. Has been paid by someone else. That doesn't mean other people tell him what to say. He's a very independent voice, and that's good. So is Matt Walsh. So is Candace Owens. So is Ben Shapiro. So is Michael Knowles. So is Brett Cooper. But Stephen, you know, as much or more than any of them, a very independent voice. But he's not exactly a self-made man. That's not true. He was paid by PJTV when I met him, which was owned by a billionaire at the time. Then he was paid by CRTV for a number of years, which was owned by a billionaire at the time. Then he was paid by The Blaze, which was subsidized by a billionaire, until Tyler Cardin, one of the real genius businessmen in our movement, turned the company around and made it profitable. During all of that time, Stephen drove a ton of revenue. He's incredibly valuable. I'm not suggesting that he wasn't driving value. He was. I'm only saying he didn't have to build all of that. He didn't have to think about it. And he didn't necessarily have to be profitable. And he doesn't know for a fact that he was profitable because, as he has said very publicly, all those companies, none of them really shared all the information about what was happening with them. So Stephen feels very certain that his show was always profitable, but he doesn't know that his show was profitable. And even if it was, what became of that profit? Most of that profit almost certainly was reinvested into growing the infrastructure and growing the technology and growing the marketing and growing the compliance. That's how business works.
God damn.
And if you're the Daily Wire, we're a very successful company by conservative media standards, and we're a tiny fraction of the smallest legacy media company. If we're going to make one of the biggest investments we've ever made in talent, which is what we were offering Crowder here, an amount of money that puts all of our investments at risk. I mean, if it doesn't work, you're not going to be able to make that kids' entertainment content.
Who is this guy? Co-founder of the Daily Wire, going over the refused Crowder contract. You're not going to be able to continue to do things like sue the federal government to stop the vax mandate. You're not going to be able to do things like deploy investigative journalists to Virginia, where they uncover the Loudon story that changes the course of a gubernatorial election. All of that takes resources. When you leverage 50, 60, 70, $100 million, you're taking an enormous risk. You're putting all of that at risk. You don't do it cavalierly. You do it because you believe, and I do, that Stephen is worth it, that he's incredibly valuable. But it is still a huge risk. There's also a time factor. He might drive all that revenue, but what if it takes a year or even 18 months to bring over those Mug Club subscribers, to get those advertisers spending, right? Well, you're losing 8 figures a year in the interim or 7 figures a year in the interim while you're doing that. So you can't just say, we're going to pay you $50 million, even if the show doesn't bring in any money. That's not punishment. First of all, $50 million minus 25% is not punishment by the standards of any human being in the world today, right? That's not punishment. That's just reality. He would still be being paid millions and millions of dollars, and we would be actively working with all those people that we're paying out of our cut to go find new advertisers to replace it, at which point he would be making his money again. Same with the content strike. If any major platform, YouTube, Facebook, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, issues a content strike such that Crowder's content cannot be monetized on the platform, then again, there's this 90-day concept, and again, there's this 25% reduction. Now, Stephen, when I spoke to him, he was very upset. He said, I've already been demonetized on YouTube. That's the kind of thing in a negotiation. You scratch through that with your red pen and you say, Stephen's already been demonetized from YouTube, so we can't start the deal at minus 25. You have to already have anticipated that, and that would have been fine. That's just a very common. But if he were making a significant portion of his revenue on YouTube and he lost that revenue, it's not punishing him to say you will make less. We're all going to make less. The real punishment would be if we took all the hit, continued to pay him guaranteed money whether his show makes money or not, and then we lose the business as a result. And now no one pays Stephen anything, and no one releases Stephen's content. He has to go build it all from scratch in crisis. Damn.
Ban. The Crowder content cannot be released on any of the major platforms because of his content being banned from those platforms. Then we'll reduce the fee if YouTube 20, if Apple 20, if Facebook 10, if Spotify 10. Same kind of concept. If the content simply cannot appear and therefore cannot not only be used for marketing, cannot be used to grow the brand, also can't be monetized, well, we can't pay him the same. as if it was. If you're making 25% of your money on YouTube, and now YouTube is permanently gone, well, you can't make that money anymore. It's not punishment. And this is really what it comes down to. Stephen's philosophy seems to be,
Tell us.
I deserve to be paid millions and millions and millions of dollars
without helping anyone else make
whether
money.
my show drives the revenue or not.
Damn.
That's not a business relationship. He's not looking for a business relationship. He's looking for a benefactor.
Ooh.
The Daily Wire is not a nonprofit. We aren't benefactors. We're a business. We only get to eat what we kill. And at the very beginning, we thought maybe we could do like a joint venture with Stephen where we have the same relationship. There's no guarantee of money, and if there's more money, he gets a cut, and if there's less money, he gets a cut. But we knew, no, Stephen, at his level, his history, his experience, he just needs a big guarantee. He's earned it. But we still have to replicate in the deal some measure of that shared responsibility, and that's all this was meant to accomplish. You say, well, it's the same in the end anyway, because you're still telling him, if you say something YouTube doesn't like, we're taking away your money. Well, no, if YouTube would be the one taking away the money. We're just saying that we can't bear the entire brunt of that. But it's even, I think what Stephen's suggesting here is kind of even more disingenuous than that, because I actually kind of came up with this whole concept by watching Steven Crowder. I mean, I mentioned it before. Steven created this idea of Piss Off YouTube segment at Mug Club. And I saw it and thought it was genius. What does it mean? It means Stephen can go on YouTube, speak to a huge audience. In fact, most of his audience, that's where they engage with him, right? The subscribers are a very small percentage of Stephen's audience. Mug Club is a very small percentage of his audience. YouTube is the vast, overwhelming majority of Stephen's audience. He can go on there, and he can be risque, and he can do what he wants to do, but he can be calculated too, and he can say, there are some things that I simply can't say here because these bastards hate free speech. For those things, come over to Mug Club and become a subscriber. And then for 30 minutes a day at the Blaze, he could say whatever he wanted. And I thought that was a genius thing, and I implemented it at Daily Wire because I was inspired by Stephen, who again, very talented guy, very smart guy. This is just meant to say the same thing. Hey, I want you to be thoughtful about what you say on the free part of the show. Doesn't mean I want you to say things that aren't true. Doesn't mean I want you to say things you don't believe. Doesn't mean I want you to bend the knee to big tech. What it means is, I want.
So why did Crowder throw such a huge shit over literally nothing? The only reason he has to line his own pocket from the audience after decline. Yeah, he's going to get a lot of clout off it. He's going to try to say, I mean, if he's not joining the Daily Wire, it's always go to attack the competition. If you can feel like you can make them look bad, you'll complain about this. Like I said, he's probably going to get like 10,000 fucking subs today on his shit. Maybe he can start his own media empire off the back of like, these guys are all abusive and horrible. So maybe he's trying to like make a media company. Yeah.
You to preserve the revenue as best you can, preserve the audience as best you can, and then tell people there's a reason we're building these multi-million dollar platforms. There's a reason we have subscribers. It's so that there is a place where they can't take our voice away. They can't tell us what to say. So what should he do? He should go on YouTube. He should talk about the things that he talks about, and then he should say, listen, there's some new study came out about the COVID vaccine, and I want to talk about it, but these bastards at YouTube won't let me. Come over to Mug Club at Daily Wire Plus. Go over there and talk about it. And in that way, we keep growing his brand, bigger and bigger audience, more and more people.
Your whole chat is too dumb to engage with me. What are you saying? Why are we watching? You are contributing to it. Why are we throwing a huge fit over it? We're not throwing a huge fit. We're just watching because two of the largest figures right now in alternative conservative media are having a huge spat back and forth. What do you mean? Why wouldn't we watch that? Why wouldn't it? What do you mean? The whole fucking political media right now is probably watching this.
We have those revenue opportunities, and Stephen is free to say the things he wants to see. I don't know why when he read this, he couldn't see that. I don't know why when we talked about it after the fact and he was very upset with me, he couldn't see it. But I find it deeply offensive that he won't give me the benefit of the doubt, and even more offensive that he felt that he needed to air our disagreement about this section publicly. Stephen's my friend.
So we are going over it because everyone else has got it. Isn't that kind of how like news works? is people cover the stuff that other people are interested in. Isn't interest like one of the main? Was that statement supposed to be like insightful or pointing something out? Like, yeah, typically as more interest around things develop, you cover those things that people are interested in. Of course.
He's my ally. It's just a low move, and I'm sure he thinks he's standing on principle. The problem is, you might even think that, first of all, friendship is a principle. You might think, yeah, but some things have to be more important in the public space than friendship. I don't know if that's true, but let's say that it is true. You have to be right if you're going to burn one of your friends the way that Stephen burned us.
Ooh.
And Stephen is wrong.
Ooh.
I am not an enforcer for big tech. I am trying to maximize the reach and revenue of my hosts and my company, because no company spends more money than the Daily Wire directly marketing its talent. We spend tens of millions of dollars every year helping our talent grow, marketing our talent with real dollars. We spend tens of millions more building technology, tens of millions more on staff and support, building expertise, so that we can, over time...
But I can't tell if you're... Yeah, cover all the dumb shit that every right-leaning political commentator is going over. Let's do myocarditis next. Weren't we arguing about myocarditis for days? Like just a week or two ago? I maybe you're just trolling, I don't know.
Time build a completely parallel system, a completely parallel economy. That is not a day's work. That is a generation's work. That is the work that we are engaged in. That's why we've had so many successes. You have been with us for so many of those successes. And I feel like Crowder really threw us under the bus and cheapened that and discredited all of it in saying that we're enforcers for the very people who hate us, the very people who shadow ban us and demonetize us and give content strikes against us all the time. When all we're saying is, no, let's be smart about how we fight them. The rest of this document, you're welcome to read it. It's just legalese, and what it says is, if we decide to move forward, this isn't the whole document. We're going to have a longer document. We're going to have to negotiate these topics. Confidentiality. We're not going to tell people about the deal. He didn't sign this, so he doesn't have those confidentiality requirements, although I certainly expected some political, or I guess personal and professional courtesy of him not going and reaming us publicly for making him an offer that he didn't like. I don't owe Stephen a job, and Stephen doesn't owe me a show. We opened up a conversation in good faith. We made an offer. He didn't like it. Now he's burning us. That brings me actually to what happened after. I sent this over. I did get on the phone with Stephen. Normally, this is the stage where you say, I like this, I don't like that, red line, red line, red line, and we move closer together. Instead, Stephen said, I'm not going to redline this. Not going to have my agent respond. This deal is garbage. You need to start completely over. I said, well, I'd like to talk through why we do it. And he listened for a little bit, and he said, well, you're just wrong. You don't know anything about business. My business model is the right business model. And of course, that's unfair, because Stephen hasn't run this part of a business before. Stephen likes to say, I'm only on the air because of Mug Club. But Stephen couldn't tell me how many subscribers he had. I said, how many subscribers do you have at the place? He said, I don't know. They don't tell me. And I'm sure that's true.
What?
He said, but I'm confident. I guarantee you it'll be 350,000 on day one with no marketing. I hope that's true. But I can't take that risk. I've never seen that to be true. I've never launched any talent with $0 spent on marketing and picked up a third of the total subscribers that the entire Daily Wire has built in 8 years in business. I hope Stephen's right. I hope he makes unseemly amounts of money and is able to continue being an important voice in the movement for years and years to come. But that's not a risk that I could take. Stephen implied that he not only didn't like this $12.5 million a year number that I offered him, but that he thought it should be closer to $30 million a year. That's $120 million over 4 years just for Stephen's show. I would still have to spend those tens of millions of dollars every year that I told you about on things like marketing and infrastructure and technology to support the show, the part that Stephen's never done. As soon as he said that, I knew we'll never get to a deal. I can't guarantee $30 million a year. I didn't know how I was going to pay for 50. I thought, not that he isn't worth it, but that's a big risk. $120 million is an incalculable risk for a company our size. And again, I'm not saying Stephen isn't worth it. I hope he is. I hope he builds his own business. He'll make a ton of mistakes. He'll find out that he's wrong about a lot of how the business world works. He'll learn and he'll grow. He's a smart, talented guy. And I hope he gets to a place where he's proving me wrong and he's making all that money. But that just was not a deal that the Daily Wire could possibly make. And we'd have to pay it even if
Is 250 people a big company? 250 people is a huge company. That's a massive company at that point.
lost all the revenue, or even if he lost enormous chunks of the revenue, it was just an impossible situation. And so Steven said, we're going to throw this deal out. I'm not even going to mark it up. I'm not going to negotiate it. Start over, send me a new deal. And because of his talent and because of our friendship, I thought about it for a minute. Talked to my partners about it for a few minutes. And I just realized what I already knew in my heart, which is Steven's not a team player. That's not a knock. He has an enormous individual talent. But he's not going to be happy unless he's out on his own. So I called him up. I said, hey, we're not going to send a follow-up offer. I want you to hear it directly from me, not from lawyers and agents. I said, but the kind of deal you're looking for is not the kind of deal that we can make. He was super gracious, appreciative, kind. We agreed to continue forward as we always had as friends. We do favors for each other. I told him, if you stay at the Blaze or if you go off on your own, go to Rumble, go wherever, we're going to continue to write stories about you and promote you and have you on. Like, you know, we want you to be as successful as humanly possible. And we want to contribute to that. And we went our separate ways. And months went by. October goes by, November goes by, December goes by. And then a week ago, in January, Steven called me. And he said, hey man, I can't unsee this contract that you sent me. I said, well, it's not a contract, it's a non-binding term sheet. It's a conversation starter, but okay.
What would a 250 employee company make a year? I don't know. If I'm just like throwing out random numbers, I don't know. My guess would probably be like 50 to 100 million a year in revenue. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. That'd be my guess. 250 person company. Let's assume you're paying every person on average. We'll start low, and we'll say 40,000 a year for every employee for 250 people. In like this world, we'll say 40,000 a year. You're looking at 10 million already in wages, not including your payroll taxes that you're paying the half of. Not including any other overhead, so rent on building, software, books, like whatever other shit you have to pay for if you're manufacturing. It's not like, yeah. My guess would be your revenue is probably 50 to 100 plus million with 250 people base. That'd be my guess. More realistically in this world, if you've got 250 full-time employees, also a lot of these are probably part-time or contract, to be fair. We'll say $60,000 a year times your 7.6% FICA. You're looking at 16 million just in wages. Like, yeah. 250 employees is a lot of employees. There's a lot of people.
And he told me his perspective on it, that we were not paying him what he's worth, that we don't understand his great business mind, and that it's going to go exactly the way that he thinks, and we're all going to be proven wrong. I said, again, I hope that's true, Steven, but that's not a risk I can take. And then he said, and you're just an enforcer for big tech. You're hurting young talent. I said, well, Steven, first of all, no two talent in our company have the same deal. Every deal is different because there's different circumstances. This is the kind of deal you make to protect a 9.
I hate what Destiny's doing the past weeks. All this shallow content. When's the last time you did a stream where you were actually engaged? Anyways, thanks for taking the bait and reading this comment. Great stream. Kill yourself. I'm only reading that because you keep copy pasting it. Okay.
Figure investment. You can't pay 9 figures in expenses, even if the revenue dries up. That isn't possible. It's not prudent, but it also isn't possible. And he wouldn't let it go. He was very angry, and I got very flustered. I didn't expect him to be calling and laying into me the way he was. I'd never experienced it before. I didn't make the best defense of the deal that I probably could have because I was so caught off guard. I mean, I made a decent defense of the structure of it, but I was really taken aback. And then I told him, well, I'll take it under consideration, bud. And we got off the phone. And then I wake up yesterday, and he puts out this video laying into us the way that he did. And you know, he redacted parts of the document. He didn't name us by name, and I'm sure on some level that was meant as a courtesy. But all it really did was create suspicion in our audience. I know a lot of you have been out there defending us, saying, well, this couldn't have possibly been the Daily Wire. And I don't want to be the guy who 3 weeks later, Steven or someone else says that it was the Daily Wire and you feel betrayed, like, why did these guys leave me out to dry? I appreciate your impulse to defend us.
We didn't do anything wrong. Yeah.
This is a fair offer. It's an offer that would have been negotiated. I would have paid him more. The fees would have been lower. Fee would have gone up. Penalties would have gone lower. Number of work days probably would have shrank. He would have done a little bit less content, and we would have inched our way like this, either to a deal or not to a deal. That's not how Steven chose to operate. And now we find ourselves here where we're having this public dispute. I'm having a public dispute with my friend of the last decade, which is one of the saddest things I've ever faced in public and professional life. It's just a horrible thing, but I do owe it to those of you who are out there defending us. I owe it to Daily Wire Plus subscribers to say, yeah, it was our offer. I'm proud of the offer. I think it was innovative. I think it was meant to make sure that we could mutually succeed. I don't need to tell you that we're committed to fighting the left. We fight the left as hard as anyone. You might say, well, you guys are wrong sometime. Ben was wrong about this one time, and you were wrong about that one time. And yeah, we don't claim to not make mistakes.
I don't.
This actually isn't one of our mistakes. This is a great, respectable offer that we made to a good friend of ours and mega talent, and now it's been misconstrued and is being wielded against us kind of as a cudgel. And so just wanted to be transparent with you about it. I'm proud of the deal. I'm proud of what we do at the Daily Wire. I'm proud of the fact that we publish diverse voices that don't always agree with each other, and that means that you're not always going to agree with everything that every one of us says. But I can tell you with a clear face, I'll put our conservative bona fides up against anybody. I'll put our hard work, determination, and success rate up against anybody. And I'll put our audience and our fans and our Daily Wire Plus members up against anybody, any day. We are moving the ball forward. It's unfortunate that Steven said otherwise. So what should you do? Should you run over and cancel your Mug Club subscription? Should you go attack Steven in the comments? Should you? No, none of that. In fact, if you're not a subscriber to Mug Club, you should head over to mugclubforever.com right now and subscribe. Steven's one of the most important voices and most talented voices in the movement today. We need him to succeed. We need him to be big. We need his, whatever he does next, to be huge. You just need to know that he was wrong about this. You need to know that we didn't betray you. We didn't betray the conservative movement. We didn't, we won't, we'll keep fighting. And with your help, we'll keep winning.
Jeez. I don't think Crowder's going to respond to this, or if he does, it's going to be an apology video. I don't know what he could possibly say. He was a little unhinged. Isn't Crowder just being a diva? No, I think Crowder's just, I think he wants to start some media project, and this a good way to start is just saying like, oh, I got fucked by the other media guys, like come be with me now. Like, I'm gonna be the one true media dude that's showing you guys like the truth and how things are blah blah blah. Like that's what he wants to do. They were very smart to be nice to Crowder in that video. Yeah, of course, you always look better. And now Crowder looks unhinged, so.
About in school.
We've already watched this.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Martin Luther King Jr. What'd he do?
He died for our sins.
No, that was...
Well, yeah, I don't know what else to say. I don't know what Crowder can, I don't know. Seems like he just looks bad in that. There's not much else he can do. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this extra? Refined naquitite. I don't know how I'm supposed to bleed this off. 4 to 8, 10 to 16. Oh, am I supposed to run both these stupid things at the same time? And it balances out, maybe? Because this produces a little bit more of the one material, and the other one produces more of the other material. I think that's what I'm supposed to do.
Just a couple days ago, when the U.S. Justice Department unveiled its new ruling on pistol braces and short-barreled rifles, Attorney General of the U.S., Merrick Garland, was quoted as saying, Thus, almost a century ago, Congress determined that short-barreled rifles must be subject to heightened requirements. And that's just straight up not true.
Forgotten weapons.
Thanks for tuning in to another video on ForgottenWeapons.com. I'm Ian McCollum, and this subject has become very relevant, and so I thought it'd be worth taking a look at the history of...
Wait, do I care about this? I don't think so. I'm good. You put the output in a box and make sure your input inserters don't take unless that output box doesn't have any of that shit before you take new shit. Wait, are you giving me fucking fundamental Factorio tips? Do you understand that I'm putting together the final material? This is the last ore in space exploration. And you're giving me vanilla Factorio tips? Who do you think you are? Hattie Bin. Who do you think you are? Link me your screenshot of your factory. Don't you dare shit talk gun. Jesus, you fucking moron. I'm not shit talking him. I'm just saying I don't care about that thing. I know it sounded like you needed the tip. Okay. Do they have their own product line or something?
Yeah, they were fucking selling like survival rifles, like fucking shit that makes you smarter. See through the gamma rays that the people at the top don't want you to see. Like that shit. I don't fucking know.
Did they have a good one? Why? Rakita did a response video saying the Daily Wire response was full of shit. Ooh, wait, what? Hold on. Rakita Daily Wire. Oh, an hour and a half for me to work on my factory. Oh wait, no, this whole video might not be it. Oh, thank God. I think I can bleed my extras off into... I wonder if the Red Bulls I stuck in the fridge. Hold on, 1 second. I'll be back, and then we'll do this.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. I'm so sorry to be very, very late, extra gay tonight. My apologies. Oh boy. Oh boy. Sorry about that. Woo! What's up, guys? Okay, so tonight is weird. Tonight is weird because tonight is just like last night, in a way. I feel like it's a repeat. Hold on. Here we go. I feel like it's a repeat because, you know, we've got, well, we've got the same damn subjects. The exact same subjects, to be fair. We've got, first, this contract that Steven Crowder brought up yesterday. Steven Crowder's contract is now outed. It is outed by the Daily Wire as coming from the Daily Wire. And the Daily Wire has now done a, well, whoever Mr. Boring is, I think his last name is Boring. God, that's weird and unfortunate.
Wow, not showing him. Thanks for giving 20 tier 1 subs.
Boring? He has done a response video to the Steven Crowder video, presumably justifying what's in the terms of the agreement, right, or the proposed agreement. So I figure we got to watch the response. And we got to talk about that and see, you know, if we agree, disagree, buy it, don't buy it, if it's logical. Hopefully we get some more context around the contract. And again, just like last night, I haven't actually watched the video. I know it's an hour long, which is 30 minutes longer than Crowder's. So that'll be a bit of a chore. I'm going to try and talk over it more than pausing it so we get through it as much as possible, because last night it took me quite a bit of time to get through Crowder's thing, but I might not have to expound as much. So we'll talk about that contract and what they have to say about it, and kind of weigh the two. I mean, you get to weigh them together and make up your own mind. I'll give you my opinion, of course, and no one should ever adopt my opinion as their own unless they definitely agree. And if you agree with everything I say, you're probably retarded, because I am. And that's fine. And that's a fine place to be. I've you know,
wait,
I've
Christopher gifted 10-2 while I was away? Well, thanks a lot, buddy.
You could probably be okay with it, too. Then, am I expecting? God, I wish. No. No, my stomach is all just steak. After that, Town Hall has released part 2 of their investigation. If you saw the first part of the investigation that we covered last night, it's kind of horrifying and it's infuriating. But that's what it is. So that's the subjects we've got tonight. Those two things should fill the entire show. We really don't have
mehr
a lot
als
of time
75% Homeoffice
for
machen,
anything
weil
else.
sonst muss ich doppelt
That's gonna
besteuern.
take all 3 hours.
Aber solange ich unter
Probably
50% Homeoffice bin, ist erstmal alles
The
cool.
first full hour and
3
probably
Tage ist ja
some
in Ordnung, das
will
geht
be
ja.
here on YouTube again. Rumble will be hosting.
Einmal die Woche da schnell hocheiern ist nicht so das Problem.
After that, we'll do the
Ja, ich fahre
transition
zweimal die
around
Woche
an
fahre ich
hour,
hoch, also dann habe ich
an
60%
hour,
und damit bin
10
ich fein.
minutes, something like that. I'm not great at doing it at exactly an hour, and I don't want to be great at, like, oh, it's mechanically an hour, we have to do it. I'll try and find a natural break or flow. So we'll do that. Tonight, Nick announces his new Daily Wire show. $50 million! $50 million fucking dollars! The funny thing is, we're going to talk about that 50 million figure and the figures around it as we get into it, because I think it's important to put in perspective what that actually is and what that means and all of that. So,
Ja, morgen mal noch schreiben, ob der morgen Abend weg ist oder so.
as we go.
Ja, mach ich dann.
I don't want to
Wandel
belittle the
Pflanze.
fact that it's $50
Fahren
million,
entscheiden.
but the amount of money
Wann
is
fliegst du
going to
denn,
be
Philipp?
a different deal relative to your life experience and your current income. If you make 50, 100,
Sieben Uhr
$200,000
morgens.
a year,
Einstiegszeit ist
$50
14:10
million over 4 years sounds like a
Arbeitest du
shit
morgen
ton
gar
of
nicht?
money.
Doch, halben Tag, ja.
If you make
Wie immer.
Er nimmt doch den ganzen Tag für
$15
Family
million
frei. Hallo,
a
geht's noch?
year, $50 million over 4
Nimm gar
years
keinen
is
Tag frei.
And that's a
Philipp
big
hat keine
difference.
Vollzeitstelle. Das muss man immer bedenken.
Ich bin einfach
That's a big difference. So we'll talk about that.
Was daran krass, Philipp? Erklär das doch mal bitte.
gearbeitet habe.
Für meine Viewer hier.
Süße. Nee, ja, das müssen wir vorsichtig sein. Das finden die noch raus, wo ich arbeite.
Because it is fucking infuriating
Dann kriegen die immer mit, das Film.
to know that
Du solltest lieber mal aufpassen, was du über deine Firma so alles sagst, ne?
organizations are complicit in it until they're forced out of it.
Ich will nur das Beste vom Arbeitgeber.
True.
Versuch dich Philipp anzuwerben. Also muss ich auch
Wie viele AFKler haben wir? Einen. Okay.
Was willst du jetzt? Kommt ihr rein und
Dachte, das hätte ich gerade schon ganz gut gesagt, ne?
immer toxisch. Pam. 1 Million Damage.
Das fühlst du krass, ne?
Du hast nicht gesehen, dass die Lichter den getötet hat. Das ein easy Target war, ne? Gibt's ihm dreckig.
If that means waiting,
let's try not to do that again.
I will patiently wait 6 months.
Oh Gott.
Ich glaube, so lange hatte ich noch einen Konkurrent aktiv.
Oh, meine Maustaste noch. Auf Antrittsitze. Das geht gar nicht.
One more thing to announce before we get finally started. If you've been following my lawsuit, I know people have been following in the background. There was a hiccup with my lawsuit, which was really fucking fun to deal with. In that I was right before actually my birthday.
Ow!
Prior to the requested of my employer an extension to January 31st.
Warum geht meine Maustaste nicht?
File any motions. He just decided not to respond. What they did was they moved for the judgment. Now, for some reason, everybody thought that that would go through and I would lose the lawsuit or whatever. But I have filed a motion for an extension of time from the court since the employer was being and just not receiving any communication. Acknowledge that about that.
Do you agree that the deal was good for Crowder? I don't know if the deal was good for
Keine Ult. Ach, weil all meine Einstellungen zurückgesetzt sind.
Einmal kurz in Discord gewesen, alles kaputt.
Nee. Vorhin kam eine Meldung, dass er irgendwie die Server-Einstellungen nicht laden konnte. Das ist da der Account, der das letzte Mal. What?
You're not going to get out on a default, especially not one where you admit that over the Christmas holiday you decided to just not fucking answer reasonable requests for an extension. It's not like I asked for 6 months or something crazy. A 30-day extension on these things is very, very normal. So I think they were hoping to get out of this thing and not have to try and bill Monty for it, because I don't know where Monty thinks he's going to get the money to pay these people. And if they took
Na,
it
ich verabschiede mich mal für heute.
Jo, mach's gut.
Schön, schön. Vielleicht bis morgen. Wir hören uns. Bis
Jo,
dann. Ciao.
schön.
I've talked to these lawyers. I've had very cordial relationships with them. I've had very good conversations with them. They've always been nice and professional, and to see them act like this is a genuine surprise, honestly. But that's in the past now. My motion for extension has been granted, and my response or my answer and any motions that we decide to file will be filed prior to the
jetzt können wir
new
bauen.
deadline. So.
Wow. Thanks
For
for the
everybody
update.
who is banking on that default going through, I mean, extensions are granted by court all the time. It's really not that big of a deal. Requesting them isn't a big deal. It's only.
What is he suing for? I have no idea.
So, whatever. We'll figure all that out. Okay.
Okay.
Super chats that came in at the beginning of the show. Let's hit those real quick. The Field says,
hit him.
Please send up a prayer for missing 5-year-old Kyle Doan, who hasn't been seen since being swept away by floodwaters on the 9th. Outlook is grim, but the community needs closure. Don't try to ford running water in your car. Oh my God. That's awful. If you are a praying person, please, pray for the safety of that little boy. Hopefully the outlook is better than it seems. But even if,
Alter, darf ich mich auch
if the worst has
bewegen?
happened, closure for the family and the community. If you're not a praying
Bitte
person,
nicht
then
sein,
maybe some good thoughts for it. Or if you're in the community, helping in the search effort would be helpful. Helping is helpful. That's a good tautology. The Real Hydro PX says, you're so old, you and Bronca take naps together. Only after we eat our cream of wheat.
Wie aggressiv geflasht der
A lot
Mann,
of
du.
people are taking the red herring by Daily Wire. Crowder's video was about principle, not the deal, and Jeremy Boring spoke 80% of the time about the deal and leaves it around the principle. I agree, that's something we're going to be talking about a little bit, but I'm not going to be unfair to Daily Wire as we do this.
No, he's
Depending
not
on
saying
what
he's
they
getting
say.
sued. Somebody said it.
Reminder, I haven't actually watched it. Just like Crowder's video, I'm doing the exact same thing. I don't want to
Woher kam der hier?
have different treatment to those things. So,
Hey, wieso hat der schon wieder Essen?
Turn up the volume a little bit on this guy. Go. Bones. And we get started. Oh, and to Montegraph, who I know is watching this. You have a frivolous case. You always had a frivolous case, and better fucking hope the court doesn't find it frivolous, buddy. But you know none of the statements I said are defamatory in any way.
Who is the guy that
You know you're doing this purely for your own purposes that have nothing to do with a legitimate lawsuit. And you know you're a giant piece of shit. I know you want to. I know you're gonna like report that to your attorneys and shit. Oh, and also your little gay stalker that you keep sending after me and people I know. Will you tell him to fist himself, please? We just go ahead and do that. Your little Minnesota
Ich lebe einfach immer noch.
come guzzle you or whatever. You just tell him to fist himself and to fuck off. And if he keeps trying to bother me, I will file a restraining order, and I'll get one since he's a convicted stalker, and I have every reason to believe he's a
Alle
dangerous
am
retard.
Lebensdummer Champion im Aber.
Okay, can you do that? And can you take your cock out of his mouth for 10 seconds?
Jesus
Can you
Christ.
do that too?
Oh my God.
God, you and your pathetic little posse can just eat shit for all I care.
Oh,
Fucking
pünktlich.
weasel.
Natürlich nicht.
Die retten einfach. Die sind zu blöd. Die Autotecken nicht mehr.
Fuck off, loser.
Der Yasu, Alter.
Oh, and if either of you two show up on my property, you'll have about 8 seconds to fucking leave, by the way. You won't get much longer. I will treat your presence anywhere near me as a fucking threat.
Okay.
Fuck you.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Warum hat mich das nicht wiederbelebt? Hat das einen Cooldown? Also eine Zeit?
Weiß ich nicht.
I didn't start you yet.
Okay, der
You'll
ultet mich
start
so.
when I say so, Jeremy. Okay, there we go. I offer to Steven. Okay, so this is Jeremy Boring. He is the co-CEO of the Daily Wire. Let's just get into this as fast as possible.
All right. Our friend Steven Crowder has launched a new initiative called Stop Big Con. And in the video announcing the launch of the project, he talked about leaving the blaze and all the different offers that he fielded from other conservative organizations. And what he thought were the problems with those
Rewatch it
offers.
twice.
That's why
Really talking
a lot of
about one
people
offer.
to speculate about whether or not the Daily Wire is one of the people who made him an offer. In particular, are we the ones who made the offer that he put up on the screen and talked
Könnte die
about?
noch töten.
And the answer is yes, that offer did come from the Daily Wire.
Okay, so we asked this question yesterday. I'm not going to pause it too much, and I'm going to try and talk fast. Yes, it's confirmed now. This is the Daily Wire, straight from the co-CEO's mouth, that not only did they make an offer, but they made the particular offer that Steven Crowder was talking about. This is kind of the right move to come out and just own it, I think, because it was pretty clear that Crowder would produce the receipts and out the Daily Wire eventually if they tried to like weasel around it. So this is the right thing for them to do, although I think it's the wrong tack. I think they should say, you know what, we actually agree. We actually agree with the principle behind Stop Big Con. And you know what, we're taking the feedback under consideration. We have some disagreements about it, and there's some aspects of it, but let's honestly go through this contract. Now, maybe he says this.
Wait, yeah, wait. Why the fuck would you? Why would you stop to say? Just listen to it for a little bit, no?
Should say, you know what, we have this opportunity as a powerhouse in the conservative industry to be leaders in this, and we love to partner with Crowder on creating a better system, and we like his Stop Big Con movement and the idea that we're going to foster a community of creators in this space. I think that might have been the better PR move than whatever he's about to say, but I don't even know what he's about to say. I just have a feeling it's not what I said right now. That's what I would have done. And again, you can still take issue and you can clarify things to try and do it, but owning the fact that and this is not limited to conservative.
Ich unterschätze noch die Range von fucking Ding. Jokert.
And a lot of contracts in general start off predatory, especially when there's big money on one end and maybe a non-sophisticated party on the other. Things to try and do it, but owning the fact that and this is not limited to conservative media, okay? That media
Auf jeden Fall nach hinten kiten, Mann.
and a lot of contracts in general start off predatory, especially when there's big money on one end and maybe a non-sophisticated party on the other. Now, in this case,
Predatory is a really loaded word there. I would say favorable to the issuing party. Any contract in any business is going to start off with favorable terms towards the person issuing the contract. That's true. To say that they all start off predatory, that's so unbelievably loaded. I don't think that's fair.
you had Steven Crowder, who is a very sophisticated party. He's been negotiating contracts like this since 2009. That's a pretty fucking long time. But other creators are not. And so starting with a predatory premise in your contract from one of the big people in the movement, that is a problem. Like, that principle itself is a problem in conservative media, and we don't have to do business this way. This is the most important thing that you get in some of your classes in law school, particularly your legal drafting classes, is the fucking contract bullshit that we're all used to seeing. We go, well, that's just because some lawyer did this. You don't have to write contracts this way. Contracts don't have to be.
This is such a. I'd be really curious to hear. He's asking for like friendly contracts. This feels like I don't want to accuse him of being like politically
Ich hab sie
partisan,
diesmal.
but it's knowing who he is and the type of character he is, that he would say that, like, guys, when you write a contract, this is your friend. You gotta write him nice terms. Don't be mean. That's your friend. Like, bro, we got like 7 or no, we got like 8 or 9 figures worth of dollars on the line here. Like, fuck friendship. There's like hundreds of people's jobs at stake. There's like tons of money at stake. There's like the future success of your business at stake. Like, if this was like, if you're like cutting a deal, like, I could pay you like $500 for your art because you're my friend. I can give you $1,000 for it. Okay, fine. Pay a little bit more for some friendship. Yeah, sure, that's cool. But when we're talking about cutting up like $50 to $100 million contracts, like, bro, you're not gonna get friend terms in this. Like, these are big businesses negotiating against each other. Like, I don't know. That just seems. It just seems weird that you would take this angle, but.
80-page monstrosities with different provisions for every time someone farts into a microphone, Ethan Ralph. They don't have to do that. The reason they do that is because they start with a predatory premise and force you to come in and negotiate shit away because they want to be able to have leverage over you. And they think by having a list of insane things in there that you'll come in and negotiate out, that will reduce the amounts of other places where you leverage, because your brain thinks, well, if I'm negotiating this and this and this, I probably can't negotiate as hard here, here, and here. That's the psychological game that's being...
No.
Das war
This
wieder
guy
knapp.
makes a lot of money. I don't understand. I would have to talk to him. Like, psychological games and blah blah blah. Like, this isn't like YouTube children negotiating machinima contracts. These are real business people negotiating 8 to 9 figure deals. Get a lawyer. Like, you should be adept at navigating these conversations. You shouldn't be wandering in here getting psychologically trapped on somebody that is like talking about contracts that are in the almost the $250 million range, like 50 to 100 plus $1 million, depending on where you're going with this. I feel like I don't want to accuse him of being partisan, but that's such a weird thing. Like, well, if they write you a really unfavorable contract, maybe you're gonna be too scared to ask for something else. Okay, well then eat shit. What are you, bro? We're talking $100 million contracts.
Oh doch, der hat
You're gonna be scared to ask
den
for
Warwick
more? Then
angreifen.
eat shit. You're not cut out for this world. That sounds mean, but like, get a lawyer. Like, that's what you're supposed to do here. That's just it's outrageous to me that he would. Like, yeah, like, what, the dealer has, what, 250 employees, jobs on the line, Steven Crowder? I'm sure Crowder pays probably anywhere from, what, 10 to 30 people that work with him? Like, there's a lot of people on the line here. Like,
being played, and it doesn't have to be. There's no...
It does have to be, though. Because if you're not trying to fuck over the other person, and you run into people that are trying to fuck you over, then you're gonna fuck yourself.
How hat die
by
keine
putting
Tower-Akku?
out more than favorable terms, right? That's how contract negotiations work. You're not gonna give everything right up front, because if you run into an aggressive actor on the other end, you're fucking yourself over so many times. Like, why would you do that? There's just no incentive. These aren't like little boy, like, these aren't little like 15-year-olds signing machinima contracts. These are big business contracts. These are huge deals.
No reason for it to be. And if we're going to be collaborative and we're going to build a space as sort of an alliance of, you know, they're competing businesses, but we compete in the Randian way, the free market capitalist way, the way that says...
Damn, fuck.
Soll eigentlich sterben.
I don't... Never mind. Fuck, I feel like I can't say anything. It's gonna come off as really mean.
Oder ich bleib.
Like, he sounds like a guy. He makes a lot of money. He's a really successful guy. But he sounds like a guy that makes like $30,000 a year on YouTube and is like, guys, we gotta work together to build stuff. We need to work together, and we're gonna make a good space where we're gonna be like Ayn Rand, the Randian free market. Like, dog, again, there's 300 jobs on the line. There's 50 to $250 million of money being talked about here. This is like big boy shit. Like, not like, what would Ayn Rand have us do, guys? We gotta cooperate. Like, that's just wild to me. I don't believe he would be. If there were leftists fighting, I don't believe he would be approaching this way. But maybe he would be. He might be. This just sounds wild to me. I don't understand. I don't understand this at all.
We're going to compete based on merit and based on talent, and we're going to help you be better because we're better than you are now, and so you'll want to beat us next time. That's the type of spirited competition that builds industries. And we can start there instead of starting with this very, very adversarial process and hoping that the predatory nature of what we're doing kind of drowns out their negotiating options. You can go two ways. I would have gone the other way, but I'm that kind of guy. And no, I don't ever fucking stop talking. If you don't like the commentary, just go masturbate to the video by yourself instead of masturbating to my words. Okay? Fuck off.
I'm not trying to hide that fact. I'm not ashamed of that fact. In fact, I think it's a very good offer. But I think there's a lot of sort of misconceptions about the nature of the offer, the nature of the points. I think Steven misunderstood a lot of the points. And so the way we do here at the Daily Wire, we're just going to be incredibly transparent. You know that we like to have our members be a part of the journey. We live stream all of our company town halls, for example.
Part of
we just
the
find
journey.
that sunlight sometimes is the best disinfectant. And so with that in mind, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how we came to be in conversations with Steven, how those
Soll ich
conversations
nur einen
ended,
Carry von
and walk
denen
you through this line
Catch
by
kriegen, dann ist der Damage einfach so low eigentlich.
Ich glaube, also mich killt nur gerade die Kallisto.
Over 150 people uploads on a post where the person only insults me, doesn't actually fully engage me. Oh, no, I haven't seen her tweets, but I already talked about the subreddit earlier today. I don't know if I'm gonna have to start like fucking I feel like I'm already like pretty heavy-handed with the ban hammer. If I need to go like ultra ban, I already talked about this morning. You guys on the subreddit have to chill out. Like, Jesus, I'm banning like 10 to 15 people every day. You have to be able to write comments that aren't just like excessively shitting on people. You need to figure that out. Or I'll just keep banning until there's nobody in the subreddit left. Like, we'll figure it out. I'll probably do a mass banning at some point because the past like 2 months has been insane. But like, you guys have to be able to write criticism better. I don't need that level of autism in my community. Like, especially when there are people that come onto the stream and like basically give us content. Like, you guys are fucking unhinged.
Jesus Christ.
You banned the post he was talking about in that tweet. Oh, sure. Yeah, I might have. I think 4 thought it already moved by the time I woke up. Like, it's. I don't care about the posters. The problem isn't the
Die
posters.
haben einfach 12.000 Schaden gemacht.
Fucking insane. Because it's all like super upvoted. Like, you guys are. You have to be able to criticize people in a better manner.
I line through what the actual document that we sent over to him, a non-binding.
Oh, what? Jeder andere Hockey da kittet, ne? Das ist halt einfach
I'm really
so.
miserable to be making this video. Steven's been my friend for 10 years. I think he's maybe the most talented person working in the conservative media space. He's one of the top.
Then why did you kind of send him a shit offer? And I know he's gonna say, well, this is only a first offer with no negotiation. If he's a friend that you've had for 10 years and he's the most talented guy in the industry, why are you starting from a shit premise? Why are you doing that?
Entertainers in the country.
Because it's you've got other people's jobs that you're representing. Fuck a friend. Like, yeah, he might be a friend and that's like cool and shit, but bro, you're not representing a friend that you want to have come do a fucking collab on your little Twitch stream, right? You're talking about major fucking deals that's going to impact a lot of people's jobs, and it's going to influence your company's ability to navigate these spaces in the future. I don't know why you're expecting a special super cute like friend deal, like you're going to go into like a tunnel with a bunch of Care Bears and it's just such a weird expectation, especially from somebody like Rakita, who I feel like is a very like kind of cutthroat, like, this is how the fucking world is, guys. We gotta fucking learn to navigate it. Don't be a dipshit, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's such a wild take from him.
Politics notwithstanding, a great comic voice. And I find it really tragic that we're having this kind of a conversation. But it's also very important, I think, that we talk about it, in particular because I know a lot of people who are fans of the Daily Wire were really offended by the things that Steven said in the video, and they're concerned that maybe we're doing the wrong thing. And I think that by the time we finish this video, you'll understand what we were thinking with our term sheet and how we operate as a business a little bit better. I've wanted to be in business with Steven since the day that I met him. Ben and I tried to do some even movie deals with Steven before there was CRTV and before there was a Daily Wire. For that entire time, we've talked at length at various times about getting together and doing things. Of course, for most of that time, he's been under contract, first at CRTV.
He's not saying that the language is predatory. He's noting that the nature of the provisions themselves in the contract are written under the premise of a cynical mindset in contract negotiations, and therefore unproductive and unnecessary. That's what the point of a contract is, dog. If you want to approach somebody in good faith and you assume anything, then don't write a contract. What do you fucking think a contract is for? A contract basically says, listen, I want to engage in a business deal with you, but if you fuck me over, these are the ways that I'm going to get punitive. These are the ways that I'm going to hold you accountable. Or not even punitive. These might just be ways that I dock your fee. But contracts exist for me because you want to fuck me over. That's the whole point of what a contract is. And if you're a good person and a good friend, then you engage in those conversations in good faith. He's like, yeah, I understand, 100%. Right? You're going to pay me. I'm going to work for you. Let's hammer out the deal. Let's get the boundary set at 100% because I do like you and I'm going to function in as good faith as possible. And I assume you will as well. We're going to get these contracts exactly as we want them and then we'll go from there. Like,
and then at the Blaze, so we weren't able to. And from time to time during the years, we would get together and daydream a little bit about would there be a future for us to work together at the other end of that deal. We got word that Steven was finishing up his time at the Blaze and was interested in having a conversation with us. So we reached out to his agent and we said, listen, we'd love to have a conversation. It's not every day that a monster talent like Steven comes on the market. We'd be bad businessmen if we didn't engage in a conversation with him. We weren't sure at that time if there was a deal to be had. I mean, for one thing, we're friends with Glenn, we're friends with Tyler, we're friends with all the guys at the Blaze. We weren't sure that we wanted to commit to making an offer to Steven. And Steven's an expensive guy.
That's the broken
He has an enormous fan base, and we knew that it would take a lot of doing to get him over to the Daily Wire. This at the same time that we're investing very heavily in kids' entertainment content and making real television content, streaming scripted drugs and other projects that we've taken on. Would we have the resources? We weren't sure, but again, you have to have a conversation.
Did they do Atlas Shrugged, that 3-part movie?
We're happy to have it. So we reach out to the agent and we say that. We'd like to have a conversation with Steven, kind of get into the details of what's he looking for? What's he looking for financially? What's he looking for in terms of structure? What would make his life better? What would make him happy? He's got this opportunity now to have a next chapter. What's he want that next chapter to be? And Steven's agent candidly just wasn't interested in any aspect of that conversation. He only wanted to know about the money. He said, we're not going to have a conversation. We're going to have some abstract talk.
Dude, hold on. This guy's dick riding hard. What do you mean? Yeah. What do you mean, yeah? I thought you just said, no, it's supposed to be all about friendship and making a good faith offer and working together as like nice people. Why are you saying like, yeah, of course he's only interested for the money. Why is he 180ing here? Did I miss something?
And Steven's agent candidly just wasn't interested in any aspect of that conversation. He only wanted to know about the money. He said, we're not going to have a...
This guy is like suggesting all the shit that Nick initially said. That like, oh, you should be nice and have a conversation about what you want to do, blah, 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 blah. And then when the other guy's like, I just care about the money. He's like, oh, well, yeah, of course you should only care about the money.
Conversation, we're going to have some abstract talk. Send us an offer, tell us how much money you're willing to pay. And he gave us an indication of what the minimum number would have to be in order to even have a discussion with Steven. And it's a big number.
He did you a favor.
So we talked about it internally, and we decided, yeah, we should do that. We should send over an opening offer, a non-binding term sheet that takes a stab at what we think that minimum number is going to be to get the conversation started so that we can sit down with Steven so that we can see if there's a deal that'd be good for him and good for us. And that's what we did. We put together the term sheet, we sent it over, and we asked if we could get on the phone and have a conversation with Steven. I'm going to walk you through.
Okay, again, non-binding term sheet. They're given. He seemed to double speak there. I don't know if you guys caught it, but he seemed to indicate that the agent gave him an idea of what that number would be, and then they came up with a number of what that number would be and sent it, which tells me that the agent told them a number and they went lower than the number. So they're already...
You don't know that. They might have given a good number, but the terms weren't okay. The whole point of a contract is balancing terms and number. It's never about just the number. If you give me a $50 million contract to fucking jerk off for a day, like I'll do it. If you give me a $50 million contract, you go and like murder the entire fucking nation of Canada, I'm probably not going to accept it. Like, just the number, it doesn't mean anything.
In my opinion, I don't know if this is true. It's just the way he said it. It's kind of a weird wording and phrasing of it, but it sounds like they went, okay, that's where they're gonna say which is gonna be high. So we're gonna come in a little.
Sieht aber ultra
a little
weird
bit
aus.
lower, and then we'll probably meet somewhere in the middle.
Der Skin ist ja richtig
Not
AIDS.
only is this a bad
Ja,
analysis, it's
das hab
actually
ich auch gerade
contrary
gedacht,
to
weil
what
ich
we've already
dachte
got
nicht,
so
dass das ein
far.
Speer ist.
Because my understanding is, unless I
Der ist
wasn't
überhaupt
or
nicht
missed it,
visible.
I didn't hear Crowder complain about the number at all. Crowder didn't complain about the number. I thought Crowder complained about the terms. So, it's just weird.
Ich weiß, das ist jetzt endlos krass.
Das war der dümmste Change, den Riot je gemacht hat, ne? Alles ganz weit oben, ne?
Look, we're not talking
Mhm.
under $70 million over 4 years, whatever. We're not talking less than $20 million a year.
Alter, der
We're
Speer
making
macht mich
50
verrückt.
million over 4 years with maybe some incentive or whatever. I'm not
Bär,
sure what the total is.
Da
I've only
stimmt der
heard
Bär.
kind of rumors about
Ja,
it.
der ist wild,
But if they
Alter.
come in
Also,
below
weißt
the
du,
number,
was ist denn das
then they
überhaupt?
don't want to come
Skin?
to the fucking
Das ist
table.
doch irgendein
Like if
Roma,
someone
oder?
says, look, our minimum entry
Aus
is
wie
here.
Darmbo und Kia.
That might be the
Nieder-
minimum entry.
Sieht aus wie der alte Ghost
Especially with your
Gang Skin.
colleagues. Like especially, and they know who Crowder is,
Nur in
right?
schlechter.
Like Crowder is going to make this money.
You don't. Oh man, wait. This is actually like so disappointing. This is like juvenile. I feel like I'm watching a. I feel like I'm watching like a. I don't know. I don't know what I'm watching right now. This is just silly. I guess I don't know.
Whether Daily Wire does it or not, and
hab
it
grad schon
might
wieder so
be
schwer
that
gegessen,
Crowder
ne?
would join
Also,
Fox. I don't think so, but
Der ist ja
hypothetically,
illegal.
or
Ich
OAN.
muss mich an den gewöhnen, keine Ahnung, aber also bin auch Probleme damit.
Competing offer on the table for someone like
Ja,
Steven
ja,
Crowder.
aber
You don't know.
der,
So they shot their
der
shot.
Wisch,
And it
also
was
der hat
low.
ja
That
Visual-Technik
seems to be
gar
the
nicht.
indication I'm
bei
getting.
ihr. Also
Crowder thinks it's low. If the
vorne
money
wie
was
hinten
higher, maybe.
komplett
But it
gleich
might
aus.
not just be low because of the number. It might be low because of those other terms that are automatically going to reduce the number. And one of those terms that they know is going to reduce the number is him being demonetized on YouTube, which is
5
already
Sekunden
happening.
habe ich
So whatever
slow
offer
enrolled.
they put on the table, and they have that 25% off thing, that
1,
25%
1,
is going to be coming off of that offer immediately because he's already demonetized.
Yeah, but again, obviously, that's something that they would probably work out in negotiations, which the guy will go on to say in this video. Of course, they would do that.
So you got to take whatever and knock a quarter off it. And if you don't think their lawyers are going to argue that that 25% discount is coming out of the fee immediately, you're insane. I've heard some people say, well,
Are you
you know,
shitting me?
it was already off, so
Das
he wouldn't
trifft
lose
mich
the
invis?
25%. No, he'll lose the 25%, and if he ever gets remonetized, he would get that 25% tax back on.
You have no idea. You just can't know. You don't know that. It's totally baseless.
Die Old Garbage? Ich weiß gar nicht.
That's how their lawyers would argue that in a contract
Der Hacker
dispute,
steht da noch
and it would happen right away because his payment would be 25% lower than possible. Randall Gully says, so if your ex-wife passed and you were trying to get her death certificate to get your children's passport, how do you get that? The county clerk won't give it to me since I'm not the husband. You would have to probably ask an existing relative who would get that from you, or who would get that to you. But there really should be a way for you to get a death certificate from the county clerk. I'm surprised they won't give it to you at all. But the other way, you could check with, you may just have to check with a probate and estate lawyer in your jurisdiction. That would be the best way.
Er muss 100% aufpassen, ne, bei diesem Spiel.
Gage M says, hello, Mr. Ricada, big fan since Rittenhouse trial. Hey, thank you. My birthday is today, Thursday. I'm toasting to you and hope I can get a toast back. Turning 24 and I'm pretty happy. Yeah, Gage. I got you. Oh man, I bought new liquor today, but I left it upstairs. So quick. Let's get a toast going for Gage. Everybody who feels like it, wish Gage a happy birthday. 24 is a cool year.
Ich glaube, an dem muss man sich gewöhnen. Das ist so ein Ding.
I like birthdays. I like getting older in general. Every year feels a little bit more interesting to me. Gage, happy birthday. A big toast to you. 24. Look, you're not quite old enough to rent a car, I think. That's still 25. But you're old enough to be cooler than the people who just started drinking. Enjoy life. May your careers and travels be fruitful.
Oh, come on.
So
unskilled.
enjoy the time it does take, though. Learn everything you can. and
Thanks.
apply it to everything you do. Cheers, Gage.
Here I go.
Ehef says, I don't touch myself to your words, I touch myself to your face. Ooh. Well, I have to talk a little bit hotter then. Kyle Bogue says, I was a Daily Wire subscriber for a year. I'd like the Daily Wire even more if this dude was more of a silent partner. Also, it's good to be able to catch a show for a change. Great show as always. Hey, thanks, Kyle. Looking forward to spring, buddy. I'm driving the Mustang over and we're gonna play some fucking ball. Mongo 5817. Big Con is beholden to their sponsors and not their audience. This guy is pissing on us and telling us it's raining. All right, here we go.
That document, what it says, what it doesn't say, some of how Steven represented it. I'm sure he feels like he was being accurate, but some of the things they said are simply not true based on the text. And
we'll see. Let's base it on the
Steven's
text.
a very passionate guy.
We read the text that Crowder was reading, so it'd be kind of interesting to see where Crowder was wrong on, maybe he's saying on other inferences that are in there. But the text that Crowder put on the page is pretty straightforward, and I don't think his assessment is wrong.
Doing his level best to stand against what he sees as an injustice, but there is no injustice in this document, as I think you'll see. And then I'll tell you what happened right after we sent the document, when I finally did get on the phone with Steven. So first, here's the document, the non-binding confidential term sheet. I was going to walk you through it. Full transparency. This non-binding term sheet sets forth the basic deal points of a proposed content production and distribution agreement between the Daily Wire, LLC, the Texas Limited Liability Company, and Steven Crowder via his loan out. So that if and when the parties elect to move forward with a long-form agreement, they can move quickly in preparing a definitive and binding agreement. That's just legalese. That means this is just a conversation.
Okay. So yeah, it's just a conversation. I'm guessing he's going to go through this, but here we can see fee is $50 million for the initial term, which is 4 years. And then $25 million for every 2-year renewal at Daily Wire's sole discretion. So Daily Wire can choose to renew the contract or not after the 4 years for half the term, half the money. Makes sense. There's no built-in increase, which you would probably negotiate a built-in increase if you're going to have that renewal term in there. But you know, for now, I think this is fair. Or you can negotiate some sort of thing in there. But this is it. So you're looking at what, $50 million over 4 years is what, $12.5 million a year.
Right?
Do we have any idea? Do we have any idea how many Mug Club subscribers there are? And how much Mug Club costs? How much does Mug Club cost?
Gebufft im Amaran, das würde in League nämlich ähnlich aussehen. Er ist gebufft.
Mug Club is still on Blaze TV. $100 a year.
Ich sollte mich selber reviven in dem Moment.
So if he has 300,000, I'm seeing, times $100 a year, that's $30 million a year. My understanding is under
Digga, wie sieht echt dieser komische Asiatraum aus, wenn es umgefallen ist, ey?
Now I know it's not going to be that flat because there's incentives. Some people are saying it's $80 a year with the sale. But 300,000. Let's say it's $50 a year. You're at $15 million a year. So even at half price, he's already just from Mug Club alone over the Daily Wire yearly thing. It's only
wait, is he saying he is?
Einer von den Visibles aus.
$30 million a year.
Ich hab gerade nichts gesehen.
Sache.
Blaze TV, $100 a year.
Also den hat man aber gesehen jetzt. Die Backe doch.
So if he has 300,000, I'm seeing times
300,000 subscribers? Where is he getting that number from?
$100 a year, that's $30 million a year.
Yeah, because I thought Crowder said he didn't even have a figure. He didn't even know. Because the Blaze or whatever didn't tell him.
Was er nicht wieder gewonnen
My
haben?
understanding is under the fee agreement, that goes to Daily Wire.
Die Karte hat mich ganz knapp nicht gefinisht, das ist so richtig big.
Now I know
that's what the Daily Wire guy said he had. I thought the Daily Wire guy said that when he asked him for that number, Crowder didn't even know the number. What are you saying?
it's not going to be that.
Ja, aber der hat
that
nach hinten
flat
durchgeholt.
because there's incentives. Some people are saying it's $80 a year with the sale. Let's bet 300,000. Let's say it's $50 a year. You're at $15 million a year. So even at half price, he's already just from Mug Club alone over the Daily Wire yearly thing.
Ich hab's
It's
schon
only
gebaut.
expected to go up. His Mug Club memberships are not expected to drop dramatically. So we've already got a problem, and this is probably where the conversation started with the amount of money that would be required to even have the conversation with Crowder. You've got to out-earn Mug Club, or you've got to get me to Mug Club or slightly below with some reasonable level of security that Mug Club doesn't offer me. These are the types of things that you're asking questions about. Why would Crowder negotiate his salary down $7 million a year? Why would he do that? Like, why is that? Why would we expect him to? Now, maybe he would if something was worth that to him.
Let me out.
But Crowder didn't negotiate down anything. He didn't negotiate.
Wenn der mal hinten der ist, machst du schon Damage mit dem Pimmelscher, ne?
Now, when you also figure in all your merch is gone.
Ach, hier mit dem Akscher.
Akzent nimmt überhaupt kein Damage mehr mit dem Speer.
Probably a decent chunk of money.
Da war ein Speer, hast du es
I
gesehen?
don't know how great they are, but like my merch sales
Gut, die
always
wird auf Night
suck. My
Harvester
merch
Ding
always
gebaut.
sucked 'cause I designed
Night
it and I
Harvester
suck at
Hourglass.
designing merch. Crowder's got good
Baut
people
man halt,
designing
ne?
merch. So now
Genauso
you're
in der
talking about
Reihenfolge.
taking away that extra stuff. And you're talking about taking away one-time ticketed events and stuff like that. So I'm already seeing the problem.
Oh,
but he's saying this is a
no.
non-binding, this is an introductory. Okay, an introductory, here, let's get to a conversation. Here's what we're kind of expecting thing. But if this wasn't enough, this is just Crowder saying fuck off. And he can do that. He's big enough to do it.
But that's not what he did. I said that at the beginning. If Crowder says, like, this isn't good enough, I don't even want to consider this, then that's fine. He's within his rights to do so. I said that in the beginning. He can totally do that. That's totally fair. But that's not what he did. He wanted to blow these guys up, saying that they were being, like, predators and shit on social media, being predatory, I should say. Which I think is significantly over the line.
Keine Ahnung, wieso buffen die
But
den?
he's doing it because he wants to drum up.
Alle Milis sind buff.
Frost
Sich einer
says, I think
zieht,
the
der mir
biggest problem
einfallen würde,
between
der
Daily
nicht
Wire and
gebufft
Crowder
ist.
is that it seems
Doch,
Crowder
Kate.
wants a host where Daily Wire wants a partner.
Das ist halt nicht hart, ne? Für so
But
stark.
this isn't a partnership agreement. If Crowder, like, yeah, if Daily Wire wanted a partner, they would bring him in with profit sharing. That would be the trick. There, and Crowder,
Range.
if Crowder
Der
wants a
schwule
host,
Asi,
then
toll.
these terms are just going to be all wrong. Owning his social media, owning his merch sales, owning stuff like that is not going to be useful to him. Skyrim 96, from what I've seen so far, he's missing the point. It wasn't about the money, it was about the Daily Wire not going against big tech. That was the point from what my knowledge. When's the last time Ben has had a strike? And this has been something I've been seeing lately. When has Daily Wire been in danger with YouTube and big tech? They don't seem to have any danger problems there. They don't seem to talk about any content. The last time I remember Ben Shapiro being a problem with anything remotely close to big tech was Berkeley, right? And that's not big tech. That's big edu, big.edu. But when the Battle of Berkeley, I think that was Shapiro, wasn't it? Where they refused to let whatever. But it's
Die so nah hättet's diesmal.
Mega Panda over on Rumble says a meta-political initiative based on peaceful and lawful activism against indoctrination and grooming of children. Please check it out. Project 171 official on Twitter. 18 plus gets rid of us.
Is there a reason that these contracts don't start with rev share included? Because most creators, in my personal experience, maybe this is different in some parts of the world, most creators don't want rev share. You don't want fucking rev share. You want cash up front. You want to know what you're getting, right? If somebody wants to buy me out or sign me to some platform, I'm going to argue for, right, I want like $5 million. I don't want a 5x or 5% rev share. Blah, blah, blah. Now, some people in other industries might be different, but I think from what I've heard generally in entertainment, generally what you push for is you push for a contract up front. That's why people make a big deal when like, Harrison Ford or who was the guy that like got like part of the Star Wars toys or whatever, or money from like the toy shit. And people are like, oh, that was so smart to do that, because people don't normally do that. That's not traditionally what happens. You don't want rev share because you don't know how the company does it. Whereas if someone says, oh, like this is what you're gonna get paid, this is your flat fee, then you're like, oh, cool, I'm signing a $10 million contract. I know what I'm getting. Oh, maybe it was George Lucas. I don't remember. I don't know who did it.
Okay. I don't know what exactly that means, but people can check that out if they want. Kyoto says Daily Wire has Jeremy's
natürlich.
got to feed
Halt
with
jetzt
the
zurück.
consistent revenue from ads on big tech.
Philipp,
Their
konsumiert,
brand is
schütz dich vor
inoffensive
dem
to
Bösen.
35-year-old suburban white women, bad fit for viewer-centric crowders. And none your business.
Digga, rennt einfach am Matze vorbei.
My niece set up a Give Send Go campaign for me. I don't use Facebook, and my Twitter seems to only have
Ich mache halt kein Damage, die
sub-bot
auch
as
nicht mehr.
followers. Seems to I'm just looking for a little bit.
Der Asi hat dich ziemlich
Okay, I'll try and
umgeprügelt.
find that, but we got to get into
Was
this.
geht?
Preparing a definitive binding agreement. That's just legalese. That means this is just a conversation starter, and we're obviously going to have a negotiation if we move forward. And a lot of these points are going to get beat up. And for those of you who've never been through a contract negotiation, well, that's how it works. When you send someone an offer, you don't send them everything that you're willing to say yes to, because there is going to be a negotiation, because agents and lawyers are going to get involved, because you can't read their mind. You don't know everything that will be important to them and everything that they'll want. You don't know even, some of their sort of non-negotiable points, and so you send over.
But what you learn in negotiation is that it is like the most effective negotiations are collaborative processes, and when you start at the hostile point, and you guys are this far apart to start, you have a much harder time getting to the middle, where people are playing games and trying to fool each other. You've already said that Crowder's been your friend for 10 years, wanting to work with him forever. Why are you
Deswegen spielt man keine A, warum ist eine Hackerin mit dem A?
Nein, es ist halt einfach, weil die einfach nicht alles auf 0-0 lassen können. Aber er ist einfach so absolut fein.
0-0 hat ja auch seine Probleme, ja, sagen.
Ja, aber Johannes eine Hackerin zu buffen.
Es geht halt einfach darum, dass halt mancher Value einfach zu hoch ist. Das ist ja das Problem. Warum darf ein Hecarim sich 20% mehr healen in diesem Scheißmodus? Halt, naja, gut. Oh, Lions ist schon wieder aufgegangen? Nee.
Also, dann wünsche euch eine gute Nacht.
Der wieder los ins Bett, ne? Das hatten wir doch schon
Das ist
gestern.
okay. Naja, aber ich jetzt wirklich ins Bett. Gute Nacht.
Gute Nacht euch.
Ist auch, oder was?
Ja,
sagt er.
User disconnected
Ja.
from your channel.
Ich auch.
Alle gehen.
Alle gehen. Gute Nacht.
Gute Nacht.
Disconnected.
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again. So today we are going to talk about Alec Baldwin and what to expect with all of this. Some differences that people are noticing, and we'll clarify that. And we're going to talk about the discussion that is likely to take place and how people are likely to view this, and a teachable moment, and something that's really worth going over when something like this happens, because hopefully it can stop it from happening again. Okay, so if you don't know, Alec Baldwin and the armorer or weapon specialist from the set of Rust are going to be charged. An assistant director has kind of already pled out to a lesser charge. The charge that Baldwin and the armorer are looking at is involuntary manslaughter. Now, this this led to a whole bunch of questions from people from the South, particularly those in Georgia. It's not the same. And I don't even know that the laws are really that different. It's more how they get used, so it creates a very different perception. So, in New Mexico, involuntary manslaughter, in the way it is being charged here, the max sentence is 18 months on the base offense. It's a low-level felony. I'm sure there are enhancements that could be applied, and it may be at play in this case because a firearm was in use. But it's not the same as the way it gets used in Georgia. For those outside of the Southeast, involuntary manslaughter in Georgia, I don't know, you're looking at a decade. Alec Baldwin is not going away for 10 years. That's not what's occurring here. They're different. Okay, so what's next? The prosecution believes they can show that during a lawful act, something they were allowed to do, they didn't exercise enough caution because the lawful act was dangerous, and somebody died. That seems like a really low bar. Seems kind of obvious that occurred on the set. The question is it Baldwin and the armorer who are responsible for that? That's going to be decided by a jury. The details of that, based on what we know, there's a whole lot of questions that I have. So as far as guilt or innocence, I'm leaving that up to the jury, or will not form an opinion until at least a whole bunch more comes out. Now, one of the things that you are likely to hear in the discussion about this is the gun crowd. The gun crowd is going to just throw Baldwin to the wolves on this one. And you're going to hear the phrase, "There are no accidents, only negligence," over and over and over again. You're going to hear this for two reasons. One, it's an incredibly common saying in the gun crowd. Two, the gun crowd doesn't like Alec Baldwin. So they're not going to defend him in any way, shape, or form. Now, you will hear a bunch of this is what should have happened on set to prevent this from the gun crowd. They're going to talk about it at length, about all of the things that could have been done to stop this unintentional shooting from occurring. Okay, here's the thing, and this is where it's a very teachable moment. There will be an unintentional shooting resulting in death today, and tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after. In the United States, they occur at a rate of a little more than one per day. There's like 480 a year. The same advice that the gun crowd is going to give, at least 480 people a year didn't use it. The unintentional shootings that occur, they occur for all of the same reasons. Because proper caution wasn't exercised. Because people didn't clear a weapon. Because weapons weren't secured. All of the advice that the gun crowd is going to say those Hollywood liberals need to take, they don't take. And it carries a cost of a person a day that doesn't make it. There's more unintentional shootings than that. These are just the ones where somebody doesn't make it. It's way more common than it should be, or it has to be, because there are no accidents. Only negligence, right? That's a conversation that if the gun crowd had any real leadership, would be occurring right now. All of those people who talk about, we need to teach gun safety. This is where you talk about it. This is your opening. It happens all the time. It just normally doesn't have a celebrity involved. So hopefully that'll occur. It seems unlikely. I don't have a lot of faith in the gun crowd taking proactive steps. But maybe they will this time. If they don't, just remember, the most dangerous gun in the world is the one that you're pretty sure is unloaded. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
$11:34 is the time. Jackie's in Bexley. Jackie, what would you like to say?
Yeah, well, I'd like to say that all the aggravation it causes when people are protesting, blocking roads, the way to protest isn't by blocking roads, stopping ambulances, police cars, stopping the public getting to work. It just makes people angry, and it's pointless.
How did you feel about the Queen's funeral?
The Queen's funeral, that was organised.
Yeah, but my God, they shut a lot of roads.
Yeah, but that was organised. It wasn't. It's not like these protesters that just do it willy-nilly.
But you couldn't go anywhere. You couldn't go anywhere.
Everybody knew the Queen's funeral was on that day.
Yeah, but if you had a heart attack, it wouldn't make any difference, would it?
Yeah, but they had roads diverted.
Did they?
So
well, why can't they do that? Why can't they do that when it's just stop oil then?
Because they just do it without letting people know. They just do it.
Yeah, but if they can get
if
they can get the police on the spot to do the arrests, then they can divert the roads that they used when it was the Queen's funeral. I mean, to be honest with you, we both know they didn't divert the roads. If you were in the West End of London, you couldn't go anywhere by car.
Yeah, but then who was going to work? Everybody was off work. Everything was closed.
We're talking about police cars and ambulances, aren't we, Jackie?
Yeah, but
they weren't off work.
There was a reduced service, though, wasn't there?
Well, that's terrible.
A lot of people were watching the funeral, were there at the